Well, it has been nearly 1 year since the UK general election of 2024. I'm currently filming this a few weeks behind, hopefully for this to come out on the anniversary of the general election. And basically, back in January of 2024, I did basically almost sort of a prediction list of what Tory seats would lose and sort of some other things that could end up happening. And to be honest, I thought some stuff I did pretty well on, others I didn't do so well on. So I thought I might as well have a little look at the list and actually see what went right, what went wrong, and how can you master the act of predicting a general election. So the way how I did it was that I organised it within 7 different categories. At the top there was extreme marginal, which are seats that there was no way in any chance that they were going to hold at all. Marginal, which were seats where they were almost certainly going to lose them. Likely were seats that I believed they were going to lose, but maybe there was the off chance that they held them on. Toss-up were seats that I generally didn't really know or were potentially too close to call. Unlikely were seats that they probably were going to keep, but maybe there was an off chance that they'd hold on. Safe were seats that they probably were almost certainly going to hold on to, and ultra safes were seats I thought they were definitely going to hold on to. So it's not the most scientific in terms of categories, but enough to give you sort of a general idea of what each one goes for. As for what happened with the number of seats going straight away, so extreme marginal I had 36 seats in there and the Tories lost all 36 of them. Marginal I put 73 in and they lost 71 out of the 73, so they only held on to 2. Likely, again, they only held on to 2 out of the 70 seats there, so they lost 68. Toss-up, funnily enough, out of the 38 there, they only held on to 6, so that was a little bit more skewed. And even unlikely, which out of the 49 seats there, they only held on to 18 of them. For safe, out of the 58 there, they held on to 47, so they lost 11 of them. And even in ultra safe, out of the 46 there, they held on to 40 of them, so they still lost 6 even in ultra safe. Of course, I think thinking back through this, I was maybe a little bit too harsh on a lot of cases, and actually the Tories did a lot worse than I thought they would, which is quite amazing actually. But of course, this happened back in January, and there were some areas that, as you'll probably see, it was quite difficult to predict what was going to go on. So let's take a little look and see how well I did for each seat.
For the most part, these seats are going to be ranked essentially on how it is likely that one of either Labour or the Lib Dems are going to take them, or possibly other parties as well. Basically, it's going to be the case of, will the Tories hold on to this seat or not?
So yeah, as you can see, I'm basically going to be introducing it on the video. Obviously, the video is very long. It's about 3 hours long, so obviously I'm going to hopefully not make it as long as that. I'll probably be chopping some bits off of it, but yeah, you get to sort of get a nice cutaway between the video going on and my face, basically, in the present day, talking about what went right and what went wrong. Now, as you can see, so yeah, this was filmed about 18 months ago. I can't say I look too different. The twin roses look, I think I grew out of that a little bit, but yeah, so the way how I first start this off is with London, and yeah, I can already tell that without even seeing anything, I think I dig balls a few of these ones up. But let's just see how well I did.
So starting in everyone's favourite northern city called London, let's start with actually a fairly, this one. That one I'm sure many people are familiar with, Uxbridge and South Ruislip. It is important to note though for the by-election that, as a lot of people will know, Tories and Labour came to the same conclusion that ULEZ was a big thing, that was why the Tories survived in the by-election. And even then, it's got to remember that the Tories, they didn't exactly win the by-election by a lot though. So I think it's safe to say that we could probably put, Uxbridge as our first one, and likely. I think that it's not really going to be the case that the Tories hold this without a big wedge issue like Uxbridge. Moving on though for some other Hillingdon seats, so if Labour couldn't get the Uxbridge by-election, then there's just no way I think they get Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner. I don't really want to put it under super safe because it's not really super safe, but if Labour were wanting to take Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, you'd want to make sure that they actually win Uxbridge in that by-election, and they didn't. Uxbridge will probably be close even in the general election. So there's no way that one with about double its majority is going to properly flip Labour.
Already, there was that little mistake I made with ballsing up about it. Difference between Uxbridge and Newlands. I was actually quite surprised though that I did kind of get it right that Uxbridge was actually going to be marginal within the general election regardless. Labour did actually win it in the general election, unlike in the by-election, but it was only by about 500 votes. I think, to be honest, without Boris Johnson being there, I don't think it had as much of a campaign directed towards it, whereas in 2024 it was just like any other out of London seat basically that Labour was going after. As for Rice at Northwood and Pinner, yeah, so its 2019 majority was about 16,000, and Labour were taking majorities of that a lot larger, but in London, as I quite rightfully pointed out, there was going to be a much smaller swing there. Probably retrospectively I should have put it in safe, because as I say, like, there was no way it was going to flip if Uxbridge was not like an easy shoo-in, which the by-election very much showed it wasn't. So probably I should have put it there, but honestly I thought I would have ballsed that up a lot more already. So we'll see what goes to the next few seats.
Harrow East is another interesting one. It's about an 8,000 Tory majority currently. It was about a 1,000 majority back in 2017, but there is, I think, a few issues here with locally as well. I think I've seen a lot of people that are quite sceptical of this one flipping, and it probably won't flip by much, but I think I'm confident putting it next to Uxbridge and likely. I think how small the 2017 majority was, and the fact it's probably got a more unstable majority than Uxbridge, that probably makes me think that will flip.
Yeah, that didn't age well. We're off to a great start. Yeah, so Harrow East, I think, was quite a difficult one to predict, because on a universal swing model it did only have an 8,000 majority, and Labour were taking majorities way bigger than that. But again, when you look at a lot of local results though, and also not just what happened in the 22 local elections, which actually happened whilst Boris Johnson was still Prime Minister, but also in the mayoral election 24 as well, there was quite a big swing actually away from Sadiq Khan, which was not the case in a lot of places. Granted, Susan Hall herself was from Harrow, so could have been a vote there, but in Harrow East's case though, which is where a lot of that Tory vote was concentrated, I think, to be honest, the point I was trying to make was that if Labour did not take the seat and the Tories held it, Bob Blackman I think had a bit of a personal vote there, which definitely helped, then I probably wouldn't have been too surprised, because when I saw that on election night that the Tories held it, it did make sense, all things considered. What I didn't anticipate, though, was actually the fact that the Tories increased their majority from about 8,000 to 11,000 to the point where it's now literally the second safest Tory seat, only behind Rishi Sunak's seat of Richmond and Northallerton. So yeah, that probably now means that the Tories aren't ever going to lose that in the long scheme without something major happening. A lot of it, I think, also comes down to the Indian vote as well. Similar reasons why the Tories gained Leicester East, which obviously is not listed on here, but I'll have a thing or two to say about it. But yeah, so far I went off to a great start. What did I say about the Barnet seats?
Hendon I'm tempted to put in marginal, and I think probably Chipping Barnet as well. Labour should get these easily if they want a majority. In fact, they need both of them. Labour's never had Chipping Barnet before. Now, Chipping Barnet's majority is only about 1,000 at the moment. As for Finchley and Golders Green, so there was a bit of a tactical voting cock-up here in 2019. Lib Dems went after the seat quite heavily, which was bizarre, if we're being honest, because in 2017 Labour was 1,000 votes away from getting the seat. They've had it in the past during the Blair years, and the Lib Dems barely even held their deposit, which was, yeah, didn't really work out very well. I'm still going to put it under likely as well. I think Labour should be able to... I might even put it under marginal. Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's a seat that Labour definitely need if they want a majority, so we'll stick that there.
Yeah, the points I stated about the Lib Dems in Finchley definitely I still stand by. I know that they are quite controversial comments, but yeah, I don't get why the Lib Dems went after it. Yeah, so Labour did win all three of those seats, but interestingly enough, the margins were quite interesting. So Finchley, I think, actually became the safest one, probably because there was quite a big Lib Dem vote there for Labour to absorb. And whilst the Lib Dems were quite good at keeping a lot of their vote shares and strong seats, that was the one that had a lot of base Lib Dem voting. In Chipping Barnet, I think Labour did put a lot of effort in, and I think, yeah, it's an area where I think it was going to vote Labour eventually. Hendon, on the other hand, fucking hell. So that, on paper, looked like that should have been the easiest of the 3 seats. And Labour won it by 15 votes. It was one of the last seats declared exactly because of how close it was. And fucking hell, if that went the other way, that actually would have... that would have been a result and a half. There's a few of them coming up. But, yeah, so... I'm thinking Hendon being so close to something, I've tried to wrap my brain around for why that was the case. My guess is that Hendon's a very diverse seat as well, so probably some of the similar reasons for why Harrow East increased its majority. Seats border each other. And also, I do wonder whether there was a bit of a Gaza effect there. I don't know. But then again, I don't know if Hendon's got that much of a Muslim population, though. So... And the MP was standing down. Yeah, I still don't know why Hendon was as close as it was, but... Yeah, that... I was 15 votes away from having a massive amount of egg on my face. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Looking in more bits of central London, Kensington's got a tiny-ass majority. Again, I don't really want to put it in extreme marginal, so I'm going to stick it in marginal again. Boundary changes, I think, do help the Tories slightly, but not much, if we're being honest. And then 2 cities, or cities of London and Westminster. Probably the same as well. I think, for a seat they probably won't take, though, Chelsea and Fulham, it's... See, the thing with Chelsea and Fulham is that, on paper, its majority is quite small for what Labour's targeting at the moment. It's Greg Hansen's seat, and he's not really going to be going anywhere. There might be a vote from Labour to try and get him out, but it's not really worth it. It's a Chelsea and Fulham, quite a rich constituency, it's quite a high-end one. Normally votes Tory, that end of Chelsea is going to be very difficult to overturn. Yeah, so what I said about Kensington and 2 cities, I think roughly still lines up. The things that this was actually made before the Rawlings and Thrashers notional boundaries, which did actually have Kensington as a Labour seat, which was opposite to electoral character said, which is what this is based off from, which actually just about still had it in the Tories' hands. Obviously, there's not really going to be that big of a swing against either of these seats. There are quite a lot of affluent areas to them, but yeah, I mean, the majorities were so small, and the Tories were in such a bad position that it wasn't going to take much to flip them. Chelsea and Fulham, on the other hand, I did get this one wrong, but there's a very specific reason which actually I didn't know about this at the time, and that's actually the boundary changes were actually very kind to Labour in Chelsea and Fulham. Basically, Chelsea has always been rock solid, save Tory, has been forever. Fulham is usually a lot more bellwethery, and I think as the Tories have been losing quite a fair bit of votes there in the past, and given the fact that Labour only won the seat by 150 votes in the end, that undeniably played a big role in making sure that Labour held the seat. I don't think Greg Hands did himself any favours either being the MP, but yeah, I think that definitely played a role. So yeah, I got that one wrong, but granted that was with information that I didn't know about at the time. Water. I recommend.
I still stand by that recommendation. Can't ever go wrong with water.
Chingford. So, honestly, this could be identical to Chipping Barnet at this point. It's another seat that's, but I'll put it right next to it. It's another seat that's never really voted Labour before. It's Ian Duncan Smith's seat. That's probably going. It's probably going to cut more into its majority again. Maybe not. Probably won't be a huge swing compared to some places, but enough to take him out, though.
Yeah. He should have lost. He didn't. And I think we all know why. Honestly, this result genuinely does piss me off a little bit, actually. And as I say, what I said about Chipping Barnet, which did fall, that's kind of what should have happened in Chingford. I think the problem was, though, also, is that I think just because of how marginal it was, I think a lot of people expected that when the independent vote split happened, that it probably still wouldn't have been enough either way, because probably there were some expectations the Tory vote would just absolutely crater into the floor. As some of the other North London seats sort of showed, that didn't really happen in a lot of places. And obviously, because the fuck-up with Faiza Shaheen was quite well known, I mean, she did do a lot better than I thought she would. I think even as soon as I did it, she was running as an independent and did get quite a bit of well-known support. I think that she still definitely outperformed what I did. I mean, she was only a few hundred votes off what Labour got in the seat. And there's not really a lot of consistency with these. Kensington, for example, right there. Labour's ex-MP who tried the selection and didn't get it actually stood as an independent there and didn't even hold a deposit. Whereas Faiza Shaheen, I'm guessing if she never got picked in the first place, that's probably what would have happened. But because Labour, quite unfairly in my opinion, did drop her at the last minute, I think there was probably a bit more issues around that and animosity. But yeah, Ian Duncan Smith held on. And to be honest, I'm like, the problem is that he basically then waltzed around basically going, well, of course I won. You know, I am the great loved MP here. And I'm like, mate, no. No one's believing that. Just, your opponents were just absolute dicks about it. Oh well. I will win the seat eventually. I mean, but yeah, it weren't last year.
If we have a little look at, say, some of these other seats, though, I mean, Romford's not going anywhere. Labour did have Romford back in '97, lost it 4 years later in 2001. Somebody put the same in Hornchurch and upwards. Not like super safe seats. Like Labour's had them before, so I think that probably should disqualify them being put here. But I mean, come on, this isn't exactly Labour territory here, if we're being honest.
Yeah, and definitely I think a lot of that still stood by. Labour didn't gain either of them. I mean, the exit poll did say that Labour was going to win Romford. In fact, they also said that Labour was going to win a lot of seats, actually, in South London. I'll get onto them in a bit. But, yeah, not much else I can really say there. I think Labour weren't really targeting either of them, and I wouldn't have expected them to. So, yeah. South London might be a different story, though, as we'll get on to.
Okay, Wimbledon. Interesting, this one, because I said earlier for Finchley that it's unlikely the Lib Dems are going to try and go for Finchley again, since that could be a bit of a tactical voting split. They're definitely going to go after Wimbledon, though. I think this is going to be one of the very few seats where there is genuinely going to be a three-way tie between constituencies. So I actually probably will put it under the first one under extreme marginal. Whether it's the Lib Dems or whether it's Labour that take it, though, I genuinely don't have a clue. I think both parties will target it massively. Probably might benefit the Lib Dems a bit better. It's that they're starting to do really well in South West London. They've got a lot of seats on the council. Boundary changes give it a bit from Kingston and Surbiton, which is Ed Davies seat. Quite a good, strong Lib Dem area. So, yeah. I think there is a chance Lib Dems do take it, but Labour could get it as well. I think it wholly depends.
So, I think the thing with Wimbledon is that I think as the month sort of got closer to the election, I think the Lib Dems were targeting it, I think, a lot more heavily than Labour was. Then sure enough, that's exactly what happened in the end. I think it was my final prediction map I did make. I did have the Lib Dems winning Wimbledon. I did think it would be a closer three-way than it actually was in the end. I can't remember if Labour came second or third. I think they came third just behind the Tories, but the Lib Dems were miles ahead in it. They won it by like almost 10,000 votes. So yeah, and I think obviously with that in place, I think Wimbledon's probably going to be quite a solid Lib Dem seat in the long term now.
As for some more in South London, so Carshalton is like, 600 vote majority at the moment for the Lib Dems. That should be easily picked up. It was surprised they even lost it in 2019. Sutton, though, this is Lib Dem. It's definitely not Labour. They used to have it before they crashed and burned in 2015. I'm putting it under toss-up. They might focus more on these two, but Sutton should definitely be a seat I think the Lib Dems will go after. I don't know if they've got a candidate there. I mean, Sutton Council, Lib Dems have started doing really well there, so it certainly is going to be a seat that they target. I don't know whether they're going to get it, though.
Yeah, I mean, everything I said about Carshalton definitely applies. Sutton and Cheam, though, I probably should have been a bit more charitable to the Lib Dems there. I think, as I said there, they had Sutton Council, Carshalton right next door to it, they were going to be putting a lot into as well. They might as well have just done Sutton and Cheam, and obviously Wimbledon as well is quite nearby. I should have put that a lot higher, just thinking about it. I did know the Lib Dems were targeting it, but yeah.
Croydon South. On paper, this only has a 12,000 majority, which is not big. That being said, though, I'm going to stick it under toss-up. 12k, I don't think I can really put it under unlikely, but I'm not super confident Labour's going to take Croydon South. There's a lot of strong Tory bits in it there. Labour's had quite a few problems locally in Croydon. Not that that's always going to translate over. I mean, otherwise it would in the council elections, not really in the general election seat. But I think it is certainly worth mentioning. Yeah, I don't think Labour need it for a majority, but it's certainly not really going to... I think it is still definitely going to be a really tricky seat.
Yeah, and sure enough, Labour didn't get it. I think as the election got closer, I was kind of umming and erring as to whether Labour would get it. I think I did eventually think that Labour would, but I wasn't super confident on that prediction. Yeah, Croydon's weird, to be honest. I think Southern Croydon's more kind of like Surrey, basically, whereas Northern Croydon's more akin to Lewisham and Southwark. So, yeah, I think... Again, it was much like Harrow East. I think it's another case where as soon as I found out the Tories held on to it, I don't think I was terribly surprised by it, which is a pity because I don't really like Chris Philp, but you know, people of his constituency evidently do.
As for seats in Bexley, so Old Bexley, by-election here, back in 2021, around the time when the Tories polling started to drop a bit, but before Labour, it was like a week before Labour started all their leads. Labour's not going to win it. I think that I'm quite still. Bexley Heath is probably more marginal. I think, to be honest, I think it's about the same as Croydon South. The majority, I think, is about 12,000, which, again, it's not huge, but a lot of these outer London seats, I think, are going to have smaller swings against them. Which makes sense. Labour did fairly well already in London in 2019 and then completely crashed and burned everywhere else. You'd expect smaller swings in London. And then we got Eltham. So Eltham and Chislehurst. So Labour should easily take this, get this back. I don't think that's really controversial, to say the least. As for some more bits in South London, so as for Bromley, though, if this was old boundaries, I'll probably put it under unlikely, but a lot of the, I guess, Labour bits, or like more Labour-friendly areas of Bromley go elsewhere, some of which includes this very next seat, Beckenham and Penge. So current Beckenham has about a 14,000 majority, but once again, our good friends the boundary changes skew this massively in Labour's favour now. It gets as the Penge bit is, I mean, I think it's probably more Labour leaning. I'd assume it is. Again, I don't want to put it in extreme marginal. I know it might even be like a big Labour. It's definitely a big Labour target. I'm going to stick it in marginal. Someone's going to disagree with me on that, but that's what I feel most closely about. And Orpington, absolutely no way. I might even put it in ultra safe, actually. Yeah, you know what? I will.
Irony actually being that the exit poll, all of those seats they actually thought Labour were going to pick up, which I thought was complete bollocks from right from the beginning. Like, Orpington was 100% never going to go Labour, and I think Old Bexley would have taken a lot as well. So, yeah, I think that was easily one of the biggest areas of the exit poll was South London. As for a lot of the other seats, I think a lot of that aged fairly well. I think the only one that probably didn't was Bromley and Biggin Hill, because, and actually this is funnily enough where boundary changes on paper look like they helped Labour, but they really didn't, because Labour actually won Beckenham and Penge by, I think, almost about 10,000 to 12,000 votes. Massive, and yet Bromley and Biggin Hill, the Tories survived on only about 200 votes. If those were the old seats, I do genuinely think that that Labour would have won both of them, but alas, that isn't what happened, really. And then obviously my points about Eltham and Chislehurst all still definitely applies. For Bexley Heath, though, and this was another case for Croydon South where I genuinely could not decide whether Labour was going to win it or not. Although, what I completely forgot at the time, though, is that Labour has had Bexley Heath and Crayford in the past. They've never had Croydon South. So, the fact that Labour did get Bexley Heath in the end, I guess I should have expected it, because they have had a bit of a base there, but also they had fucking Harrow East in the past, and now obviously they don't anymore. But yeah, my overall results for London, probably the weakest area, but then again that's probably because the swings here were just so different to the rest of the country.
Starting in Oxfordshire, we've got Banbury. I would say boundary changes makes it easier for Labour. Like the creation of Bicester and Woodstock, which is a new seat. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm going to be insulting a lot of people with my pronunciation here, so I do apologise in the future. But Banbury, yeah, I think it's likely. I think Labour's got a lot of good votes within the centre of Banbury. A lot of the rural bits probably won't be as kind to Labour, but...
And sure enough, that philosophy is exactly what happened in reality. The other thing also I didn't quite mention, but boundary changes in Banbury basically meant that Bicester was lost, obviously, to the new Bicester and Woodstock, but it also gained Chipping Norton from Witney, which actually I think was quite helpful to Labour as well, because Labour do have a bit of a base in Chipping Norton too. So, yep, and with that in conjunction, you can see how Labour won it.
Bicester and Woodstock, though, this would probably be a Lib Dem seat, if we're being honest. Toss-up? I think Lib Dems could take it. I think, again, centre of Bicester, there's definitely a lot of votes Lib Dems could pick up there, but it's a new seat, though. There's a lot of unknown about it. I'm not 100% sure, really. And I think, whilst I'm on the topic of Lib Dems gaining seats, I think Didcot and Wantage, I think, is a very good one that Lib Dems could take. Vale of White Horse Council, which has about half of the seat. The other half is South Oxfordshire. Lib Dems have both councils now, the former of which they wiped the Tories out of there. So that, I think, is pretty good. And Henley, I'm not as confident on. Henley and Thames, but I think that is possibly likely as well. Witney, though, David Cameron's old seat, by the way. I'm not as confident in the Lib Dems taking this. In fact, I'm tempted to more put it under safe, actually. It's definitely drifted more towards the Lib Dems over time. Like, when Cameron was the MP here, it was very, very safe Tory, but Lib Dems have definitely gone through there a bit more. I'm not convinced that they've done enough, to say the least.
Yes, I think a lot of somewhat, at least for the first three, that still applies. I did hear some people saying that Bicester and Woodstock could be a bit of a three-way marginal if Labour would have a bit of vote there. I was never really convinced about that, though, because I think Labour was too focused on Banbury, and local election showed that within the centre of Bicester, it was going to be Lib Dem all day. Like, Labour were just not going to be around in it. And I think even the exit poll actually brought into that narrative, because it still had the Tories holding on in the seat, which didn't happen in the end. In fact, it didn't happen in any of them. The Tories got wiped out of Oxfordshire, which is quite an interesting thing to witness. And that actually does include Witney, which, yeah, I did not think that Witney was going to go Lib Dem at the end of the day, and it did, sure enough. Never underestimate the Lib Dems, I guess, especially the rural Lib Dems.
We got 2.5 seats for London Milton Keynes, and to say the least, Labour 100% needs both of them, and I think probably Labour will get both of them as well. Milton Keynes Central is about... it's sort of the successor seat to Milton Keynes South. It's got about half of it plus excess from Milton Keynes North, so if Labour wants a majority, they 100% need them, and it's probably most likely that Labour will take them both. As for Buckingham and Bletchley, though, this... Okay, so Bletchley's the southern end of Milton Keynes. It's quite friendly to Labour at the moment, at least. I think it's probably where Labour will get most of their votes to constituency. In the other, a lot of the other bits are quite rural, though. Like, I mean, the towns of Buckingham and Winslow, which are two towns that appear in the constituency, bit more rural, so they'd probably be more likely to lean Tory. Labour could definitely squeeze some votes there in them, though, and I think that's probably what's making me think that Labour probably will take Buckingham and Bletchley, though. I'm pretty confident they will. Not super confident. If it went Tory, I'll eat my words, but I think there is a chance that Labour can win this. Where they won't win, though, near Buckinghamshire. This has basically got most of the Tory bits of Old Buckingham, plus Tory bits of Aylesbury, and I think might be a bit of Chesham and Amersham in the seat. It's not going anywhere. I'm certain of that. Speaking of Aylesbury, yeah, I'm going to stick it under... Maybe not likely, but I'll go for toss-up. I think it's likely that Labour takes it, but it wholly depends how much of the vote they're able to get in the centre of Aylesbury. Like, I think there's still definitely a good chance the Tories hold on in it.
To be honest, that's probably one of the rare cases of a seat I put in toss-up, and actually the result did show it. So I was right. Labour did take Aylesbury in the end by only about 200, 300 votes. Really wasn't a lot in it. Lib Dems, I think, have had a bit of a base here locally. I mean, obviously, at the time, Buckinghamshire elections hadn't happened after the Tories had collapsed. I mean, they have now, and Lib Dems did do quite well there. And I did hear some saying that maybe the Lib Dems would go after Aylesbury in the general election. I didn't think they were really going to, and they didn't, sure enough. So yeah, that I think was actually quite a good prediction on my half. And obviously everything I said about the Milton Keynes seats and Buckingham and Mid-Bucks, yeah, that all still very much applies as well. I predicted that quite well.
And now, it's time for a seat that isn't actually Tory anymore, and that's Chesham and Amersham. But I think the Lib Dems should be able to hold it. It's probably one of the more friendly seats out of the Lib Dems wins in the by-elections that they should be able to hold, but I'm not going to put under marginal. I think it's too it might be too generous, and I could end up eating my words. As for Wickham is a bit similar to some of these seats in that it has never voted Labour before, or at least not properly. There's a lot of Tory bits in it, but let's put it under likely. I think it's very. I would be very surprised if actually the Tories did hold on in Wickham. Steve Baker's seat, by the way. As for Beaconsfield, next.
Yeah, okay. I mean, my fair point about Beaconsfield still applies. I know the seat is pronounced Beaconsfield, but it doesn't look like it should be. As for Chesham and Amersham and Wickham, I think a lot of my points still very much apply there. Chesham and Amersham, I can't remember what the majority was for the 24 election. Let me have a little look, actually. It was about 5,500, so I think that's less than what it was in the by-election. But, yeah, so they still did all right on that one. As for Labour and Wickham, so it's an interesting thing actually, is that Wickham does have quite a high Muslim population, and I think there were some thoughts that there was going to be a bit of a Gaza vote against it, and basically you'd almost get something like a case to what happened in Keighley and Ilkley, that I will get onto later. I think one of the main reasons why, though, that didn't happen is the fact that I think Labour's vote might have been a bit lower than usual, and also there was a Workers' Party candidate, I think was Labour's candidate back in the 2019 election. But the other big thing is, though, so as I mentioned Steve Baker in there, yeah, Steve Baker just basically gave up. I mean, quite humorously, actually. I think he was actually quite happy about the fact that he lost, and whilst I think that's a bit selfish, because a proper Tory candidate could have been there and said, I mean, good for him. But I think he is right. He did make a point about how insane politics has been over the last few years, and yeah, I think as soon as he lost, he just went, I'm free. So, yeah. I think he actually went on holiday during the campaign. So, yeah, I think he really helped himself there. But, yeah, Labour did gain Wickham in the end.
Windsor. No. I mean, Lib Dems did quite well here locally. Not convinced this is going anywhere. Maidenhead. Theresa May's seat. I think I'm probably going to put this next to Windsor as well. It's not like one of the safest Tory seats ever, but it's going to take a lot to flip it.
I mean, to be honest, Maidenhead did used to be one of the safest Tory seats ever. I think I was looking in the 2015 election, it was like the third safest Tory seat, or like the second safest seat. It was definitely up there. Obviously, I think they did fall off a bit in 2017 and 2019. Obviously, when with Theresa May being PM for the first of them. And she did stand down in the 24 election, which I don't think she said she would at the time of me doing this. And I think her standing down did definitely hurt the Tories' chances, because she did actually, I think, have a lot of personal vote. The Tory candidate they did actually put in Maidenhead was actually the old Tory MP for Twickenham between 2015 and 17. Yeah, I still wouldn't have thought the Lib Dems would have won it though. Like, although the moment they did, I was like, okay, yeah, that's pretty well done on that one. So, yeah, that one I was a little bit wrong on, to be honest. As for Windsor, yeah, I think Windsor's Tory MP did stand down. They do have a new one there now, but I couldn't have imagined Labour pooing a lot in Windsor to really go for it, especially they had other seats in Berkshire they had to deal with, including...
Then we got Bracknell. So Labour took Bracknell Council, Bracknell Forest Council, if we're going to give it the full name. I don't think the Labour's good success there locally is going to be repeated. I think there was a lot of tactical voting. There was a lot of wards. I think that Labour and the Lib Dems were quite clever about in Bracknell. I think that'd be very difficult to replicate in the actual general election. I think the Tories actually even had the popular vote here locally, so that's going to struggle a bit.
Oops! That's another mistake. In my defence, though, there was only Labour only won it by like 700 votes. There wasn't a lot in it, but yeah, sure enough, what happened locally did end up happening in the general election, which genuinely did surprise me. But I think, to be honest, I think when I saw that Bracknell went Labour, I mean, like, that was a good pickup for Labour. Like, there's no doubt about that. I think that's the sort of seat that would get Labour into the landslide territory rather than just over the majority. So, all things considered, I think that's fair. And I think putting it in unlikely, if I'd made the list like the day before the general election, I'd have probably still put it there. So, I mean, yeah, I got it wrong, but at the same time, given what the majority was there, and I don't feel too bad about that one.
As for Wokingham, it's a big Lib Dem target, this. Not like a huge one, so I'm going to stick it under toss-up, but yeah, I don't know. As for another sort of Wokingham seat, this is it's part of Wokingham. Early and Woodley, brand new one, this one. Sort of leftover bits of Wokingham, plus bits of Reading as well, sort of like on the outer strips of Reading. There is a strong sort of Lib Dem base here locally. They might try and target the seat a bit. This should still be Labour's, though, to go. It's got about, I think, an estimated 8,000 majority, so this, I think, should be one that Labour picks up, if we're being honest.
Not a similar case, actually, to Hendon. I mean, not as extreme as Hendon, but yeah, I think anybody's majority was a bit bigger than 8,000. I think it was about 10,000, 11,000, at least on the Rawlington Thrasher predictions, but yeah, I'm genuinely surprised, though, that Labour only won that by the skin of their teeth in the end. There's only about 800 votes in it. In fact, actually, Reading, West and Mid Berkshire, next on the list, actually Labour won on a bigger majority. Not by much, they only won it by just over 1,000. But yeah, it's a weird one, that. I think that there was a good chunk of Lib Dem vote there locally, and I think some of that did stick around for the general election, but yeah, that one did kind of confuse me a bit as to how close it was. But yeah, Labour still won it at the end of the day, so I can be good. I can still feel pretty good about where I put it there. And also, as for Newbury, yeah, I think Lib Dem should have won that, and they did. So, yeah.
Okay, now we've got Surrey. I've spent too long looking at some of these seats already. Let's just rush through some of these. So most of these are going to be Lib Dem. Evesham Walton, I'm going to stick onto marginal. This was Dominic Rubb's seat. He's standing down. The Lib Dems put up a massive campaign here to get rid of him in 2019, which was sort of a vain because Rubb survived. But it was a really safe Tory seat beforehand, but I think the Lib Dems will want to finish the job. Let's put like Woking and Guildford as likely Lib Dem games. I think these are sort of areas that the Lib Dems would probably need quite heavily. And I think also Godalming and Ash I'll put in toss-up. This is Jeremy Hunt's seat, or at least it will be. He's in South West Surrey currently. This has half of South West Surrey pretty much. It's one of the two split seats. I think the Lib Dems will put a big campaign in here to get rid of him. And I think, to be honest, there's a good chance it might work. Maybe Hunt survives, I'm not certain sure. Also, the other half of South West Surrey, Farnham and Borden, I'd stick in here as well. Odd seat, this one, but I think if the Lib Dems can pick Godalming and Ash, I think they'll get this one as well. But this one I think is probably more likely, just because I think it's going to have more Lib Dem resources, if we're being honest.
Okay, that's one name pre-annunciation I'm not a fan of. No, I know it's Godalming and Ash, I know it's the case. Yeah, that didn't... To be honest, actually, my scepticism on Lib Dem taking seats actually did kind of pay off here, because, yeah, Hunt did quite well, actually, to hang on in that seat. I think the Lib Dems had a massive vote share in Godalming and Ash. It certainly wasn't their fault whatsoever, but his just happened to be a lot larger. I think the Lib Dems won about 24,000 votes, and his was 800 more. So, yeah, he did fucking damn well, actually, to hold on there. Now, obviously, I know Hunt's kind of gone away from frontline politics for now, but yeah, he is still an MP. Farnham and Borden as well, which are the other half of his seat, the Tories also held on to, which again was probably those two were probably some of the only Lib Dem seats, or Lib Dem targeted seats, that they didn't actually win. So they did pretty damn good on that. Whereas the other ones on there, Woking, Guildford, East and Walton, yeah, they didn't really stand a chance. And I think the Lib Dems have quite big majorities on all of them now.
Reigate, I don't think is going anywhere. It's about an 18,000 majority currently, but it's Labour's in second, Lib Dems very close third. It's not really where you'd expect Labour to do well, though. Epsom and Ewell, no chance. I'll be very confident about that, actually. Runnymede and Weybridge, no. Surrey Heath, I think the Lib Dems could take Surrey Heath. Michael gave a seat, by the way, but nope. East Surrey, no. Spelthorne, no.
Yeah, a lot of that didn't age very well. I mean, granted, the Tories have always been very solid in Surrey before. I mean, some of them did. Reigate, Runnymede and Weybridge and East Surrey all being very safe seats, I think. That all still very much panned out. Surrey Heath, so Gove actually stood down from Surrey Heath in the end. I don't think he had announced that at the time of me putting the video out, but yeah, they said that. And I mean, I should have expected that because the Lib Dems did win the council. And Spelthorne, I mean, yeah, the Tories did hold on to that, although Labour did run it quite close. They were only about 1,000 votes away from it, which, for a seat in Surrey, that I don't even think Labour's ever had a seat in Surrey, so that was close. But yeah, I think it still would have taken a lot for Labour to have won it. Yeah, my biggest blunder, though, easily was Epsom and Ewell. I think it's pronounced Ewell, but yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know why I put that in ultra safe. I think the main reason was because locally it's always had independents there, so I didn't really have a lot to work with. But I should have at least thought that it was at least put it in unlikely if I didn't think it was going to go. I was kind of surprised when it did vote Lib Dem in the end, but yeah, that was a really bad cock up on my half. So yeah, even if I didn't think the Lib Dems were going to win it, I probably should have put it in unlikely or safe. What was I doing? I don't know.
Dorking and Hawley. Ooh, Dorking and Hawley. This is old Mole Valley, or at least most of Mole Valley. It's a big majority, but I think Lib Dems could probably take it, though.
Puts it unlikely anyway. Yeah, I did move it up later in the end to toss up, and sure enough the Lib Dems did win it in the end. I think centre of Dorking itself was very solidly Lib Dem, and I think a lot of the other areas around it were quite good to them as well. Did lose Leatherhead to Epsom, but yeah, I think given how well the Lib Dems did in the end, I think I did put that one higher in the end. So
okay, everything in Hampshire is basically either stupidly safe Tory or stupidly marginal Tory. So let's start with some of the safe ones. North East Hants and North West Hants, I am certain about that. East Hampshire, again, I mean, Tories got a bit of a battering here in the local elections. That don't mean anything. There's not enough juice in this seat for either Labour or the Lib Dems to take it.
Well, the Tories lost North East Hampshire. Granted, though, I do not believe anyone saw that coming. That was generally one of the biggest shocks of the election to me in terms of Lib Dem gains. 2015 election, actually looked this up, it was literally the safest Tory seat in the whole country. And yeah, genuinely, I mean, I don't know if it's just the MP was unpopular or whether there was some local issues. I mean, on local council wise, it mostly falls under Herts Council, which has been no overall control for quite a while. And the Lib Dems did make some gains there, but that's been like that for quite a while, and it still has always been a very safe Tory seat. So yeah, that didn't really age well. North West Hampshire, that did age a bit better, though. The Tories did hold on to that. My point actually about everything in Hampshire being either super marginal or super safe, I don't know quite how well that kind of stood up to time, really, but there is a lot of very safe Tory seats in Hampshire, as we'll look at in a minute. Oh, and also in East Hampshire, yeah, I think my points still stand there. They did get very close, though. They were only about 1,000 away, but yeah, the Tories I don't think we're really going to ever lose it.
As for some seats that I think the Lib Dems probably will take, we got Winchester and Eastleigh. So the boundary changes do sort of even the two out a bit, make Winchester a bit harder, Eastleigh a bit easier, and given that the Lib Dems have had a lot of history in these two seats, both locally and at national elections, I'm actually quite confident the Lib Dems will take both of seats, to be honest.
Yeah, that aged fairly well. Lib Dems did take both of them in the end. Although I think Winchester, they absolutely toppled it. Eastleigh was very close, though. I think unusually so for Lib Dem seats, because the only two seats actually for the Lib Dems were in the hundreds, which was North East Hampshire, as I've just mentioned, which no way the Lib Dems should have ever taken that in the first place, as well as also Ely and East Keynes, which I'll get onto in a minute. Eastleigh was a bit larger, but it was only about like just 1,000, 1,500. And actually, the easier boundary changes probably meant that if this was the whole boundary, maybe the Tories would have held on in Eastleigh. Eastleigh's MP did sit at stand in Hamble Valley, though. But, yeah, I thought Eastleigh's majority would have been a lot larger. But, I mean, they still won both seats, though. So, yeah, I would still consider that a win for me.
One they're probably less likely to take, which I'm going to put in unlikely, is Romsey and Southampton North. Probably Lib Dem as well. I think there is a good chunk of Labour vote that I think you could probably eat into in the Southampton end, but you need a lot of tactical voting, I think, for the Lib Dems to take it. It's the only way I see them actually taking the seat.
Which didn't actually happen. I mean, Lib Dems probably did gain a bit of the vote in the Southampton ends, at least some of the wards on there that estimated to, because Labour's vote was basically nowhere, but yeah, the Tories actually held on there fairly well, to be honest, all things considered, in Romsey and Southampton North. And again, I think that plus the two South West and Surrey seats were basically the only seats where the Lib Dems put a proper targeting campaign in and didn't win them. So I guess corners had to be cut somewhere.
As for some ones that Labour could take, so Southampton Itchen, I'm tempted to put that under extreme marginal, actually. 2017 Labour nearly took it, and by nearly I mean they were like 31 votes away. I think it was the most marginal Tory seat out there, but yeah, the Tory MP there is also standing down as well, so this I think should be a very easy pick-up for Labour. As for, New Forest East and West, those 100% aren't going anywhere. New Forest, it's like one of the safest Tory ends of the country.
Yeah, my point about Southampton is still very much applies. I think I did move it down later in the end, but yeah, that was never surviving. As for the two New Forest seats, yep, they absolutely were going to survive. I do wonder whether they do end up becoming marginals later down the line. I feel like the Greens could do well in New Forest. I feel like they do. I think they do have some councillors there, and it's not one of those sort of very safe Tory areas where maybe there's potential in the future, but in the purposes of what was going on in the general election, no, they were never going to go anywhere. And also, both of the two Tory MPs there are both big Tory grandees, Julian Lewis in East and Desmond Sweeney in West. They've been there forever, and they weren't going to go anywhere.
Ooh, let's look at Portsmouth North. So this is Penny Mordaunt's seat, and I think, given the fact there's a lot of talk on her being the next Conservative leader of the Conservative Party, I probably will put this under toss-up. I think Labour don't seem to be targeting it themselves. Like, Labour's big list of constituencies and that they want to go for. They say that Portsmouth North is not one of their priority seats. I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, they had this in the Blair years as well, so I'm going to stick Portsmouth North here, just because of the sake that if Labour do take Portsmouth North, they have just done a Portillo moment.
Yeah, it kind of was, really. I mean, obviously, this was when we were factoring in Liz Truss losing her seat as well. But from the terms of actually what the effect of it had on the future of the Tory party, yeah, Mordaunt losing Portsmouth North definitely made a big effect on that. And she didn't lose it by much, though. It is worth mentioning. She did have a fair bit of a personal vote there. And for a seat that had a majority of about 15,000 and had been Labour quite comfortably in the Blair years, she did do very well, actually, with her vote share. And, only lost it by, I think, a couple hundred. So, but yeah, that result, though, on paper just looks like any other Tory going down. But because she probably was leadership material, that is probably the closest you've got to Portillo losing Enfield Southgate. Whereas Liz Truss has won, sure, bigger shock factor for a safer seat, but also Truss was already politically done by that point. So, which, again, I'll get onto that. But, yeah, I know, again, putting in toss up, I was kind of right about it.
Oh yeah, and to be honest, after that monologue about Mordaunt, I should probably mention at this point that if somehow there is a Tory MP watching this out here, or for anything, I genuinely apologise because this is probably going to be the most depressing and pessimistic thing that you've probably seen. As you could probably tell by how many of your colleagues would probably be out of a job at the time of the next election, to put it very bluntly.
Yeah, second most, only by the actual election results itself. I think, especially given the fact I could have just lied to him, given the fact a bunch of these seats that I did put down as safe, and they all went in the end. I mean, 2/3 of the Tory MPs did lose their seats in the end, so, oopsie.
Let's start with Basingstoke. Basingstoke. So, also do Aldershot as well, because these two seats are quite similar. Labour's never won either of these two seats, but they have done quite well here in the recent local elections, and they have actually been starting to get votes here. Basingstoke's, I think, about a 14,000 majority. Aldershot, I think, is about 16,000, 17,000. Big on paper, but Aldershot I'm not super confident on, but Basingstoke, I think it is likely that Labour actually do take Basingstoke. I think they are targeting both seats. I think probably they got a bit of adrenaline from the local elections, is my guess. So I think there is a chance for Labour to win those seats.
Yeah, had Labour taken Rushmore Council in the 2023 locals like they did in the 24 ones, I'd have probably put Aldershot a lot higher. It was a council that obviously had never been Labour before, and I think that was quite seismic when Labour did win the council in the 24 locals, which, for context, this was filmed before the 24 locals happened. So if it had happened after, I'd have probably put Aldershot a bit higher, because Labour evidently shows that it could have got its vote in both Farnborough and in Aldershot proper. So, and in Basingstoke, yeah, I think my points on Basingstoke still aged quite well.
Alright, let's finish off Hampshire here. So, Havant, or is it Havant? Haven? No idea, and no, it's not going anywhere. Gosport. Lib Dems at the council, but I'm going to put this next to Romsey. I don't think the Lib Dems might put a bit of work in here, but they might just stick their resources in Winchester and Eastleigh. Fareham and Waterlooville. So this is half of Fareham and about half of Meon Valley, one of the abolished seats now in Hampshire. This is Suella Braverman's seat, and it's not going anywhere. There might, I know there might be like temptation, I think, from Labour or the Lib Dems to put up a big fight against Braverman, but it's important to note though that would you target that seat if, say, she wasn't there? If that was a blank seat that had nobody of importance, which sounds a bit rude saying that out loud, but like if that was just a general Tory backbench MP, which I guess Braverman is actually now, to be fair, but you know what I mean. You wouldn't go after him. It's too big a majority. And speaking for the final one, we got Hamble Valley. Sort of a new seat, but it's got the other half of Fareham. I think, to be honest, this is more likely to flip than Fareham. There are some Lib Dem bits in the seat that I think, because it does get a chunk of Eastleigh as well, including the MP for Eastleigh, Paul Holmes. He is standing here rather than in the actual Eastleigh constituency, so he is going to survive. I'm pretty confident he will. I don't think the Lib Dems will be able to get enough of a showing in the seat, to say the least.
Yeah, a lot of that all aged fairly well as well. Well, it did with Fareham and Waterlooville. Again, also my points about not targeting it just for the sake of who's there definitely still applies. Also very much the case as well for Hamble Valley. Maybe it becomes a Lib Dem target down the line, but they already had to work in getting Eastleigh, and given how close Eastleigh was, I think that's fair, really. Gosport, actually the Lib Dems were virtually nowhere in Gosport at the general election, which did surprise me a bit. I didn't think they'd win it, but also Labour actually were the ones who came second there, which did surprise me. Although, maybe it's just a local thing. It could be. I mean, Lib Dems have some local base in Portsmouth, but they don't in the seats. Havant, though. Okay. Now, this was from before the Tories lost Havant Council in 24, but the thing is, though, is that yes, the Tories did hold the Havant constituency by 92 votes. I already fucked up with North East Hampshire, right? If I'd done put a second Hampshire seat in there and ended up losing it, that would have been mighty embarrassing. But yeah, I thought Havant was as safe Tory as it got, and evidently, I mean, they held it, but fucking hell, just. That really kind of did surprise me. But yeah, the other seats on there I think all had slightly larger majorities. I mean, obviously every Tory majority was going to come crashing down, but yeah, some more than others. So
there were some ones that Labour's probably going to get. Crawley, I think I'm going to put under marginal. I think Labour's done quite well there locally, and Crawley's a standard bellwether seat. I think Labour should be winning Crawley, if we're being honest. East Worthing and Shoreham, I think, is probably just as likely as well. Again, it's a number of seat Labour's never really won before, but it's got about 8,000 majority at the moment. Labour need it if they want a majority, and I think they're half aware of that. For the other Worthing seat, Worthing West, this is not as likely for Labour, but it's still possible. I'm going to stick this under likely. I think Labour do look to be putting a lot of resources there. Worthing used to be quite a very safe Tory town, but it has drifted towards Labour over the last few years. I think some of that momentum can be seized in the general election.
yeah, I didn't really elaborate that much, but one of the reasons why Worthing has sort of turned to Labour quite a bit is because it's kind of become Brighton overspill. Is that a lot of people have moved out from Brighton into the surrounding areas, which does include Worthing. So Labour I think, winning both Worthing seats, especially after they won Ada Council in the 24 locals. I think they were quite well placed to win it. Funnily enough, actually, it was quite funny because on Sky News' election night, they actually incorrectly called East Worthing and Shoreham as a Tory hold, which would have been quite surprising if that did happen, but it didn't. In reality, it was just a mistake. And Crawley as well. Yeah, I was right on the point with Crawley.
Arundel, definitely not. Bognor Regis, probably some Labour vote here, but I don't think that's really going to go anywhere. East Grinstead, Uckfield, I'm half tempted to put this under ultra safe because it's a weird seat as well, and again, a lot of big Tory areas here. It's not going anywhere. Mid Sussex, I'm probably going to put it under. Lib Dems do have a strong standing in this new Mid Sussex seat as well. I'm going to stick it under unlikely. My guess is that the Tories keep Mid Sussex. That is would be my overall prediction. But I think either one of Labour or the Lib Dems could do quite well here and maybe do like an upset or a surprise. I won't rule it out, which is probably why I don't feel comfortable putting it safe. As for Chichester and Horsham, councils that the Lib Dems took locally, Chichester I think more likely. I'm going to stick that in toss-up. I think now obviously Lib Dems, unlike Labour, do quite well in some rural bits, so Chichester losing rural bits to Arundel and South Downs is not necessarily detrimental to the seat, but the Dems will still need to put up a big show here. As for Horsham, I'm going to stick that in unlikely. I found it just as likely as Mid Sussex, I think, for the Lib Dems to take it.
I mean, to be honest, I will very much take the case about Chichester because I think a lot of polling and that didn't actually think the Lib Dems would take Chichester. Yeah. Get my words there. The Lib Dems would take Chichester, and actually they did by like 10,000 votes. I mean, obviously Chichester was Gillian Keegan's seat, was the Education Secretary at the time. Not a very well liked one, I don't think. And I think based on the local results, yeah, I think I was actually quite happy about predicting Chichester. Horsham, yeah, I mean Horsham's majority was the Lib Dems did take Horsham as well, and the majority there was a lot smaller, but yeah, the Lib Dems still won it. And again in Mid Sussex, as I say, I do have this a few times where I thought it might have been a bit of an awkward vote split in Mid Sussex. It wasn't. Labour's vote kind of just all evaporated into the Lib Dem one there, and it got them over. And then the other Tory seats there that they all held, yeah, I was right about all of them.
That's East Sussex. Lewis and Eastbourne, I think. I'm going to stick. Oh, there we go. These should both be marginal. Lib Dems had both before they collapsed in 2015. I'm pretty confident the Lib Dems will take both of these back. As for the rest of Sussex, so Hastings I think is a good Labour target. I think I'm going to stick that as a marginal as well. These two though, nope. I'm fairly confident on those ones.
Yeah, and all of that aged very well. I mean, Bexhill and Battle did have a chicken runner from Crewe and Nantwich, which probably did dent the majority a little bit. I don't actually know if Kieran Mullen had any sort of connection to Bexhill at all, and I think it was quite heavily frowned upon. But Yeah, I mean, he still held the seat for the Tories, so Sussex World stayed as well. Lewis, Eastbourne, and Hastings all did not. So, yeah, got all that pretty well documented and correct.
Okay, Kent. There's a lot here. Christ. Okay, Weald of Kent. Brand new seat this is. It's a lot of the rural bits of Ashford and rural bits of Maidstone. There's like no proper big towns here for Labour to get any sort of vote in. No, it is one of the safest Tory seats, so I'm very confident doing that. There's like a Tonbridge, I think actually I could probably put in here as well.
Yeah, Weald of Kent and Tonbridge, they were never going to go anywhere.
Chatham and Aylesford, again, I'll stick it unlikely. I think it has voted Labour in the past, but out of the 3 Medway seats, this is the most unlikely, I think. As for 2 that are quite likely, I'm gonna do I put Rochester and Gillingham in likely? Because, you know what, controversially, I think I will. I think these used to be quite strong UKIP areas. Rochester actually was UKIP for a brief time. And a lot of these, I think, were areas that Labour could capitalise votes on. Labour, obviously, taking Medway Council was a big part of, was a big sort of moment, I think, in last year's local elections. I think there's a good chance some of that spills out into the general election as well.
Yeah, so the Medway seats Labour did pick all 3 up, including Chatham and Aylesford. The thing is, though, is that on the current rural majorities as it was currently, yeah, Chatham and Aylesford was the largest one, but also, historically, though, they were actually probably all around the same. In fact, Chatham actually could have been more akin to Labour. I think in the 05 election, Rochester and Gillingham were very, very marginal, and I think Chatham was a little bit larger, so... Also, plus at the time, I didn't know that Chatham's MP was standing down as well, who I think she was quite well liked, so that probably had an impact as well, but yeah, Labour picked all 3 up without much issues. Also saw right about the UKIP aspect as well, because the 3 did get massive reform votes too, and under the current polling, could have a good shot in them.
That's another area that Labour took in the local elections. We've got Grevesham. I think I'd put that up in the same spot. Then we got Dartford. So, Dartford. Nice place actually, Dartford. I mean, maybe not everyone's going to agree on that, but I've been through there a few times. Nice crossing actually, and also big bridge, big fuck off bridge. I do like a big bridge to say the least. Where was I? Okay. So this Tories survived really well here in Dartford Council. I think. Now I don't know if the Tories are quite well liked there locally. There's a good chance of it. Obviously, it could also be because of ULEZ. That was still a big issue at the time of the locals. And obviously, Dartford is not in London, but it borders it. It's right next to it. So I imagine there is a lot of that. Probably could have been a big issue. Will that all make sense then for the general election? See, I'm not so sure it will. Dartford has generally been considered to be a very typical bellwether seat. Whoever wins Dartford usually wins the election. Do I put it under likely? I'm going to, but I'm not super confident. Actually, they do win it. I say maybe not so as Grevesham, but that's only purely on what happened on the local results. If I take those out of the equation, it does look like a seat Labour could probably win.
Interesting, really, my different attitude between the 2 seats, because it's hardly down to the local results. Because I think in the general election, the 2 had roughly the same votes of about 2,000 each. Majority-wise, Gravesham's I think was a little bit larger. Yeah, I think obviously Labour did win both, but I mean, Dartford, as I've said, has always been the typical bellwether seat. I wouldn't really say it is much anymore. It's definitely lent a lot more Tory, and as I say, otherwise you'd have expected Labour would have had a much larger majority on it. But yeah, I think where I put them, I still think applies a bit. Also, big fuck off bridge. Anyone who's seen the Marathon of Parliament knows that I do like a big fuck off bridge. I will stand by that.
And as for seats that Labour can't win, Sevenoaks. Yeah, that's not happening. Maidstone, Maidstone and Malling as it is now. Yeah, I think it is likely that Tories do take or do keep Maidstone, sorry, but maybe the Lib Dems go surprise here. I don't know. Tunbridge Wells. Again, probably going to stick London safe as well. Not super confident that the Lib Dems would take this. They do fairly well there locally. It's your very Tunbridge Wells is your very stereotypical Tory seat. I mean, it's quite a well-off place. It's in it's sort of semi-rural. If the Tories lost this, that generally would be a very big surprise, I think, for the election. Not so much so that I think I can put it in ultra safe, but yeah, I think Tunbridge Wells is safe for the Tories.
I mean, it is your very stereotypical Tory seat, but also those sort of seats were also the kind of ones that the Lib Dems were taking, though. So a lot of the ones such as Witney, which obviously was well known because it was David Cameron's old seat, or even just the Tories getting wiped out in Oxfordshire full stop, mostly because of the Lib Dems. So I don't really know if that was really a good enough sort of reasoning I said for Tunbridge Wells. Now, obviously, council-wise, the Lib Dems did do a lot of damage on Tunbridge Wells Council in 2023, but they didn't actually gain it until 2024. So I think after that I was a bit more confident the Lib Dems would take Tunbridge Wells, more so than I was there, though. So I certainly didn't warrant putting it in safe. At least at the absolute worst I would have put it in unlikely if there was a chance that the Lib Dems would have taken it. For Maidstone Sevenoaks, I think my points still very much stand. I think in Maidstone's case, I probably want to stay Tory forever. I think either one of Labour or the Lib Dems in the future will probably take it a couple of elections down the line. But obviously we're still a way off from that, though. Maybe when Reform takes it, if they still do well. But yeah, for the context of the 2024 election, that wasn't really gonna be a target seat for anyone, and Sevenoaks definitely wasn't at all. That's the same as Boyle of Kent and Tunbridge.
Let's clear the rest of Kent up here. So Sittingbourne, I'm going to put under unlikely. Labour's had it in the past, but it's a big fucking majority there at the moment. I think Labour will take a lot to get to overturn that.
Yeah, and I still very much did stand by that. I think Labour only won it by like 300 votes, and also it is worth noticing that this was made before Reform started polling very well. This was before Farage come back and everything, basically. So that probably would have assumed that Reform would have done something in the seat, but not a lot. And I think they played a very big role in splitting the Tory vote there, because the right-wing vote is quite solid in Sittingbourne and Sheppey. Yeah, and given the fact that Labour only won it by 400 votes, that definitely made a big deal. As I say, there was Waveney effect, there was a lot of that, but yeah, I don't regret putting it there, and I don't feel bad about it either. Even though Labour did win it, it was wholly on a split vote, and I think that it very much shows in the results.
Faversham, not confident that anyone's going to win that other than the Tories. Ashford. If this was the old Ashford seat, it'd be one of these two, easily. But because it loses so many Tory bits to our good friend Weald of Kent here, I think there's a good chance that maybe there is an outside chance that Labour takes Ashford. It gets some of the excess bits of Folkestone and Hythe as well, which it does take us some Tory bits of Folkestone and Hythe, but yeah, I think I'm not going to rule it out. I think there's a good chance Labour could get Ashford, but not super likely. I think it's more likely the Tories hold it than don't, and I'll probably put Folkestone and Hythe in there as well. Again, not too super comfortable.
Yeah, that definitely still applied. I mean, Labour did win both, and I think in Ashford's case, that was 100% down to boundary changes. If that was old Ashford in its previous form, yeah, I think Labour would have just run short. Probably would have been about 1,000, 2,000 votes the other way, I'm guessing. But yeah, centre of Ashford, it's got a lot of the demographics you'd have expected. So given the fact that a lot of the seats in unlikely did fall, I think that is probably, at the time, where they probably deserve to be. And the same with Faversham in safe, although Labour did run it very close in Faversham. They're only about 1,500 votes away, so yeah, on a different day, Labour could have won it, but yeah, I think down in safe, though, it is usually a very safe seat. Centre of Faversham is probably where Labour got a good chunk of their vote, but the rest of it, really hostile ground. So yeah, I still feel decent about that one, even though technically if I put Ashford and Folkestone in toss-up, maybe that would have been a bit more appropriate.
After some seats actually that Labour could win, we've got Dover and Deal and we've got East Thanet. So, Dover and Deal I'm actually going to stick in, I think, I'm just going to put under marginal, quite controversially. And for East Thanet I'm going to do the same. So, I put East Thanet, I think East Thanet's more likely than Dover and Deal, but the boundaries here actually look a lot better. This is one of the few cases where the Boundary Commission were actually sensible for once. I mean, no disrespect to my good friends at the Boundary Commission, but like this actually I think made a lot of sense for what they did with these seats, or at least with East Thanet definitely. But this chucks a lot of the sort of Eastern Thanet towns all together, like Margate, Broadstairs, Ramsgate. They're all in here. Whereas I think Dover and Deal, I mean Deal is added to the constituency name. It was always part of the old seat. Those, I think, they're always going to be pretty big Labour targets. Labour took both councils as well, with most of this seats in Thanet Council being in East Thanet. So there is certainly room there for Labour to do well there. As for Herne Bay and Sandwich, which is a weird seat, it's mishmash of excess bits from Canterbury, Dover and Thanet councils. It's also got a lot of the Tory bits though of all three of those councils, and for that I think I'm going to stick... Do I stick in safe or unlikely? There is definitely some spillover here, and I do know a few people in the Herne Bay and Sandwich area that probably think that Labour could win it. I don't think I'm one of them though.
Yeah, I'd say all of that aged fairly well as well. I think Dover and East Thanet, I think, always kind of had a bit of Labour base there, and I think council-wise, Labour getting both councils definitely helped him there. Also, up then Dover, the Tory MP defected to Labour, so had some extra boots on the ground there. Herne Bay and Sandwich, yeah, I mean, the exit poll had that going Labour, but I wasn't so confident myself, just because a lot of the areas there are very sort of old school Tory areas, much like its MP Roger Gale, who's a very old school type Tory, and I think from a lot of what I've heard there, he had a massive personal vote. So yeah, I ain't too surprised about what went on there.
The Isle of Wight. So it's in two constituencies now. So this might sound a bit of a stoner idea, but I generally think probably either one of these seats is probably more likely to be lost than if it was just still one seat. And for the main reason for that, I think, is that there's a lot more of an incentive to go after them now because there's now two of them. I'm going to stick them both under unlikely. I think if this Old Isle of Wight, I'd probably have put the same here as well. I think both seats are about as equal. I think if Labour takes both of them, and I think it would be Labour, the Greens do have some results here locally, but they won't get these nationally. And then again, the Lib Dem used to do really well here, but they've sort of fallen off a bit. I think it's either Labour takes both of them or takes neither of them. And I think Labour won't take either, but I might be proved wrong there. We'll see if I am.
Labour takes either both of them or neither of them. Yeah, neither of those outcomes happened. Labour took one but not the other. And actually, the one that I didn't think, though, in that scenario that Labour would take. I mean, Isle of Wight West, everything I just said, that kind of stuck for it. That was a very straightforward swing, Reform taking a lot of the Tory vote, and Labour sort of coming in through the middle. So that I think was kind of more normal. Isle of Wight East, on the other hand, though, is a little bit more complicated, because the problem is, though, is that there was quite a big Green vote in Isle of Wight East. It kind of wasn't the base Isle of Wight that it tends to stand aside for the Greens in the 2019 election. It could have just been a bit of a cock-up with the Notionals, because the problem was that the Notionals had the votes basically split identical on the two Isle of Wight seats, but in practice, though, on West, the Green vote just completely collapsed in Labour's favour. In East, it didn't, and actually it did take a little bit of Labour's vote to the point that Labour actually came fourth in Isle of Wight East. So, yeah. I probably should have looked more at the Green campaign in Isle of Wight East and probably expected that would have split the vote a bit more, but yeah, I'm not proud of that prediction. Oh dear.
Tewkesbury, I'm going to stick under safe. I'm not convinced that Tewkesbury will go anywhere. Tories lost the council here, but not looking at it. And then North Cotswolds, I think I'll also put under ultra safe as well. It's again, it's another very stereotypical Tory seat, and there's not really much of a fight back from any of the other parties here. I know Lib Dems do have Cotswold Council, but most of their vote, I think, is based in the bits that come under this seat, South Cotswolds. Which, again, I don't think is going to be a massive likely seat for the Lib Dems to take. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe Lib Dems do take it, but I'm not going to be super confident. Stroud, I think, should be quite an easy Labour gain. They 100% need it if they want a majority. Gloucester, I think, is going to be a bit more tricky. I'll put Gloucester under likely, but again, Labour definitely need Gloucester if they want a majority. Cheltenham's got like a majority of 900 for the Lib Dems. I'll put that one next to Carshalton. That should be taken by the Lib Dems, ideally for them. As for the Forest of Dean, maybe Labour win it. Greens have quite a big showing here as well. So Labour would probably need to eat into a lot of that Green vote, but yeah, I'm not super confident that Labour take Forest of Dean.
Yeah, that absorption of Green vote is actually exactly how Labour ended up winning Forest of Dean in the end of the locals. Not by a lot. There was only about 290 odd votes in it. So, yeah. So, to be honest, for everything considered in there, if I just put it one up and toss up, which I probably should have done in reality, then I think that's fine. North and South Cotswolds, that will sort of apply to. Again, South Cotswolds, I think, was just me being a little bit unsure on what would happen with Lib Dem seats. That one I probably should have predicted a bit more, but the Northern Wiltshire ends, I just weren't sure what was going to happen with that. Cheltenham, Stroud, Gloucester, yeah, that all makes sense, though. Tewkesbury, I got horribly wrong, though, and I think, yeah, in absolutely none of my predictions did I think Tewkesbury was going to go Lib Dem, and it did in the end. So, yeah. At least South Cotswold, I had an idea that the Lib Dems were kind of going at that, even if I just didn't sort of put the swing in my head, because I just didn't know what the Lib Dem swing was going to be when I did this. Tewkesbury, on the other hand, no, that just aged really badly. I didn't even consider it, and I really should have done, so oh well.
As for some of these other seats, East Wiltshire, 100% no way. Salisbury, and I think South West Wiltshire. And then Chippenham. I'm going to stick this under toss-up. It's a very drastically different seat that to the old Chippenham constituency, because it eats into a big chunk of North Wiltshire, one of the now abolished constituencies that I think is like half Chippenham, half North Wiltshire, if I remember that correctly. I can't remember. The other half of that goes into Melksham and Devizes, which I'm going to stick in safe. It'll be the Lib Dems if they put a target, if they actually do well here. I'm not so convinced they will. So we'll stick that in safe as well for the time being.
Yeah, that didn't age well for Melksham and Devizes. Chippenham it did. I think my points on that still very much counted, eating into the Northern Wiltshire bits. There's sort of a bit what I said for South Cotswolds could apply there as well. Because technically it's more Chippenham, Corn and Wootton Bassett. It's interesting how it does the boundaries there. But the problem is, though, is that if the old Chippenham seat was not really that broad. Like, Chippenham and Melksham were quite similar towns, though. So the fact that I split Melksham up and thought it would be safe, I really shouldn't have done it. I mean, granted, I wasn't super confident the Lib Dems were going to take Melksham and Devizes, but I should have at least put it a bit closer up towards where Chippenham was, at least in unlikely. I think safe, I think. Yeah, I must have known the Lib Dems should have had a slight chance there, and I didn't put that in, so that was a miss on my step. The other three seats, East Wiltshire, South West Wiltshire, and Salisbury, yeah, that all still very much applied. I thought Salisbury would have been a bit closer. I thought that would have at least gone to like a 1,500, 2,000. I think it was a bit larger, it was about 3,000, 5,000 to 5,000. South West Wiltshire similarly, so yeah, as I say, what's there is technically correct, so I'll take it where I can, really.
Swindon. Okay, so Swindon South Labour should easily take. They got almost like every council seat there, so that should be a good one for them. Swindon North's a lot harder. I think there's a bit more rural bits to it. If the locals are anything to go by, though, Labour should take Swindon North.
Yep, that still absolutely applies for Swindon. As I say, even when what currently happens, Swindon South, I think, sitting on like an 8,000-9,000 majority. Swindon North sitting on a couple thousand. So, yeah, for what was there, that still wholly holds up.
Let's look at Thornbury and Yate. This, I think, used to be Lib Dem. I think there's a good chance they can pick it up again. And then Filton and Bradley Stoke. So, South Gloucestershire areas here. I think... likely... high up end of likely, I think.
Yeah, Labour actually did really well taking Filton and Bradley Stoke. It's about 10,000 majority now, though, which is... that's pretty damn impressive, actually, for it. And then, obviously, yeah, Lib Dem's taking Thornbury and Yate. Maybe I could have put it in marginal, but... yeah, that all still very much stood by as planned.
This is an interesting one. North East Somerset and Hanham, seat of the Right Honourable Jacob Rees-Mogg. Don't know if you've ever heard of him at all. It's a very different seat, though, to the old North East Somerset, because it's half of the old seat and it's half of Kingswood. Mainly Tory bits of Kingswood. So I think that is going to be something that gets in Labour's way. That being said, though, Labour is probably going to put a bigger campaign and target here. I do think Labour, not the Lib Dems, but there is going to be a big campaign here, I think, to get Jacob Rees-Mogg out. From Labour personally, I imagine. So, for that reason alone is probably why I think it just about nips itself into toss-up, because I think Labour are going to put more resources here than they probably should do, or more than I'd recommend, to say the least.
I was right about the fact that Labour were going to put a lot of resources in there to get him out, and sure enough, they did. And I think the majority, actually, that Labour got there is quite impressive, actually. They got like about 5,000-6,000 majority, something like that. Let me have a double check, actually, what it was. Yeah, 5,000. That's actually kind of good, all things considered. So, yeah, that aged quite well, to be honest. I think the only thing I did get a bit wrong was I think Hanham was not super Tory area. I think there are some Labour bits of it, but yeah, that I think still fully applies though.
As for North Somerset and Western Supermare, I think both of these go into unlikely. I think again there's a good chance that Labour do pick them both up. The majorities aren't massive, but I don't see it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm now definitely seeing why I kind of got some of these. I was a little bit too timid, to say the least, about a lot of these unlikely seats, because a lot of them did go in the end. Both Western Supermare and North Somerset fell to Labour. Western Supermare, I think, fell by about 3,000 odd majority. Quite solid for Labour there. North Somerset, there was nothing in it. It was only about 600. So, yeah, interesting one there, really. But, yeah, Labour did a pretty good job again, both of them. I probably maybe should have put Western Supermare a bit higher. That one probably was more likely to flip than North Somerset, and the results do show it, but oh well.
And then we got a lot of Somerset seats. Again, most of these I think will be good Lib Dem targets. Taunton I think is quite a good Lib Dem target. Taunton and Wellington. Yeovil as well. Wells and Mendip Hill, which is very different to Old Wells. I'm going to stick it under toss-up. I still think there's a good chance Lib Dems can take it. Glastonbury and Somerton I'll put under likely. Big Tory majority there, or at least there was, but obviously Lib Dems won Somerton and Froome the by-election, Froome and East Somerset, which, to be honest, I think it'd probably go under toss-up. I used to think that I think Labour had a good chance of winning this. I definitely think that Labour are sort of giving up here, and I think the by-election was anything to go by when Labour did pretty terrible. So that's going to be my guess. I think Glastonbury and Somerton is more likely than... Actually, you know what? Maybe I'm a bit more pessimistic. I think maybe Labour do eat into a few votes here from the Lib Dems, but I'm not super confident.
Yeah, I was right the first time about Froome and East Somerset. Labour absolutely were nowhere in the seat, and they basically did give up on it. As for the other seats that were on there, yeah, Lib Dems basically won all the ones I've just mentioned there, and a lot of them by quite solid margins. Like, when the Lib Dems won Wells in 2010, it was only by about 400 votes. They've won it by over 10,000 now. Taunton was in 5 figures, so was Yeovil. Yeah, they did pretty damn well, actually, to get a lot of those seats, and the majorities definitely show it.
As for Bridgewater... unlikely as well. I think if this was the old Bridgewater and West Somerset, see, it'd go under like one of these two easily. But a lot of the West Somerset end, which is very, very safe Tory, goes here in Tiverton and Minehead. And I think Labour does have a chance of getting a lot of the bits of Bridgewater that fall under the actual town itself. Speaking of Tiverton and Minehead, again, it's got Lib Dem potential. I don't think the Lib Dems are really going to go after it. It's a weird mishmash seat, which, as I say, mishmash seats I think are the trickier ones I think to predict, but yeah, it's working what you can do with those.
Yeah, so that bit didn't age as well as the rest of Somerset. Bridgewater, I was kind of right on, because Tories did hold Bridgewater in the end by only about 1,000 odd majority behind Labour, because it was the only Somerset seat that was a Tory Labour marginal rather than a Lib Dem one. Everything that was Lib Dem fell, including, funnily enough, Tiverton and Minehead. Yeah, I genuinely do not know why I didn't think the Lib Dems would have a shot. I don't know if it's just because the majority was just so big on paper that I just thought, well, the Lib Dems wouldn't really go for it. But the majority was about the same as Honiton and Sidmouth, which obviously was the other part of the by-election that the Lib Dems won there. So, and the other thing is, I am right that mishmash seats are usually some of the more awkward ones, like Arundel and South Downs, for example. The Lib Dems have always had quite a strong base in West Somerset as well, though, so I don't know if that point really stood by. So, and yeah, I think I should have at least seen there was a chance the Lib Dems could have gained Tiverton in my head. The irony actually being, though, is that Bridgewater and West Somerset's MP actually stood in Tiverton and Minehead, which is the smallest chunk of the seat that he was of this old seat, and actually lost it. If he stayed in Bridgewater, he would have won. So, oopsie, it happens. I mean, granted, I kind of thought the same thing, but yeah, results speak for themselves.
North Dorset, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. A lot of these rural ones are not really going to have Labour's vote. Like West Dorset could be a Lib Dem target, not one I'm very confident that they'll win though. Now we do have local elections coming up in Dorset this year. That might tell a different story, but as far as and the Tories are most likely certainly to lose Dorset Council. They've got a majority, I think, of about 1 or 2 currently, and that was last up in 2019. So yeah, if the locals of last year were anything to go by, Tories are probably going to take a battering here. Let's think of some more seats. So Mid Dorset and North Poole was one the Lib Dems used to have, much like Wells actually, so I'll stick that under toss up because I think maybe the Lib Dems do take it back. More likely than West Dorset, in my opinion. Some people might disagree with me on that, but I think there is probably more base, I think, for the Lib Dems to win in Mid Dorset. And then we've got South Dorset. So, Labour used to have South Dorset. It was, I think, the only seat... Labour, ironically, didn't have it in 97, but did in 2001. One bit of trivia there. But... see, I don't think Labour... I could put it under toss-up, but the issue is, though, is that you've got the town of Weymouth in South Dorset, which is... That's where Labour's going to get most of their votes. The issue that you've got, though, is that the rest of South Dorset, sort of like Purbeck area, that Labour's got nothing there. So that's probably why I think... If Weymouth was like a constituency in its own right, I'd probably say Labour takes it. But there's a lot of rural Toriness in that end of South Dorset that I just don't think Labour's going to flip.
I mean, admittedly, my concerns for South Dorset were fairly reasonable, to be honest. I think it is a very polarising seat. It's kind of 2 seats in one, really. Because the Purbeck Western rural end, yeah, it's as Tory as it gets. But also the southern end around the town of Weymouth is quite solidly Labour. So my point on that still very much stands by. It was just a case to say of whether the Tory vote turned out at all. It didn't, or at least not for the Tories. So the Labour did win South Dorset in the end by about 1,000 votes, I think, and almost all of that would have come from Weymouth, which I think actually that is larger than the majorities it had in the Blairs. Definitely 01's majority. It was only a few hundred then, but 05's I can't remember what that was. That might have been bigger. Yeah, what I said about West Dorset, North Dorset, Mid Dorset, North Poole, all very much still stood by as well. Lib Dems actually did have a larger majority in in West Dorset than they did Mid Dorset, but they did still win both of them. And again, West Dorset's another case of I probably should have expected the Lyddons to have had a chance at. I did down the line. I think I was too timid predicting a lot of them, but yeah, that I think parts of that I think still very much still stand ground.
As for some of these other, Christchurch, no way. Poole, I don't reckon is going to go anywhere either. I don't think it's as safe as Christchurch is, but I'm not really going to put anything on it. I don't think there's anything I can really say.
Christchurch that absolutely still applies for, and it very much aged that way. Poole, on the other hand, though, yeah, I mean, to be honest, until the day before the election, I still would have stood by those words. I think, and given the fact that Labour didn't really throw much of a campaign in Poole, and the fact that they only won it by 18 votes in the end, yeah, I think the seat definitely, I think, qualifies for the really outlandish game that you only gain by a couple of votes. And yeah, I mean, technically it's the second most marginal seat. The first is Hendon, which I've already talked about shit that is. But if Poole was the literal most marginal seat, yeah, I could see it. Like, being right on the edge there. I mean, more so than say if it was like Haven, for example. But yeah. Yeah, Poole, although I was quite negative about, and I didn't expect, I think it is, I know I feel like I'm making excuses here, but I can kind of see it for being that low down. For the majority it was, at least. If it was anything more than 1,000, I would have probably gone, oh, fucking hell, okay, but, alright.
The Bournemouth seats, yeah, these, again, these are quite similar seats, I think, to, say, Basingstoke. Similar majority. I mean, the Bournemouth seats, actually, I think have a smaller majority, but there are a lot. Actually, no, it's actually pretty easy Worthing and Shoreham. So, you know what? I changed my mind. Let's put them in marginal. Labour definitely need both seats to get a majority, even though they've never actually won either of them before.
Yeah, I think what's said about the Bournemouth seats, I think, still applies as well. I think maybe that's one of the reasons why Labour gained a Poole, and the others have spill over from that, but yeah, that needed a lot of local correlation, and it did all happen. So, yeah, nothing really much to go on there.
Starting with North Devon, this should, this will be, I think, a pretty good Lib Devon gain. I'm not 100% confident again. Like, they're in Central Devon. This is a weird seat. It's got bits of West Devon, bits of Tynebridge, bits of Mid Devon. Might even have a bit of Exeter in, I'm not 100% sure. So it's a mishmash of everything, but despite the fact that a lot of places seem to rank this as possibly being a Labour gain, its majority isn't too big, I'm not convinced. Like, compared to some of these other ones in Unlikely, I think like Ashford or Folkestone and Ive is more likely to flip at Central Devon, and so is South Dorset, if I'm being honest. I'm going to fairly I can't even say controversially, right? I'm going to very controversially put it in safe.
Yes, Central Devon. So it's also worth noting that this is Mel Stride's seat. He was, I think, working pension secretary at the time, and did actually talk a lot for the Tories on the election campaign, and he's now Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. Yeah, so the Tories did survive here in the end in the general election by 61 votes. Very, very marginal. Which is quite ironic that it's right next to Poole in the list. I think my points though about it not being a seat that you'd expect Labour to pick up definitely makes sense, because Labour's got virtually no councillors in the area that covers it, and it's a lot of mishmash of all sorts of council areas that none of which are really where Labour's the strongest, really. And I think back when it was first created in 2010, I think the Lib Dems were actually fairly close to having it. So the fact that Labour ran it as close as they did, I think is still very impressive for Labour. Even if I know the raw majority in 2019 was only about 17,000, and Labour were taking seats with majorities bigger than that. So the fact that the Tories only barely hung on there, I can kind of see. I think I did move it up actually back into Unlikely, because I just felt like with how small the majority was on paper, I think couldn't really have put it there without something external like what happened with Ruislip Northwood Pinner. But yeah, the fact though that the Tories barely hung on in that, Yeah, that does sound about right. I think maybe if I probably would have expected a little bit more, but yeah, it's just where the fuck is those Labour votes coming from there? Because again, I still stand by the fact the seat really does not look like a Labour seat at all. But well, what do you know?
Newton Abbot, I think. So this is, I think, most of Tonbridge Council. Again, I don't think there's enough in here for the Lib Dems to get it over in a general election. Like locally, they did quite well. They took time. I mean, Lib Dems have been on and off in Tonbridge Council for a while, but they do have some support there. Turridge and Tavistock. So, yeah, it's got most. Entirety of Turridge Council plus about half of West Devon, which is Tavistock area. It used to be called Turridge and West Devon until these boundary changes. Yeah, it's the Tories have been losing a few votes there within the local elections, but they won't in the general. It's too safe, I think, for the Tories. As for Honiton and Sidmouth, so I think there's a good chance that he retakes it.
Realised I forgot to talk about North Devon. I might as well do it in this bit. Again, another case of I probably should have expected the Lib Dems were going to take it. As for some of the other seats, Turridge and Tavistock, I probably shouldn't have put that down in ultra safe, all things considered, because the Lib Dems did used to have it back in 97 and 01. It didn't seem like they were targeting it that much, though, in this general election. I don't know why, because, I mean, Geoffrey Cox has not exactly shrined himself in glory, so he would have been quite an easy just one to pick off, really, especially given the amount of seats the Lib Dems did take in Devon. But, yeah, I'd have probably put it in either safe or unlikely if I was doing it retrospectively. But, yeah, ultra safe, I think, might have been a little bit too harsh. And then Honiton Sidmouth, yeah, again, the raw majority in Honiton Sidmouth was massive, but then again, I think when the Lib Dems have already won a by-election there, it's, you know, they're going to go after it again, and sure enough, that's exactly what they did.
Okay. I genuinely have no idea where we're going to put Exmouth and Exeter East. See, so this is most of old East Devon, but it's not so simple for that, because East Devon's a weird constituency. It's normally been like a very safe Tory one. It's like one of the longest lasting Tory constituencies. But the thing is, though, is that it's had a very strong independent here for quite a while, who I don't believe is actually standing at the next election. So, and it also takes in more bits from Exeter, as sort of the name suggests, which obviously, if Exeter was like a toss-up seat, then probably wouldn't make much difference, but Exeter is very much a safe Labour area, so my guess is that Labour I don't know what happens here. I'm going to be very blunt. I'm going to put it under unlikely, just for the sake that if I don't know what's going to happen here, and to be honest, most of the other parties don't either, it is likely the Tories hold on here. Like the Exmouth end, the bits of East Devon, very unfriendly land to Labour there, because, I mean, Labour lost a deposit, I think, in East Devon, which is a bit embarrassing for a seat that wasn't even like a main Lib Dem target, for example.
Exmouth and Exeter East. Fucking hell, yeah. When I said that nobody had any idea what was going to go on here, I bloody stand by that. And to be honest, I think, yeah, not even MRPs thought what was going to happen there, because I think there were different ones that had all four parties winning it. Like Tories were in one, Labour was in one, Lib Dems were in one, Reform was in one. So, yeah, and as I say, all of the reasons why I kind of explained in the video. So, yeah, that I think all definitely still stands by. That being said, what actually happened there, because I didn't know what the result was going to happen, what did happen there in the end is definitely not what I was expecting. It was basically, so the Tories did hold on, and although that does kind of match what's in the graph here of me putting it in unlikely, so the Tories held on by the absolute skin of their teeth. There's only 121 votes in it between Tories and Labour. Lib Dems weren't too far behind that, and Reform weren't too far behind that. I think it's one of the smallest percentages that the Tories won, or anybody actually won, in the whole general election. And yeah, that's going to make it quite interesting for the future, really. But I do have to say that is not what I was expecting for Exmouth and Exeter East. But the fact that no one knew what was going on there, completely stand by it. And I'm actually I was almost kind of right, actually, about it, saying that there'd be a bit of a of a mix-up that would probably let the Tories in. Didn't realise just how close the mix-up would be, though. That's the only thing. But, yeah, you know what? I'll take it. I will take it. Even though, I will admit, that was by complete accident.
So, that, on more brighter news for Labour, though, we've got Plymouth Moorview. So, big majority there currently. Johnny Mercer's a known face in the Tory party. He's the MP here. He's not surviving. I'm pretty confident in saying this. Again, I'm not tempted enough to put it under extreme marginal because it's a big majority there currently. It is about 12,000, but Labour locally, Labour took almost every seat, every ward in the council, and doesn't mean everything. But if I was Mercer, I would not look at that and think that would be that's optimism, to say the least. So, finish Devon off here a bit. So, South Devon, this is Old Totnes. I don't reckon this is going to go anywhere. Southwest Devon, I think I'll put in the same as well. It's weird to see. It's got about half of Plymouth. It's left over eastern end of Plymouth, plus bits of South Hams as well.
So everything I've said that did kind of apply for Southwest Devon fairly well. Not South Devon, though. I think the thing is, though, the Lib Dems did throw a fair bit of a campaign up there, both through tactical voting and just a general one. They won South Hams Council primarily for a lot of the areas around Totnes, so I've got no idea why I didn't put it higher. I think retrospectively thinking, I should have put South Devon a lot higher, and in one of my general election predictions just before, I did assume it would go higher, but yeah, I don't know why I didn't put that higher, to be honest. I say Southwest Devon, that all still stands by. Also, I forgot to talk about Plymouth Moorview and Newton Abbot. Plymouth Moorview, yeah, that all lays perfectly. Newton Abbot, again, I didn't even think the Lib Dems were even that targeted much, though. So, the fact that the Lib Dems won it, I think, did kind of it didn't surprise me, but also, yeah, I think that was another case where I just thought, ooh, good for them. Good, that's a good seat to take, really. So, yeah, not much more I can really say about that.
As for Torbay, so this feels a bit weird, given to say that that Torbay Council in the local elections was one of two councils that the Tories actually gained. The other being Wyre Forest or Weir Forest. We'll get onto that one in a bit. But there is still a very strong Lib Dem base here in Torbay. Not enough that I think they'll probably take the seat, but definitely enough, though, that I don't think I can safely say it's a safe Tory seat.
Yeah, the Lib Dems did take Torbay. I think I looked too much into local elections, and to be honest, Torbay was one of the reasons, because I'm not sure, I think the Tories and Lib Dems did run each other very close in the locals, and obviously with higher turnout, more tactical voting, that was probably always going to go in the Lib Dems' favour. And also, plus, I think some of the Tory bits were some of the ends that ended up in South Devon, which the Lib Dems also took, so, you know, that doesn't really fit my argument. But, yeah, I probably should have put that at least in toss-up with the rest of the Lib Dem seats. Especially given the fact that the Lib Dems did actually used to have it.
And then finally, finishing off the southwest, we've got all the Cornwall seats. So, North Cornwall, I think I can put that right next to where I put North Devon, which is in toss-up. I think probably more chance I think the Lib Dems take that than Torbay. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I think it's mostly going to be a Lib Dem target. Labour certainly won't go after North Cornwall. So, and then as for other Cornwall seats, the South East Cornwall, I have heard some that say that maybe Labour could have a shot here. I'm not convinced on that, personally. I'm kind of tempted to put it in safe because also Labour have a lot of other seats they need to take in Cornwall, so I'm not 100% convinced on that one. As for these others, St Ives is probably going to be Lib Dem. It's about 2,000 majority at the moment, which probably could mean I could put it under extreme marginal. 2017, I think it was in triple figures. But the Lib Dems are already sort of at their ceiling here with St Ives. It's so what they'll be mostly hoping on is that the Tories actually collapse a lot in votes. That, I think, will be how the Lib Dems take the seat. As for these others, so St Austell Newquay is probably the safer of the three remaining seats for Labour. It used to be Lib Dem, but I think has drifted to Labour a bit. I think there's still a good chance that Labour takes it. And then as for Truro, Falmouth and Camborne and Redruth, anyway, yeah, both seats are marginal. I think one is more than the other. Like, I think one of them's about 2,000 majority. I think Truro's the one that is. Again, I think it's just they're both within that bandwidth, though, where I think they both go under marginal. So.
Yeah, so the Tories did lose everything in Cornwall in the end. South East Cornwall was only the only one I got really wrong, and actually I will hold my hands up against that one, because even until election day I was still on the case of, now surely Labour doesn't win South East Cornwall. I mean, they've never done before, it doesn't have all of the votes you'd expect for them. Yeah, I will hold my hands up for that one. The rest of them I got fairly on the mark, really. I mean, North Cornwall, maybe I should have, again, common recurring thing with the Lib Dems, I should have probably anticipated maybe there would have been a bigger swing. I mean, the Lib Dems have that by like 10,000 majority now, and same with St Ives, massive one there too. The other Labour seats, they didn't win massively, but there is still some strong vote shares there, and yeah, other than South East Cornwall, I'm fairly happy with my Cornish prediction.
Watford should be a nice, easy Labour gain. I'll stick that under marginal. As for other Labour gains here, Stevenage, I think, is a likely one as well. Do I put under likely or do I put under marginal? It's about the same majority, I think, as Camborne and Redruth. It's about 8,000 Stevenage, and Labour's at the council there for fuck knows how long. As for everywhere else here, okay, Broxbourne, I'm pretty confident it's not going anywhere. It's very, very stable Tory area in Broxbourne as well. The actual physical majority isn't huge, but the swings in Broxbourne have been tiny. You look at this in the local elections, that Broxbourne's a council that's always up in thirds. For literally like the last 5 or 6 elections, I think, literally no seats have flipped whatsoever. So, yeah, Broxbourne, I definitely not going anywhere.
Yeah, I was actually kind of happy with my point on there about Broxbourne, because what's quite interesting was around election night, Broxbourne's former MP, Charles Walker, was on the news talking a bit about it, and he actually very much turned around and said, no, the exit poll is not going to be right here, because look at what's happened locally in Broxbourne. The Tories have held on everything there, and Labour's gained basically nothing, because the exit poll did have Broxbourne going Labour, and I at the time thought, fuck off, is it going Labour? And sure enough, me and Charles Walker were proved absolutely right. Broxbourne didn't, just because there's a lot of areas that are solidly Tory, and it is that idea of a stable majority. I like to say Watford and Stevenage, which, yeah, I think they were very easy ones to predict and pick up.
Hartford and Stortford, I think, is another one. I don't fully feel comfortable putting Hartford and Stortford under safe, because there are definitely areas that I think Labour could take in it, but looking at a lot of these other areas here, I'm not super convinced that Labour is going to be taking Hartford and Stortford. It is definitely more likely, I say, that Tories will hold on there. As for some of these others, Welwyn Hatfield's Grant Shapps to see. He is most certainly gone. I'm pretty confident it's about 10k majority at the moment, which feels a bit big to put in marginal, but actually, you know what, maybe I will bring it down to likely, because it's not as... A lot of the 10,000 majorities here are quite unstable, whereas Welwyn Hatfield, there is a fairly strong Tory areas in there, but yeah, it still won't be enough to save him, I think. As for some of these others, Hertsmere, I'm similar to Broxbourne, it's not really going anywhere. Oliver Dowden's seat, by the way, current Deputy PM. North East Herts again, it's a weird seat, this one. It's sort of eastern end of North Hertfordshire and sort of northern end of East Hertfordshire. Yep, confusing, I know, but there are possibly some bits here in Labour that actually, you know what, I'll put it next to Hertford and Stortford. I think it's just a lot of rural bits though.
Yeah, I do wondering whether I should have put North East Herts and Hertford and Stortford a bit higher, because Labour did gain both of them in the end. The local results didn't really tell a lot, because Hertford and Stortford, the Greens did quite well there, and North Hertfordshire, Labour, I think, were doing exceptionally well there, and in the 24 locals, Labour were one away from taking it, so they did do a pretty damn good job of nearly getting there. But yeah, I think I predicted them alright. Maybe I could have just been a little bit more charitable, but the ideas were still the same. And obviously Hertsmere going absolutely nowhere. yeah, that I predicted right as well. And Welland Hatfield, I'd say it was quite close on the mark with as well.
Speaking of which, the main seat of North Herts Council is this one, Hitchin. It's a very different seat to the old Hitchin, Hitchin Harpenden, because it's essentially the western half of North Herts Council plus some bits in Bedfordshire as well. Stick it under likely because it's big majority there currently, or at least it's expected to. The Lib Dems do seem to be having a bit of a poke at this one. I don't think that's really a good idea for them because I think Labour would be the ones to go for Hitchin. I think they're a bit more comfortable there. Where I think the Lib Dems would be better though is in the other half of the broken up seat, and it's this one, Harpenden and Berkhamsted. Which I'm tempted to put under toss up because for a similar case as a lot of these other seats here.
Yeah, I think that still aged quite well for Hitchin and Harpenden. I think, I think the Lib Dems kind of gave up on Hitchin once. I think you had Alistair Strathern who stood there, who obviously won the Mid Bedfordshire by-election. So Labour already had someone who was quite embedded there. But also the case that locally wise, Hitchin did make sense, I think, more for a kind of Labour target, whereas Harpenden and Berkhamsted, it's that sort of more kind of affluent area where the Lib Dems are a lot better at being the main challenger. And I think it's a very good tactical voting example because as soon as that was sort of established, they kind of just focused on their own seats and they won both of them in the end. So, yeah, some of these things do come across quite well in that regards.
Finishing off Hertfordshire, South West Herts, it's changed a bit to be that of Three Rivers Council, which is where the Lib Dems have always done quite well in. Not super convinced that they'll win it though. And then Hemel Hempstead, I'm going to stick this under likely. Big majority in Hemel Hempstead though. I think boundary changes are a bit easier for Labour because I think there are some rural bits that are lost to Harpenden and Berkhamsted, but I think I'm not sure if Berkhamsted fell under this old seat or whether it falls under old South West Hertfordshire, but either way it's not there anymore and this should be within Labour's favour.
So to actually quickly answer that question, Berkhamsted did fall under old South West Herts alongside Tring. But I think Hemel Hempstead, I definitely got that one right for. And same with South West Herts, to be honest, I'd say. I think South West Herts, a lot of people didn't know what to do with that one. You had some exit poll thought it would go Labour, and you did see some MRPs that decided maybe it could go Labour, maybe it could go Lib Dem. On paper, it looked like it would go more Lib Dem, and they did come second there in the general election, but I don't think they targeted it that much, which is weird because they have Three Rivers Council. I don't think they don't anymore. I think they've just fallen short of the majority. But yeah, I don't know whether they just didn't put a bigger effort into it. I don't know if they were too focused in Harpenden, but the tactical voting not being clear, even though it probably should have been, I think was definitely contributed to the Tories hanging on there.
Let's get the weird one out of the way. Mid-beds. So after basically months, because think of how long that by-election took for essentially tactical voting to wonder whether Labour or the Lib Dems would be better. It turns out it was Labour when they actually won the by-election, which again, if that by-election didn't happen, it would probably end up right here. But given the fact that Labour has won it, we have also got to think though for the new seat though, because Mid-Bed in the constituency for the by-election, the three main towns within Mid-Bedfordshire, I don't remember all their names, but one of them is now part of Hitchin, the seat that literally just went ahead and did, so that is probably not going to be that much in Labour's in fact, you know what, I'm going to throw it under toss-up, because out of all the seats that Labour have won in the by-elections, and I'm also assuming that they win Wellingborough and Kingswood as well next month, that one I think is actually probably going to be the least likely that Labour holds on to. Because also I just don't think the boundary changes are that kind to Labour in the seat.
What do you know? That's exactly what happened. Again, also, the other thing I didn't mention, which I don't know if that was the case at the time, but as I sort of mentioned with Hitchin, is that the guy who won the Mid-Bedfordshire by-election, Alistair Strathern, stood in Hitchin because a bit of his seat fell over into it for the boundary changes. So Labour actually also didn't have an incumbent in Mid-Bedfordshire at that point either. So Yeah, I think the Tories did win it by about 1,000 or so votes at the end there, but yeah, I think I predicted that one quite well actually, and I think also in my prediction list I actually did have the Tories regaining their Bedfordshire. So yeah, I'll take that. I will take that.
And then North Bedfordshire, no. Again, I wouldn't put it under ultra safe. It does have some of those external rural bits outside of Bedford, but no, it's not going to be enough for Labour to flip it. And then we've got Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard. This is basically old southwest Bedfordshire. Again, I just don't think there's enough in here for Labour to actually flip it. Maybe there is. Like, I think there are some bits in the town. So you can throw it up into toss up. Yeah, I'm going to rather controversially put it under toss-up. I think maybe if Labour's able to take a fair bit out of those two towns, I think I'm not sure if boundary changes are kind to Labour or not. I don't remember them that well in that area, but yeah, that's going to be a very unsure guess, really.
Again, that kind of stayed that way as well. I mean, North Bedfordshire, I was right about. The exit poll wasn't. They thought Labour were going to win that, and even though it really doesn't look like a seat that Labour would win, Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard, I think, given everything that I've been saying, unlikely does make sense for what happened in the end, because Labour did win it by only like 200 votes, so it was very, very close. So yeah, I'd say Bedfordshire I got pretty bang on, to be honest.
And then we got Cambridgeshire. So let's start with all the safe seats. North East Cambs, it's definitely not going anywhere. Fenland Council, which I think is identical to North East Cambs constituency, is one of the safest Tory areas in the country. I'm fairly confident about that. North West Cambs I don't think is much better. It is, despite what the name suggests, it actually has a lot of the excess of Peterborough, which is quite funny, but especially more so than the old constituency. But Labour's already got enough on their plate with trying to deal with Peterborough. I'm not sure whether trying to overspill and gamble on this one is a good idea. I'm going to put it on unlikely. Again, maybe Labour prove me wrong and win it, but I'm not so confident that they will.
Well, masterful gambit, Peterborough Labour, because, yeah, Labour did win North West Cambridgeshire, just 39 votes in it, but, yeah, that's, but I think what makes it just so funny, though, is also when you consider what the Peterborough result is. I mean, first of all, yeah, the thing about North East Cambs I was absolutely right on, but, oh god, what did I say about Peterborough?
And on the subject of Peterborough, I don't want to put it under extreme marginal because there are definitely some Tory bits in Peterborough that I think will be quite difficult to overturn. Tory majority there's only about 2,000 currently, which is nothing. That probably would expect me to put it under extreme marginal, but locally though the Tories hold on there quite well. The council's a lot bigger, and a lot of the Tory areas don't necessarily fall under the constituency, but compared to a lot of the other seats, though, it's one that it does very much flip between the Tories and Labour. So Labour should win it; they absolutely need it if they want a majority. But it wouldn't be one where, say, if you re-round the 2019 election and Labour would take it back.
Uh-oh. Okay, at least in my defence, I don't think anyone thought that would happen, but yeah, I mean, just for some context, I was right in there when I did say that Peterborough's majority in 2019 was only 2,000, so you'd expect it would have gone to a massive Labour majority. It didn't. Labour won it by 118 votes, which actually is the fourth most marginal seat, with North West Cambridgeshire next to it being the third. The fact that I nearly put an extreme marginal was a bit embarrassing as well. As I say, similar case to Hendon, where a couple hundred votes the other way, and would have been looking at a Tory seat there. I mean, I actually spoke with Peterborough's new Labour MP a few months back, kind of asking him what happened there, and he and I don't think he really liked the fact that I asked him this question, but he very bluntly just told me, yeah, it was all down to Gaza, which I can believe, because there is quite a high Muslim population in Peterborough, and also the fact that I think the Tory MP who lost, Paul Bristow, who's also now the mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, was actually quite pro-Palestine himself. So I think Bristow did have a bit of a personal vote for him there, and yeah, so I think there are elements why I can understand it was as close as it was, but literally in every single fucking election, Peterborough's majority has been a tiny little sliver. It's... oh, the state fucking fascinates me, but... yeah, much like Hendon, I very nearly had egg on my face with that one. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
South Cambs and Ely and East Cambs I think I could do together. Both of these are quite big Lib Dem targets. I think it's quite beneficial for the Lib Dems as well, the boundary changes. Ely and East Cambs basically now matches East Cambridgeshire Council. So I'm going to stick it where I've stuck every Lib Dem marginal seat, and that's in toss-up. South Cambs I actually think is more likely the Lib Dems take. I'm going to stick that in... I could stick it in marginal, but it's only really recently the Lib Dems have started doing well in South Cambridgeshire. It's not something that's been embedded in there for so long. So I'm just going to put it in likely and think that the Lib Dems do get it. As speaking for confusion, we've got a brand new one here. St Neots and Mid Cambridgeshire. Another one where I think this could be a very interesting three-way marginal. There is a lot of the Lib Dem bits of South Cambridgeshire, but there are also some Labour bits from Huntingdon as well. Old Huntingdon I might actually as well do now. It's John Major's old scene. It always used to be a very safe Tory area. It's not as safe as it used to be. Like a few years back, and I probably would put it in here, but not quite at that level at the moment. But St Neots and Mid Cambs, though, I'm going to have to put it under unlikely just for the sake that we've got a bit of a Mid-Bedfordshire situation that I don't think it's very clear, because it's a new seat and both Labour and the Lib Dems do have some bases here, it isn't clear out the two who would end up winning. So I think there's a good chance that in the general election, both would knock each other out and the Tories would survive in the seats.
Yeah, it's the same sort of mistake I made here with Mid-Sussex, is that I was under the expectation that St Neots and Mid Cambs would be a freeway. Again, it wasn't, because Labour just didn't really bother in the seat. I think, well, given the fact that they probably put some of their resources in Peterborough, and they fucking needed to, that was probably a smart move on their half. Which basically just led the Lib Dems to have a free hit at the seat, which they had the local results to back it up, and yeah, Lib Dems took it out quite easily, actually, alongside with both South Cambs and Ely and East Cambs. I think what was interesting though is that even though I did put them both around the same point, South Cambs Lib Dems won by an absolute landslide. It was over about a 10,000 majority. Ely and East Cambridgeshire, they only barely won by about 400 votes. One of two seats that the Lib Dems had a three-figure majority for. The other's North East Hampshire. And granted, North East Hampshire, as I said earlier, that should never have even been in the ballpark of a winnable Lib Dem seat, whereas Ely and East Cambs always was. So it does match what was up there in the local elections, though, when the Tories just about held the council. So a couple of hundred votes the other way. You can kind of see what happened there, but yeah, those ones I can kind of see. And also for Huntingdon, Labour did get close in Huntingdon. I think the centre of the seat probably did vote Labour, but obviously lots of rural bits, and the fact Labour didn't really put a big campaign in. Yeah, I can see what happened there.
And then sort of going back onto the southern end of East Anglia, we've got Essex, and we've got a hell of a lot of seats in Essex. So, start with Harlow. So, Harlow's a weird one because locally it's the actual central town of Harlow itself. It probably leans more Labour, but is sort of split quite a bit. But the issue is, though, is that the seat isn't just that area. It's also a lot of rural bits that are not that kind to Labour, which is probably why I'm half tempted to actually throw it in toss-up. So if Labour is able to capitalise a lot of their votes in the centre of Harlow, then that would probably be how they take the seat. If they can't, though, if, for example, they get, say, something similar to what happened in the local elections, then the Tories will win the seat just on the back of a lot of the Nash, just on a lot of the rural bits that it takes in from Saffron Walden.
So I think there were some fair points I did make there, but I mean, and the interesting thing is, though, is that at the 24 local elections, the Tories did hold on in Harlow Council, which was a little bit of a surprise for them. Not by a lot, does have to be said. They only held it by one seat, and a lot of those seats that they did hold were awfully marginal. So, like, I think one of them was only like 3 votes, and that would have been the difference between Labour having the council. But even then, and I think Labour did have just about have the popular vote, but even then, that is literally just the centre of Harlow itself, and that's it. Obviously, as I point out, the constituency is a lot larger, and Labour won it anyway. So, mate, I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. I did, in my final prediction, did think that Labour would take Harlow, but the points I did make there, I think, are still valid. But evidently, I think at the general election, Labour's vote in centre of Harlow must have just come out a bit more, and the Tory vote in the rural bits just didn't. That's probably what I'm guessing what happened.
Brentwood and Ongar's easy. I mean, Lib Dems did do some damage there locally, but they're not going to win it nationally. I'm fairly confident about that. Castle Point's another one I can stick here. I think... Now, Labour, funnily enough, did win this back in 1997, and then lost again in 2001. That's not being repeated. Not even close. A lot of other really safe Tory seats as well, in Essex as well. Rayleigh and Wickford, Mark Francois' seat. Familiar name, I imagine, to some. He's here, and he's not going anywhere. Malden as well, another really safe Tory seat. That isn't going anywhere. As well as also North West Essex. This is Kemi Badenoch's seat. None of these seats are going absolutely anywhere. Epping Forest I'd be half tempted to throw here as well, but I don't think it's as safe as some of these others, so I'm going to stick it just under regular safe.
Yeah, absolutely stand by all of those as well, and that was proved. Come back maybe 5 years from now and Reform's still polling as well as they are, then I think they could pose a threat to a lot of those seats. But yeah, and as I say, Castle Point, despite being previously a Labour seat briefly, was never going to go Labour again. North West Essex, I did hear some people try and think that maybe there could have been a way that either Labour or the Lib Dems could win it. Kemi Badenoch's majority did get slashed quite heavily. I think it's only sitting on about 2,000 now, which is odd. I thought it would have been at least 5,000, so it was quite small for what it was, but that was even with a fair bit of campaigning that really wouldn't have been in this, that really you wouldn't have expected in the seats. So yeah, for anyone who says that there was ever going to be a win there, I'm not convinced there ever was. And as I say, the other 4 are some of the safest Tory seats in the country, so they were never going to go anywhere.
And then now we've also got, and then Basildon. Ooh, I have no idea where to put Basildon. It's never really voted Labour before, and Labour have been losing votes in Basildon for quite a while. I don't think it's as safe as a lot of these though, but I'm going to have to put it here. And then as for South Basildon and East Thurrock, I'm going to have to put an unlikely as well. I just don't think Labour will have enough in there to get it.
Ooh, yeah, okay, so something very interesting happened in the Basildon seat. So again, first of all, it is worth noticing that, as I say, this was all before Reform started doing really well in the polls, and obviously Reform won South Basildon and East Thurrock. The Tories won Basildon and Billericay, but in both cases it was only by the skin of their teeth. So both seats were very, very close three-ways. Basildon and Billericay was probably the more safest Tory one of the two, but also that had the downside because the Tory candidate there was Richard Holden, who had been parachuted in there and was very much a forced-on chicken runner, and I'm pretty sure none of the local Tories had wanted to campaign for him. Whereas South Basildon and East Thurrock didn't have that, but also it was a lot more marginal in its own right. So yeah, that was always going to lead for some very interesting freeways. I think in the end I did predict that Basildon was going to stay Tory, and South Basildon I thought Labour was going to win. I didn't predict Reform was going to win it, and sure enough Reform didn't win it by that much, and I obviously certainly wouldn't have expected Reform to win it at this stage. For regular Basildon though, again, it is worth mentioning that I did put it there before Richard Holden chicken ran there, so I probably would have put it maybe a bit higher and unlikely or toss-up with that if I knew what was all going to happen, and given the fact that he only won by 20 votes, I think that would have been quite fair. But with the knowledge of what I had at the time, I don't feel too bad about where I put the seats. Even with South Basildon and East Thurrock, that does look like that aged like milk, because obviously the Tories came third in the end. But as I say, if Reform didn't do their didn't rise massively in the polls by then, that is probably what would have happened.
Thurrock's always been a very big marginal. It used to be a big UKIP area, and the Tories massively increased their majority there in 2019. Before that, though, I think in 2010, 2015 and 2017, the Tories held it on three-figure majorities. So I don't know whether I put it under likely, just on the sake that it's got a big majority. I say big, it's about 11,000. Or whether I move it up in marginal. You know what? Quite controversially, I will put it in marginal, just because I think Thurrock's majority is just really, really unstable for the Tories at the moment. We got both of these Southend seats. Oh god, we're not even done with Essex yet. Shit. Southend West, I think, is the more harder of the two, but I think I'll still put that in likely as well, and I think I'll probably put Southend East in as well. I think the two have been evened out a little bit on the boundary changes, but again, I think there's still two seats that they probably need if they want a majority. Probably more so Southend East and West. Actually, I'll put this one ahead because I think that one is more likely to flip, but I'm not 100% convinced at the end of the day. I think if one flips, the other will, and if it's vice versa if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, as I kind of point out there, Southend West I think was the more safer one, but which doesn't really make a lot of sense given the fact that it covers more of actual Southend. But yeah, Labour did win both in the end, and in Southend's West case, it was the more marginal of the two. Southend East majority I think about anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000. I don't remember the exact number. Southend West I think it's just over 1,000. It's not very big at all. As for Thurrock, yeah, I think Thurrock's always been marginal. I think the 2019 result, as I kind of said, was a bit of a one-off, really. And I think Labour's probably now wishing they did spread their resources a little bit, given the fact that they could have also won the two Basildon seats as well. But, you know, what can you do, really?
Clacton, no. There have been rumours about whether Reform do well here, or whether, like, Nigel Farage comes back. No, it's not happening. Tories will survive in Clacton.
Okay, out of everything in this video that has aged the worst, that by far, yeah. So not only did Farage come back, he stood in Clacton, and he won it. Fucking hell. I mean, granted, back in January 2024, it did look like that wasn't really going to be happening. Farage, I think, was quite happy doing what he was in like his GB newsroom and that, but yeah, and obviously with Reform not in the picture, then obviously no one else would have won Clacton other than the Tories. So I think with the context I had at the time, yes, that doesn't sound too bad, but obviously given what did happen, the thing that I kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit by saying that, yeah, Farage coming back isn't going to happen, and I didn't think it would, but I mean, I will say, though, that after Farage did say he was coming back, I did think he was going to win Clacton. A lot of my recent predictions did have in there, but yeah, that was just a little bit unfortunate that if I had to do this literally just a few months earlier than when it happened, otherwise, fuck's sake. Yeah, easily the worst stage thing in this video so far.
Witham, Priti Patel C. The only reason why I'm putting this in safe rather than ultra safe is that A, there might be some people that more specifically want to just vote against Priti Patel, but also secondly, it does have some excess of Colchester in, which is the only reason why I'm putting this in safe, but it's not going to flip, if I'm being honest. Speaking of Colchester, I can put this one in marginal. Where am I going to put Chelmsford? Probably where I've stuck every other Lib Dem place. Oh my god, I've put so many in the toss-up area. Never really voted Lib Dem that much before, but I mean locally Lib Dem's won nearly every ward that falls under Chelmsford constituency. Yeah, I think the Lib Dem's going to put a lot of effort into this one, so I'm going to stick it there. Braintree, James Cleverly C. No, I'm not convinced that's going anywhere. Harwich and North Essex, so theoretically, the predecessor seat for this did vote Labour, but boundaries weren't as kind, were more kinder to Labour than they are now. The new ones are also a bit kinder to Labour than the old ones. Some Tory bits, or the more rural Tory bits, are lost to Clacton. And I think also a lot of Labour's base is in the centre of Harwich, which normally I think is quite solidly Labour, or at least it certainly will be at the time of the next election. Again, there isn't much Colchester spill over here. Most of this is in Witham, so It's another one I think I'm going to stick in unlikely. Like somewhere like Ashford or South Basildon, I think that sort of flips. He'll flip that way.
Yeah, so on the grand scheme of things, it looked like what I said about Harris did age well there. I will have to say though that as time did come along towards the general election, I did think that Labour's chances were going to be a lot better in Harwich than they were in reality. I mean, it was a very close result in the end. The Tories only held it by about 1,000 or so votes. It was very close, which, if the Tories held it as they did, that's probably what would have happened. So, but I think compared to some of the other seats in there, which didn't end up staying in the Tories' hands, yeah, I'm not too sure about. On Chelmsford's case, I'm actually kind of surprised I did put that with the rest of the Lib Dem seats, because I think a lot of people really thought the Lib Dems would take Chelmsford, despite the fact they basically swept the council there and all the bits that covered it. So I was quite happy that I got that with Chelmsford. And then Colchester, Braintree, Witham, yeah, those ones, what I said about them I think will still applies as well.
West Suffolk, Matt Hancock's old seat. There's a soon to be the seat of a guy called Nick Timothy, one of Theresa May's old advisors. I don't think his placement will really have enough to affect the seat. I'm half tempted to put this in ultra safe, but I think it just ever so ekes out. There are some bits of West Suffolk, such as Newmarket and Haverhill, that do have some Labour bases in. Certainly not going to be enough for them to take the seat, though, if I'm being honest. As for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, it's another one that I'm going to quite controversially put this in unlikely. It's not. There are some strong Labour bits within the centre of Bury St Edmunds. Stowmarket is a big Green area. Obviously, Mid Suffolk Council, which is where the Greens won in the last local elections, a lot of their games were in Stowmarket. Big stronghold for the Greens, or at least it now is. So that is probably going to be where some of that vote could fold into Labour, but it's the hope of Labour needs to hope that that vote share does fold into. And again, it's not just those two towns. There are still some rural bits, but it's going to be interesting, I think. But personally, I think the Tories still hold on to it. As for the rest of Suffolk, so Waveney Valley, this is actually a very interesting one because the Greens are heavily targeting this. It's got a lot of the green areas gained in Mid Suffolk Council, as I sort of mentioned. Some of them were also in Stowmarket. A lot of the more rural ones are here. It's got some of the green gains in East Suffolk as well. And ironically enough, I actually do think the Greens have a half a shot here. Obviously, this is mainly because if the Tories were sort of on an election where they were sort of equal footing with Labour, and they were sort of doing all right nationally, I wouldn't expect the Tories to win this. I'm not 100% convinced the Greens will take it though, because I don't know how much that local support is going to carry over nationally. Labour won't target it, the Lib Dems won't target it, so it would be entirely on the Greens if they want to make waves in Waveney Valley, but it is going to depend really. I'm not 100% sure that the Greens will win it, so it belongs in toss-up.
Yeah, I actually managed to get the Greens in Waveney Valley, which I think a lot of people didn't actually. I think a lot of people did think that the Tories were going to hold it. I mean, that is a sort of seat where you do, I think, require a bit of local knowledge and also an idea of what campaigns are going on there, because on pure raw vote guessing in that, yeah, it didn't even look like the Greens would be anywhere near it. But given the fact that I knew they were throwing a lot of resources into it, and just how unpopular the Tories were there, also plus with some local results, it did all make a little bit of sense. I think also about Bury St Edmunds as well, yeah, the fact that I put that above West Suffolk, and I think was quite good, because I think 2019 the two had about the same majority, and obviously Labour took Bury St Edmunds in the end, which granted, I don't think they were going to, but you know, it was a good win for Labour regardless, and West Suffolk they didn't, so yeah, I mean, fair enough.
As for some others, Lowestoft, the so-called constituency named after the Waveney effect, which is what I like to describe for seats that have used to be quite strong bellwethers, marginals, and have since quite erratically switched over to the Tories, more so in recent elections. So, I don't know if I could really put Lowestoft up with a lot of these other seats when currently it's about an 18,000 majority. Boundary changes do make it a little bit easier, but I'll go on. I might end up regretting that, but I do think there is going to be a huge swing away from the Tories to Labour there, so that is probably going to be my guess. What's even more better for Labour is actually the centre of Ipswich itself. So This is a very stereotypical marginal seat. Labour had it in 2017, lost in 2019. It's got about 5,000 majority currently. I would genuinely be surprised if the Tories hold on to this. And then, as for some of these other Suffolk seats, South Suffolk, no, there's not really anything really in South Suffolk to go by. Suffolk Coastal, I'm going to quite controversially put this in unlikely. This is Therese Coffey seat. There are definitely some Labour areas here that it's going to be interesting to see where the swing is here. But again, my main guess is that I don't think this flips. That maybe it's just because I'm nearby from the area, so maybe that's just my personal opinion. But I don't think it's going to do it myself. And also for Central Suffolk and North Ipswich, I think I'm going to stick that here as well, which is something I never thought I'd be doing. I generally thought I'd put it in one of these two categories. This is actually the seat I live in, so there are some big towns here, and some of the excess bits of Ipswich normally are probably more Tory leaning, but would vote Labour, I think, if Labour was in the ascendancy nationally, which they are. So that would be my guess, is that I think the Tories hold on there. I'm not going to bet any money that they do, though.
Yeah, what I said about South Suffolk, Ipswich and Lowestoft, I think all very much held up. Lowestoft's case, yeah, I knew that was a seat where you knew there was going to be a big swing. I think the majority I thought was going to be a little bit bigger in reality. I thought it'd be at least about 4,000. It was 2,000 in the end. Which, yeah, I mean, it's on the lower end of what my estimations were, but also I think Reform, it's a sort of seat where Reform would do well as well. As for Suffolk Coastal, yeah, so tactical vote was a little bit unclear in Suffolk Coastal. The Lib Dems, or like the local Lib Dems, they wanted to put a lot in, but in reality they were never really going to be the closest one there. And also the other thing is, I don't think I mentioned a lot in there, but Therese Coffey was absolutely despised there, given the fact that, I mean, you've got a seat called Suffolk Coastal, and you're in charge of the sewage, and you're basically the face of the sewage scandal. So there was a big vote there to get her out, and I think it's kind of like a small case of what happened with Liz Truss, really. Well, we'll get onto it in a minute, because their seat's about to come up. And, yeah, so that one I can kind of see what happened. And then as for my own seat, Central Suffolk and North Ipswich, a lot happened here, basically. So, first of all, Labour's candidate got suspended, which I think as soon as that happened, I think really did kill off the chance of anyone winning it. The previous Tory MP actually defected to Labour as well, all after this happened, after I filmed this. And also the case that, with Labour's candidate suspended, I mean, the current Tory MP is also suspended as well. But, yeah, it's a lot was going on there, and I think the Tories had it by about 4,000. If Labour's candidate wasn't suspended, I think it probably would have been about 1,500, 2,000 is my guess. So, Tories still would have held it, though. I think it would have taken a lot for Labour to have won it in the end.
Norfolk. So, Norwich is very similar to Ipswich. This should be another quite simple gain for Labour. What will probably be a slightly less simple gain for Labour is going to be Great Yarmouth. This is a seat similar to Lowestoft, but I think actually probably is a bit more volatile, I think, for Labour than Lowestoft is. It's one that again has shifted quite dramatically polling wise, but Great Yarmouth's majority I think is over 20,000. Lowestoft's is not. So, and I think locally I think it was roughly 50-50, but I think the Tories did have the just about had the advantage. So yeah, I think toss-up is quite appropriate then.
So, yeah, Great Yarmouth was another seat that Reform gained, which, again, I didn't talk about because, again, had Reform not done their big old comeback in that, yeah, Reform would not have won it. And obviously, what's happened with Rupert Lowe since he won the seat? But, yeah, I think Labour did beat the Tories in the seat regardless. They came second, about 1,000 votes away from Reform in there. I think, had Reform not gone after the seat, though, I think it would have been quite interesting, because I think Reform still would have had quite a big vote share there regardless of whether Farage came back or not. They probably wouldn't have won it. So I think at that point my points kind of would have stood. Obviously in reality it looks like that didn't happen because obviously Reform did win the seat. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will say I wasn't the most confident one to think that Great Yarmouth would go Reform even the day before the election. I knew they'd do well there, but winning it I thought was a bit too much. And obviously I didn't know who Rupert Lowe was at the time. So, Yeah, I think we'll just have to wait and see really what happens with that one.
As for the rest of Norfolk, so South West Norfolk is Liz Truss's seat. Maybe I have heard of a few local campaigns to try and get Truss unseated, mainly from like other Conservatives, but she's not going anywhere. I'm fairly confident of that.
She very much did go somewhere. I mean, again, I think also Reform did a very big campaign as well to do Truss's knees in, because the thing is, though, is that if you were essentially a right-winger in South West Norfolk, you had options. You could have either gone Reform if you were very much on the right-wing side, or for the independents who did stand there and got a very good chunk of the vote as well. For if you're sort of for more moderate One Nation Tories. So Truss was basically only there if you were truly loyal to the actual Conservative Party there. So I will have to say, though, I still did not think that Truss was going to lose it. I just thought the seat was just so unbelievably safe that, yeah, no, it was just an impossibility. But, yeah, I mean, it's one of the most famous results of the night, so everyone knows what happens there. But, yeah, I do have to put my hands up and think, yeah, I did not expect Truss to lose. I could see why she did how she did, but yeah, the actual optics of it, I thought the stars just had to align, which I thought was too unlikely. But sure enough, stars did align. So there you go.
Broadland as well. Broadland and Fakenham, that is quite safe. Mid Norfolk's also quite safe. Again, I might even put Mid Norfolk in ultra safe, but yeah, that's not really going anywhere. South Norfolk is a little bit more volatile, but again, it's not the sort of area you'd expect Labour to do especially well. And there are some bits, and a lot of the Tory bits are lost to Waveney Valley, so there is definitely potential, I think, for Labour to take this compared to the old seat. Still don't think it's overly likely. And then finally we got North West Norfolk. So North West Norfolk actually voted Labour in 1997. It then switched again straight afterwards. Now, Central Kings Lynn, which is one of the main towns in the constituency, does have a bit of a Labour base in. Again, I don't think the Tories will. I don't think the Tories will lose North West Norfolk. It'd take a lot for them to lose it a second time, but Labour do at least have some base in the seat, which I don't think I can say about it. No, I'm going to put it back in safe. I don't. It is literally, if there was like unlike a more marginal safe tier, it'd go there. But yeah, I'm not convinced it flips. And then we got North Norfolk. So Lib Dem area this, but the 2019 result is basically what is throwing me off here, because it was a Lib Dem seat for the longest time, even survived the Lib Dem crash and burn in 2015. I think I'm just going to have to stick this with all the rest of the seats that... I don't know, I mean, I think the Lib Dems do have a chance of winning this compared to some areas unlikely. They have been losing votes in North Norfolk for a while, though, and I think that there is a chance that the Lib Dems don't survive, or, like, don't reclaim the seat, but they're going to put a lot of resources in here. There's a lot of councillors there that they could pick as candidates. I think they've already picked someone. I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah, I'm just going to put North Norfolk where I put basically every other Lib Dem marginal seat.
Yeah, I think the Lib Dems, I was right that the Lib Dems have been losing votes in North Norfolk for quite a while, but I think also with just how bad things were for the Tories, and also, as I say, from a local level, there was also quite a lot of damage being done as well. So I think there were a lot of opportunities for the Lib Dems to retake the seat, despite the massive 2019 Tory majority there. But and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. So I think the fact I put it with the rest of the seats, I think, does make a bit of sense. North West Norfolk, I probably shouldn't have been umming and erring that much over. I genuinely thought that'd be a lot closer. I thought the Tories were going to hold it, give or take, because everywhere outside of Kings Lynn was going to be really hostile to Labour, but I thought it would have at least been about like 1,500, 2,000. I think it was about 5,000 at the end, which is quite a lot actually, especially for a seat which, as I say, Labour did have back in 1997. Mid Norfolk's one of about 3,000 is fine, but also Broadland actually, the Tories only barely hung on in Broadland and Fakenham, about 700 votes there. I thought it'd be around the same as Mid Norfolk. The two seats do have quite a fair bit of overlap, but yeah, North West Norfolk about 5,000, Mid Norfolk about 3,000, Broadland 700. It's yeah, I cannot say that that's what I thought was going to happen within the Tory seats in Norfolk.
Northamptonshire. Right. Okay, South Northampton, that's easy. Daventry, that's also fairly easy. I'll move South Northampton up here. There are some areas I guess Labour could win, but the seat's not going to flip, if we're being honest. And then we've got these ones. So, centre of Northampton and South. So Northampton North and South were roughly about as marginal as each other beforehand. Now, however, Northampton North is quite a lot more marginal. Northampton South is a lot less marginal. This would probably be a seat that I think Labour still definitely need for a majority, but I'm going to stick this one under likely, whereas Northampton North obviously I think was a lot more marginal because it takes on some Tory bits of South Northamptonshire. If the sole boundaries would be up there, but it's a tricky one, I think, Northampton South. As for the rest of Northamptonshire, so Corby and East Northamptonshire, again I think I'll put this under likely as well. No, well, I'm going to put it under marginal. The centre of Corby is probably where Labour's going to be getting most of their votes at. The East Northamptonshire end, it's another polarising seat like with South Dorset. Just unlike South Dorset, I think Labour's got more of a base here because the centre of Corby is really solidly Labour. And also, the new boundaries do lose some of the rural bits into, I think, Kettering, so that's going to help Labour a fair bit there. It's not really going to help Kettering, I guess, but I'm going to put Kettering in toss up, I think. That's a good chance here. And now we got Wellingborough and Rushden. So, at the time of this being out, there is a by-election due to be held in Wellingborough that I personally do think that Labour will take, granted not by a lot. This is not really a prediction for the by-election, this is more a prediction for the general election, in which case I think I'll also put Wellingborough and Rushden under likely. Probably more so than Kettering. Maybe I'd put it under toss-up, but I'm also going to take on the assumption here that Labour do win the by-election and have an incumbent person there who's actually able to stand.
Yeah, and sure enough, Labour did win the by-election, so I think that was quite good. I still think that was a bit ballsy of me to put it in likely regardless, especially same with where I put Kettering in toss-up, because when both seats were won by Labour in 97 and 01, it was only just. Both of them were amongst the most marginal seats that Labour had. Northampton North and South, I'm pretty sure I was confident on as well. Same with Corby. Yeah, actually, all of Northamptonshire was quite easy to predict, really. It was just Tories hanging on in Daventry and South Northampton. I think Stuart Andrew chicken running to Daventry, I don't think helped matters, but I think the seat was just so ridiculously safe that it was going to be really difficult to get rid of him. And then South Northamptonshire, Andrew Leadsom did stand down from the seat, and actually the exit poll did have it going Labour. I wasn't convinced at that, and sure enough I was right not to be, because, yeah, it didn't in the end. It wasn't even really that close.
Lincolnshire. I don't think not much more needs to be said there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Although, obviously, the thing is, though, is that more does need to be said here, because actually the Tories did lose one of them, which was Boston and Skegness to Reform. Obviously, again, at the time this was, I didn't actually know that, obviously, this was all before Reform started to kickstart and actually properly target seats. And also, the other thing also is that this was also before Richard Tice said he was going to stand in Boston Skegness. His original plan was actually to stand in Hartlepool, where he stood in 2019. But I think around the time when Farage came back, he also changed his seat into Boston Skegness. And I think that as soon as he did that, and obviously Reform was kind of up there, I still thought the Tories would hang on, and Tice won it by about 2,000 votes. But you can definitely see it is definitely up there for Reform. I mean, it's the most heavily voting seat, and yeah, it has a lot of the demographics that you'd expect for Reform to do well in. So yeah, I know I did that a little bit slapdash, but with the knowledge that we know retrospectively, I think I can see how Reform could win it. The rest of the seats, though, yeah, I think they were never under any danger at all.
As for Lincoln, though, this is definitely much more up Labour's alley, and I'm going to stick this up in marginal. Moving on to, I guess Rutland's not really Leicester. What is Rutland? This constituency makes me vomit, Rutland and Stamford, because obviously you've got the county of Rutland itself, you've got the Western End, which is part of Harborough, or sort of like part of Harborough Council, and then you've got Stamford, which is sort of parts of South Kesteven Council that comes under Lincolnshire. So you've got 3 counties in one constituency. Who thought this was a good idea? I get why the Boundary Commission had to do it, but my god, it looks absolutely disgusting, though. Anyway, yeah, no one else is winning this other than the Tories. As for everywhere else in Leicestershire, Melton and Siston, I think there is some possibility that Labour could take this, but I'm going to stick with a lot of these other seats. My expectation is the Tories win this. Melton is not really a Labour stronghold whatsoever. Siston is a bit from Charnwood that Labour could be a bit better in, but it need a big swing. I'm not convinced that Labour take it.
Yeah, I still stand by what I said about Rutland. The seat does look absolutely disgusting. Obviously, yeah, putting in Ultra I think was very fitting. I think it's one of only 5 Tory seats now that's got a majority of over 10k. Melton and Siston, I did think Labour was going to do a little bit better in, even if they didn't win it in the end. I would have thought maybe at least like 2,000-3,000. I think the majority is about 5,000 now. It is quite sizable for what Tory majorities are currently. And then obviously I might as well quickly mention Lincoln. Yeah, no surprise what happened there at all.
Loughborough, on the other hand, Labour should be taking this. I'm going to stick it under... Likely or do we go marginal? I don't actually remember Loughborough's majority. I think it's in 4 figures, so I'll stick it under marginal. As for everything else in Leicestershire, South Leicestershire is not going anywhere. North West Leicestershire, Andrew Bridgensea, which he said that he's hoping to stand as an independent here. So, taking that into mind, the fact that there is a good chance that he splits the vote, I'm probably going to somewhat optimistically put this in likely, because if he's there, and if he splits the vote quite a Tory bit, he might not at all, he might get like absolutely nothing, then I think there is a good chance that Labour could sneak in on a split vote. Tories lost a bit here in the council as well, in North West Leicestershire, so definitely potential. And then, as for the rest of the seats, Harborough, Oby and Wigston, Labour would need to eat a lot of the Lib Dem vote in Oby and Wigston, and probably some in Market Harborough as well. Again, I'm not super confident that Labour take it though. It's too much, I think, too much vote that they'd have to take, really. Hinckley and Bosworth could probably be a Lib Dem area, but I don't feel comfortable putting it with all of my other Lib Dem collection here, so let's just stick that in unlikely. And then Mid Leicestershire, I'm half tempted to put in safe. I mean, Old Charnwood was not really going to be a main Labour target. This is just a weird seat, Mid Leicestershire, so I'm fairly confident of just putting that in safe.
Yes, so Andrew Bridgen did stand as an independent in the end and didn't really make that much of an impact until I think he lost his deposit. So, yeah, I mean, it was close. I mean, Labour did have it, I think, only by just over 1,000 votes, but Bridgen won less than that, so his candidacy didn't really do anything at the end of the day. What I said about the rest of the Leicestershire seats, so, yeah, that definitely all still applies, like Loughborough doing quite well. South Leicestershire, yeah, being very safe, and same with Hinckley and Bosworth, and Harborough. Also, Harborough's raw majority, was only about 15,000 in the 2019 election. It wasn't much, and for a lot of the areas there, it does sound like it could have, the sort of areas there they have turned away from the Tories before. So, yeah, I did actually think there was a half-decent chance that the Tories would lose it. Although I think in my final prediction, I actually still had the Tories holding it, which is exactly what happened in the end. So, you know, I'll take the prediction for there. As for what I said about Hinckley and Bosworth and Mid Leicestershire, yeah, that all still roughly stands.
That's Gedling. Yeah, I'm actually going to put Gedling in extreme marginal. It's about this is probably going to fill up a little bit more in a bit, as we saw getting into Red Wall seats and that. Gedling's got about 600 majority currently. There's 100% no way the Tories hold on to it. As for some other seats, so Mansfield's got a massive Tory majority currently, but it is probably one of the most unstable seats here. They took it in 2017 off about 1,000 majority, and it just went up massively in 2019. I guess because of how big the majority is, I don't think I can reasonably put it in marginal, but If I can put Lowestoft in likely, I think I can put Mansfield in likely as well. Mansfield's definitely more likely to flip than Lowestoft, in my opinion. Also, to join it, I'll put Bassetlaw. This, I think, is the biggest Labour to Tory switch in 2019. About 15,000 majority at the moment. It's probably a bit too big for me to comfortably put it in marginal, because technically, on paper, it doesn't look to be one, but it's a very unstable majority here, so I'm quite comfortable putting Bassetlaw unlikely.
Yeah, all of that's still very much applied as well. I think, funnily enough, the exit poll actually said that Bassetlaw was going to go to Reform, and I think, whilst there's definitely areas of Bassetlaw that would be very hospitable to Reform, I think it's also the case that Reform weren't really targeting it that much, and yes, and I think to us it was going to always be much more up Labour's alley, and that's sure enough exactly what we're talking. Maybe Reform gets in the future. They could do if they're still polling as well. But yeah, in the other seats, that all definitely still applies.
Newark. Honestly, I'm actually going to put Newark under safe. It's for the main reason that Labour already has their work cut out for them in Nottinghamshire, that I think this will probably be the last seat they go after. Because currently Labour want essentially every seat in Nottinghamshire, and all they've got at the moment are the 3 in Nottingham. So that's easily going to be the hardest for Labour to try and take back. As for some of these others, Sherwood Forest is a bit more marginal, but I think I could probably put this under likely as well, but it's not as going to... I don't think it's going to flip as much as, say, Bassetlaw or Mansfield would, but again, it's another seat I think that Labour definitely need if they want a majority, and it has got that Waveney effect applied to it, which, as I said, is essentially Tory seats that are very Tory now, but didn't used to be, let's say, about 10 years ago. As for some of these other areas, so Broxtowe, Labour should win this easily. I'll put this under marginal. Similarly, we've also got Rushcliffe, which 7,000 majority is not... I'm actually going to put this under likely, which feels weird, right next to Bassetlaw, even though its majority is quite literally half of Bassetlaw's. Bassetlaw's about 14k, Rushcliffe's about 7k. The problem with Rushcliffe, though, is that this is quite a normal solid Tory area. The 7,000 majority, I think, is quite unusual for the seat. It's an area that voted Remain, so that might explain why Labour did surprisingly well there. And also, this used to be Ken Clarke's seat. There's a good chance that he had a bit of a personal popularity there, which is probably why the seat hasn't flipped as much. But even in the local elections, though, it was still one of the few Tory councils that remained Tory. So the only reason why it's in there is that it's because the majority is 7,000. If it was about 12, 13,000, I'd probably put it one of these two, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, again, all of that seemed to very much apply. I think, obviously, Newark, I do wonder whether that would have had a bit of a target against, just because it's Robert Jenrick who's there, but for the sort of seat that Newark is, and the fact that it's quite rural and takes in some of the Tory bits of both Bassetlaw and Rushcliffe as well, yeah, that would have been quite difficult to overcome. I guess, as I said, it was a Labour seat in 97, but also the other thing I don't mention is that back in 97 it had Retford in it, which is now part of Bassetlaw, and Retford is quite Labour leaning, so that's probably what did it in 97, so without it, yeah, that wasn't going to be repeated again, but otherwise, yeah, everything else still very much applies.
And then to finish off Nottinghamshire, so we've got Ashfield. So Lee Anderson's seat. This should be quite. You'd think this would be quite a straightforward Tory to Labour switch. With one caveat though, there are very strong independents here in Ashfield. They have essentially almost every seat on the council, and so they're actually some of the few independent groups that's actually had a strong appearance on national elections as well. They actually beat Labour in 2019. Taking a lot of their votes that actually they got rather than Anderson. I still think it'd be under marginal. I'm not 100% sure whether the Ashford Indies would have enough to actually take the seat. I think it's more likely Labour takes it than they do. I'm pretty confident though that Lee Anderson will not be an MP this time after the next election.
Okay. Lee Anderson will not be an MP this time after the next election. Yeah, it turns out he very much is still an MP after the next election. In my defence, though, again, this is another case where I've haven't been able to read into Reform's rise 5 months before it actually happened, because this also happened before Anderson actually defected to Reform. So I was going on the prospect that he was going to be the Tory candidate here. The thing is, though, is I do also have to... I can't still take complete credit, because I do have to say that even with him being in Reform, I still didn't think he was going to win Ashfield, and that was on the pure case that I thought the right-wing vote was going to be too split. So a lot of what I mentioned there about the Ashfield Indies I think still very much applies, but the problem is that the Ashfield Indie vote actually completely cratered at the general election. They've been going through quite a few scandals and that themselves, and actually a lot of their vote did go to Reform. The other thing also is that Anderson, I think, must have had quite a good personal vote there, because my expectation was that his Reform vote probably would have been very similar to, say, Mansfield, for example. Although Ashfield's which I don't know why I thought that, because Ashfield's a very unique seat in what it's got. There isn't really any other seat like it. Mansfield's more akin to like Bassetlaw in that regard. Whereas, yeah, it's... The thing is, though, is that the Tory vote in Ashfield just absolutely cratered. And I think, and he gained a lot of it, but he also gained a lot of the Ashfield Indie vote, more so than Labour did. And Labour did gain some vote, but it just wasn't enough. So, yeah, it does. It's another case where, yeah, it does make sense. And I think him defecting to Reform, ironically enough, probably helped him more so than it did hinder him. But, yeah, again, that didn't age very well. And as I say, this was all before Anderson defected to Reform. So, in my defence, there's a lot of stuff I would have had to have predicted in order to actually assume that he was still going to be an MP. But as I say, if Anderson was still the Tory candidate, absolutely no way he would have re-won re-election, because Reform would have taken a lot of vote there. So that I still do stand by.
Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's old seat. I'm half tempted to put this in extreme marginal, actually. As for everything else in Derbyshire, so North East Dars is a very similar case to Mansfield, is that the seat is about 13,000 majority at the moment, because it flipped drastically like that way in 2019. Labour took this council back quite comfortably. I don't know whether I put it in likely or whether because actually I'd probably say this is more marginal than saying Mansfield or Bassetlaw is, but I'm going to stick it there. I think it's a seat that Labour 100% needs to take back, and I think it's probably one they will take back. Looking at the rest of this, though, Derby North, yeah, Labour should easily get Derby North back. It's a seat that's actually flipped in every single election so far since 2010. High Peak as well, quite similarly, I've also put under extreme marginal. It's an area that's probably gone more towards Labour over time, because it used to be quite a typical bellwether seat, but for the fact that the majority was only about 500 at the time of the 2019 election, you'd expect this would have been at least about 4,000, 5,000. So, yeah, Labour will 100% take High Peak back. As for some of these other areas, Erewash and Amber Valley I think are quite similar, because they've had, again, quite big swings to them. I'm going to stick both of them under likely. Amber Valley's is quite big, though, but it would take a lot, though, I think, for Labour not to take either of these seats back. Wait, hang on, where's Erewash? Oh, I put it under likely. Yeah, hold it. Well done. Probably less decent game, though, might be Mid-Derbyshire. On paper, this looks like this should swing as much as the other two, but it's actually got a lot more of the Tory bits of both Amber Valley and I think there's a bit of Erewash, but it's mainly Amber Valley and Derby, I think. It's mostly gone. And then finally, we've got Derbyshire Dales and South Derbyshire. So South Derbyshire again is another one where I think I'm going to put under toss-up, because it's such a big swing that is needed to. It's got about 19,000 odd majority, bit easier I think for Labour to take, and they did take the council, which was good for the party I guess, but they're going to have to repeat that as well, which is not impossible. Like, they have won it in the past, but as I say, it will take a lot though. I think there's a good chance that Labour does win it, but not going to bet any money on it. Derbyshire Dales, though, I think is less likely. Its majority is smaller than South Derbyshire's, but there's not a lot here of base that Labour can go for. And as I say, Labour will want basically every other seat, need to get every other seat in Derbyshire. Currently, they've got two, which is Derby South and Chesterfield.
I'm genuinely surprised, actually, at how well a lot of that aged, because The thing is, with Derbyshire, I am kind of sort of right on how I portray that. It is basically bellwether the county. Like, most of the seats there will vote for whoever's ahead in the polls, and sure enough, they all did. Even Derbyshire Dales, which actually I wasn't anticipating. I was right when I did say that Derbyshire Dales, despite having a smaller majority, was probably going to swing to Labour less, and if the Tories were going to hold on to a seat in Derbyshire, which granted they didn't, but it probably would have been that one. And that does make sense when you consider the fact that Labour only won Derbyshire Dales by about 200 votes, whereas South Darbs, I think they won by a few thousand. Same also applies for some of the other seats there. I mean, the likes of High Peak and Derby North were never going to survive, and like North East Derbyshire, Erewash and Amber Valley, I think were going to be quite tricky for the Tories to hang on. Even though North East Derbyshire was quite close at the end of the day, it's about 1,500. And then Mid Derbyshire is obviously sort of the odd mishmash seat. The exit poll thought it was going to stay Tory. It didn't in the end, and you can kind of see what happened there. But yeah, it's interesting really, and I think I did all right actually predicting a fair bit of that. I mean, Mid Derbyshire I think was always a little bit tricky to get, but yeah, I think I'll take the pat on the back for that one. Not bad.
Warwickshire. So, Stratford-on-Avon. Nedim Zahawi C. There is possible some Lib Dem gain here, but I don't find it. I don't think it's going to happen. Some people I think have been expecting that a lot of the Lib Dem gains on the council could carry over here. Probably some will to a degree, but I'm not confident the Lib Dems will take this, and I'm even less confident that Kenilworth and Southern will flip.
So, I was right about Kenilworth and Southern for the same case that, yes, it's a mishmash seat and it's quite hard to sort of pinpoint down where you campaign, especially since local results can't really be correlated that well, as I saw with, say, Arundel and South Downs or even Central Devon to a degree. But Stratford-on-Avon, though, yeah. I think the problem is that I think a lot of the local gains that the Lib Dems made in 23 and also 24 as well, I thought were probably going to be a bit more contained there. Even actually on my final map, I didn't have the Lib Dems gaining Stratford-on-Avon, and in reality, I feel like I probably at least should have given them a chance in there, especially given how well they took the council over. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't predict that. The other thing also is that Stratford-on-Avon did have a chicken runner. Chris Clarkson from Hayward and Milton in Manchester ran down there, and he's actually one of the few chicken runners who actually lost. So that should be a little warning as to why you do not chicken run, because you could end up throwing away a very good seat there. But yeah, I don't feel good about the result for Stratford-on-Avon. I should have predicted that. Kenilworth and Southern, yeah, I got that one fine, but not Stratford though.
These three I might as well talk about together because they're very similar. Rugby, Nuneaton and North Warwickshire and Bedworth. So these three have flipped massively to the Tories over the last few elections. Nuneaton was almost like the poster seat of Bellwether, but at the moment it's got about 14,000 majority. North Warwickshire is even bigger on a 17,000 majority, even though in 2010 this was literally the most marginal Tory seat at the time. I think a majority of about 54, I think. Rugby similarly is used to be quite a strong marginal, similar case to Nuneaton, but we've got to also put all these somewhere. I think for Rugby and Nuneaton, there's more of a chance that I think that Labour can take them. I mean, there's a lot of bases in there that I think they can work on. And I say, with how much the Tories swung there in the last election, I think a good chunk of that will swing back. For North Warwickshire, I'm probably going to put this under toss-up which is a bit painful for me to do because I think there's a good chance that I'm not 100% confident because 17,000 is quite a big majority in its own right.
Yeah, retrospectively, I do wonder whether I should have put North Warwickshire up with the other two. As I say, though, its current big majority is probably what was throwing me off, but Nuneaton's was about 14,000. It was around the same. And obviously, I knew there were going to be big swings against all of them. Again, I think that's another case where I was probably a little bit too timid with a lot of these seats. And when I did do my actual prediction at the end, I did have all three of them going Labour, which is exactly what happened at the end. But yeah, I'm not too. I think I was sort of leaning them all going Labour, and given the fact that I think North Warwickshire did have the smallest majority of the three of them, yeah, I wasn't horribly off with that. I wasn't right, but I wasn't really wrong either.
Which also then brings us on to the West Midlands. Aldridge Brownhills I can just put under ultra safe. It's the one seat in the West Midlands the Tories will survive in. Actually, no, it's probably about one of a few seats because neither of these Solihull seats are really going to be going anywhere. I know the Lib Dems used to do quite well in Solihull, Western Shirley, which Solihull as it was known then. It's not really going to happen again though, if I'm being honest. And then also finally Sutton Coldfield is going to be quite safe as well. Not super safe, but it's like the one bit of Birmingham that's always voted Tory, so I think it's fairly safe that it's going to stay Tory.
Yeah, still skipping a few ends there with the West Midlands, but yeah, I think the 4 seats that I said were going to be very safe for the Tories: Aldridge Brownhill, Sutton Coldfield, Solihull West, and Solihull East. Yeah, the Tories did hold on all of them. The exit poll did say that the Tories were going to gain Sutton Coldfield and Solihull West and Shirley. They didn't in the end, and I didn't think they were going to. I thought that was just the exit poll being silly. Everything else, yeah, that was never going to survive realistically. I think Dudley, there could have been a chance. I think that had the smallest majority. And also, I think if this was old boundaries, I think the Tories actually would have held on in Dudley South. But, yeah, the Tories really didn't stand much of a chance in any of them. I mean, Walsall and Bloxwich, actually, especially, the Tories came 4th there. So, yeah, they really didn't have a good time there, which is odd, really, when you consider the fact that the Tories still have Walsall Council. Granted, much of that's because of Aldridge Brownhills, but yeah, not bad actually. I'll take my predictions on that one. That went pretty well actually.
Which then brings us on to Worcestershire. So Droit. Oh god, not again. I'm gonna go Droitwich. Sounds a bit better. And Evesham. It's basically old mid Worcestershire, which is easily a very safe Tory seat. West Worcestershire, I think, is about just the same as well. There's really nothing there for Labour to get hold of, and Wyre Forest. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Weir Forest, but I've always called it Wyre Forest. I'm going to throw it under unlikely. I think the issue with this has voted Labour in the past, but it's an area that has very much gone more towards the Tories as well. It's also had independents here as well, and yeah, I think it's very unlikely though another party's going to be able to win this. I think a lot of that Tory vote has settled there since the independents have died down in the constituency. Bromsgrove as well, I think, could go there as well. It's Sajid Javid's old seat, this, and he's standing down, but there are some Labour bits in the centre of Bromsgrove itself, but it's all drowned out by the rural bits. It's a seat that's not likely to flip. So there's Redditch and Worcester. So Worcester is definitely a marginal. It's a biggish majority currently, but again, given everything that's been happening locally, although the Greens have been doing quite well, it very much does show a shift towards Labour. And similarly in Redditch, Labour has also done quite well locally here in Redditch. But the issue with Redditch, though, is that the constituency does not match the local area. It's also quite some rural bits from Wychavon Council as well. And that, I think, is going to counteract some of the progress that Labour could make in the centre of Redditch itself. So, something to watch out for if I was Labour.
I think actually a lot of that actually aced quite well in for Worcestershire. I think Worcester Labour took quite easily. Redditch they only barely took by about 700, but also I think there was unfriendly boundary changes. Also, I think at the time, Labour did not have Redditch Council at the time of me writing or doing that video, because they gained it in 2024. In 23, it was still Tory held. The only thing I'm a little bit unsure of, to be honest, was Wyre Forest, because yeah, Wyre Forest has had a very interesting history because it's had an independent there before, but the Tories did hold on to it, but only by the absolute skin of their teeth. I was very surprised that the majority was only about 800. I thought it'd be at least about 3,000, because the Tories did take the council, and it's not really an area where Labour's ever really done super well on, Wyre Forest. The exit poll had it going Labour. They also had Bromsgrove going Labour as well, although Bromsgrove sounds about right for what happened. I didn't think Labour was going to take it, because a lot of the areas outside of Bromsgrove proper are not the most friendly to Labour. And then obviously, yeah, West Worcestershire and Droitwich and Evesham, yeah, they're absolutely nowhere. Maybe there could be good Green targets in the future, West Worcestershire especially, but yeah, I'm fairly happy with where I put everything in Worcestershire. I think a lot of that did correlate well.
Herefordshire, this should be a fairly easy one. So, Hereford and South Herefordshire, I'm half tempted to put it under safe because it is, there is certainly some vote here that Lib Dems did used to have to see, and Labour do have made some progress in the centre of Hereford, but again, it's another place where Labour is really going to have to hope they get a lot of vote in the centre of Hereford itself, because the rural bits are just really going to counteract the party there. And then we've got North Herefordshire, which normally I would put under ultra safe, and I think I probably still will, but the seat is having a serious is being contended seriously by the Greens of all parties, which is a little bit bizarre because unlike Waveney Valley, where actually the Greens have a lot more local representation, North Herefordshire, it's not really where you'd expect the Greens to do well. Now, don't get me wrong, the Greens do have some local representation here, like mainly around Leominster, which is the largest town under the constituency, but that was locally though, and which is where the Greens normally do quite well. It's not enough where you'd expect them to do well nationally. And which is why I'm pretty sure that any sort of Green challenge in North Herefordshire is probably going to be quite redundant, really. And without Labour or Lib Dems properly targeting it, I think ultra safe is where it belongs.
Yeah, that didn't age well. I mean, like I said, I'll get the Greens in Waveney Valley, but that, to be honest, even to election day, I was still very uncertain. I mean, the only thing that did make me a little bit cautious, which is why it wasn't as a massive shock on when I found out about the result, was because about a week or so prior, there were polls, I think that were done in all four of the constituencies where the Greens were mainly targeting. So Brighton Pavilion, Bristol Central, Waveney Valley, and North Herefordshire. And in all of them, they did have the Greens ahead, especially including in Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire by quite a couple of points, really. Now, I didn't look into them too much because constituency polls are whatever, really. Like they can be quite difficult to measure, but yeah, I was genuinely surprised that the Greens took that, and yeah, I look like a fucking idiot now for saying all that. What I said about Hereford, though, I think sort of correlates a bit better. The Tories did hold on there. By about 1,000 votes, which I think does sound about right for what happened. Because, I think Labour probably might have had a bit of base in the centre of Hereford, but Labour never used to have the seat. It always used to be Lib Dem during the Blair years, and then they lost it to the Tories in 2010. So Labour's never really had that base, and a lot of the rural areas, like Herefordshire, it's not really Labour territory, if we're being honest. So, yeah, North Herefordshire I got completely wrong, but Hereford and South Herefordshire, I'm willing to at least say I think I did all right on that one.
Moving on to Shropshire, so Telford is a seat very similar, I think, to Thurrock, where it's always been like triple figure majorities in 2010, 15 and 17, although unlike Thurrock, actually Labour had the seat in 2010 and then lost it. But it's another one that swung the Tory majority is now about 11,000 in 2019. Labour have done really well here locally, though. Like most of the seats in the centre of Telford all voted Labour. I'd be very surprised if Labour didn't take the seat back, despite how big the majority is. And then we got the Wrekin, or the Wrekin, as I've always liked to say. So the Wrekin, I think it's Wrekin is how you pronounce it. Not my end of the country, to say the least. Labour has won this before, but the boundaries are not very kind to Labour because it eats into bits of North Shropshire, and the two main towns in here, Newport and Wellington, Labour would have to hope to concentrate a lot of their vote there, as well as some of the overspill bits at Telford. And again, considering Labour's already needs to put a lot of work in to get Telford back, their chances there are not exactly stellar, to say the least.
Yeah, again, that also raged quite well. I mean, yeah, Telford Labour absolutely toppled with no issues at all, which again, I think I was only a little bit modest on it just because of how big Telford's 2019 majority was, but it's a very bellwether seat usually, and in a time when the Tories were absolutely nowhere, yeah, I think the Tories had no chance of holding Telford, but obviously Labour put a lot of resources in there. If Labour already had Telford quite comfortably, though, I think they probably would have put more in the Wrekin, and that I think is also one where boundary changes did end up hurting Labour in the end, because The thing is, though, the Tories only barely survived in the Wrekin with only about an 800 odd majority. Well, the same as what White Forest had. So, yeah, if Labour, I think, didn't have Telford, they could have put more in the Wrekin, probably enough to the point where they would have won it, is my guess. So, yeah, my points with that actually stayed quite consistent.
I won't rule it out, though. And then we also got Shrewsbury. So, yeah, I'm going to stick Shrewsbury under likely. There's a good chance, I think, that Labour does take it. And with a lot more of the constituency being built around the centre of Shrewsbury, it's a lot more, I think, hospitable to Labour than its predecessor was, which I think was still a half-decent target. And then, okay, we got North and South Shropshire. So, obviously, North Shropshire, where the famous by-election's from. Shropshire has definitely been drifting more towards the Lib Dems ever since that by-election happened. I think there's a half chance Lib Dems hold on to it, which a few months after that by-election happened, I probably wouldn't have said that. It probably would have been in one of these two, but the Lib Dems have been putting a lot of resources and effort into making sure that Ellen Morgan holds the seat, so I think there's a good chance it probably will hold it. South Shropshire, I'm just going to stick this in toss-up. I think I could put it in unlikely, but actually, you know what? I probably will put it in unlikely. I think the Lib Dems are probably going to weaponise the fact and utilise that Stuart Anderson has been parachuted in from there, so whether that's enough for them to take the seat off him, though, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, some of that aged fairly well. I don't think the Lib Dems put a massive campaign in South Shropshire. I mean, they did a bit of one. I mean, their candidate was actually an ex-MP for Ludlow, obviously the predecessor seat of South Shropshire. And I think they must have known that Stuart Anderson was not going to be very popular there. So they didn't put. I don't think they put a massive amount in there, but I think they did acknowledge that it was a seat of notice. And in the future, now that Anderson only held it by about 1,000 odd votes, yeah, they're going to be back for revenge there. As for North Shropshire, yeah, that also still very much applies. I mean, the Lib Dems actually increased their majority in North Shropshire, and now I think ever since the by-election, they have now it's like a rock-solid Lib Dems. It's 15k majority now, which is fucking impressive for a seat that used to be super ultra safe. And Shrewsbury as well, yeah, Labour did a very good job holding that. But they got quite a big majority now. I think it's about 5 figures, so yeah, Labour didn't do too bad on Shrewsbury.
Starting with the very unwieldily named King, Swinford and South Staffordshire, which is a seat that looked absolutely abhorrent. Stone, Great Worley and Penkridge. All three of those names that come under the constituency are from 3 different former constituencies, and he ain't going to be moving anywhere. Neither is this one. We've got Cannock Chase. If I had to say what the biggest seat that I think is likely to be flipped in the general election, it's going to be this one. It's over a 20,000 majority, I think, at the moment currently, and I'm half tempted to actually put it under likely, which is very weird when you see some of the things I put under toss-up, but locally the seat did really well. I think Labour the popular vote there, and I think the vote in 2019, I think you could tell, was a one-off. It's a very high leave voting area, most of Staffordshire is, to be honest, and you could very easily tell that did look to be a one-off. I don't think that one-off is going to be replicated again. Yeah, actually a lot of that very much still stand there. I think obviously the only difference was that it wasn't the safest seat that fell. I think that was South West Norfolk, to Labour at least. But yeah, that was pretty ballsy of me putting it that high up, but yeah, it did end up paying off well. And actually, I think, do have quite a solid majority there now, because they won control of the council, which is coterminous with the area, in the 24 locals as well. So yeah, Labour didn't actually do too badly there. They that correlated quite well. But also, as for quickly, Stone, Great Welly, Penkridge and Kingsworth and South Staffs, yeah, they weren't going to go anywhere, and sure enough, they didn't. Speaking of which, we've also got a few other similar. So Tamworth is obviously where that by-election happened. I think there's a chance that Labour do hold on in Tamworth. I'm not going to say guaranteed by any chance, but I think it is potential. And then also Stafford as well, I think that belongs in likely as well. It's a similar case to Aylesbury, where the new constituency takes off its old rural bits and puts it into this mess. But a lot of but it does also get some other rural bits from Stone, I think from Newcastle under Lyme as well. So most of Labour's vote is going to be concentrated in the centre of Stafford, so it's going to wholly depend on whether Labour can get that vote out and whether the Tory vote is diluted. Similar case to a lot of these other seats, but I've heard it before. Lichfield, no, it's maybe it's more so than some of those other seats, but I'm not confident Lichfield goes. And then Burton and Atoxeter, is it? Oh god, another one I can't pronounce. Is it Atoxeter? I think it sounds like it is. I'm going to put that in likely as well. Its majority is similar to Stafford. Labour did take East Staffordshire Council, which included most of the areas that fall under that constituency, but yeah, we'll see whether that's replicated in the general election. And then finally we've got Staffordshire Moorland. Labour has won this before, and there is a chance they could win it again. I'm going to put it under toss-up. I think there are areas that they could win in it, but it's certainly not like a Labour stronghold or anything.
So I didn't actually realise, though, is that when Labour last won Staffordshire Moorlands, it actually had Kidsgrove in the seat, which is now currently in Stoke North. So that definitely helped Labour win it in the Blaze. And they actually won it by a fucking landslide in the Blaze. It was in the 5-figure majorities. But the boundary changes in 2010, and I think also the ones in 2024 didn't help either. They definitely did quite a big chunk to it. I still did think that Labour did have a chance at Staffordshire Moorlands. The raw majority itself wasn't that large compared to some of the other seats. And there were areas, I think, in the council where Labour had done quite well. But the Tories held on there. Actually, quite miraculously, to be honest, by about 1,000, 1,500 votes. So they did pretty damn well, all things considered. As for a lot of the other seats there, so yeah, Lichfield I got horribly wrong. I genuinely didn't think that Labour were going to win Lichfield. They didn't win it by much. It was only about 800, so a similar case of what happened with Poole there, but yeah, and I can't really take a lot of credit for that one. Burton and Utoxeter, as apparently I found out is pronounced when I went there for the marathon, and Stafford as well. Got them kind of right, and Tamworth as well. Yeah, I think Tamworth's majority wasn't big in the general election. It was only just over 1,000, but that's despite having a chicken runner there. But I mean, Labour did still win it, and I didn't think they would. The exit poll didn't think so, which I did find curious. But yeah, not too bad. As I say, Staffordshire Moorlands one is a bit annoying. So is Lichfield, but yeah, can't get everything, I guess.
Speaking of Stoke-on-Trent, so Stoke Central is probably the most marginal of the 3 seats. So that I'm very comfortable putting in extreme marginal. Stoke North is a bit more so. This is Jonathan Gullis' seat. It's still, I think, still comfortable putting under marginal. I mean, it's got half the majority of Telford, so it should easily flip back. Stoke South, though. So, if this was the old seat, it would probably join Stoke North up in marginal. But the boundaries are really not kind to Labour here. I'm going to still put it under likely. I think there's a good chance that Labour do take the seat, more so than some of these ones under toss-up, like Aldershot, for example. But that's on thin ground, to be honest. I think if Labour weren't able to take Stoke South, I would not be surprised. And then the final one in Staffordshire, we've got Newcastle under Lyme. This is, I think, another one I can put in marginal. It's important to know, though, that Labour have been losing votes here for years, though. The council's tour is Conservative run at the moment, and also in both 2015 and 2017, as well as 2010, actually, to a degree, it had really small majorities. They were losing votes each one. It was only in 2019 that it actually flipped. Obviously, Labour's not going to be losing more votes there in the next election, or one would assume so.
Yeah, again, all of that did survive quite well. Like Stoke North and Central were easy to flip. Stoke South was a lot harder because I do mention the boundaries, and sure enough, actually, Labour only won it by like 300 votes. Really was not a lot in it at all. To be honest, as it came close to election day, I was a little bit surprised of how close Stoke South was. I thought that potentially Labour would have had a better chance there, especially in a lot of the more Stoke bits, but well, I mean, they still won it at the end of the day, so I don't look like a complete tit for putting it there. And then Newcastle under Lyme as well. Yeah, I think Labour did reverse some of their bad fortunes that they've been having there for the last few elections. I don't remember what the exact majority is. It's about It's somewhere around 5,000, I think. So, yeah, that does all sound about right, give or take.
A lot of these Yorkshire ones, Penistone and Stocksbridge. I'm not sure if I put under extreme marginal. Yeah, I probably will, to be honest. It's a seat again that almost always votes Labour. It's very surprising that it voted Conservative in 2019. Rother Valley as well, I think is another one that belongs in there as well. It's a seat that, again, you'd normally expect Labour to win, so it's another one that I think would quite easily go back. Doncaster East, or as the full name says, Doncaster East in the Isle of Axholme. The Axholme areas it gets from North Lincolnshire are not very kind to Labour, but the rest of the constituency is, though. I don't feel super confident putting it under marginal, just because those new bits are really going to be difficult for Labour to eke vote share out of it. I think putting it next to Stoke South I think is quite appropriate, to be honest. Seats get a lot harder for Labour under the Boundary Commission, or boundary changes I should say, that were done by the Boundary Commission. So that should do quite nicely.
Yeah, I don't know if I should have put Doncaster East that low down. I think if I put it in marginal, that probably would have made a bit more sense. And sure enough, I mean, obviously, I did think Labour were going to take it, and I think I was aware that the boundaries weren't that very kind. But I think on the Rawlings and Thrasher, it only went from about 1,500, give or take, in Don Valley to about 8,000, which still isn't a lot. It wasn't like with Reading West where it turned up to about 16,000. So I think, whilst I knew that the boundaries got harder, I probably should have put it a bit lower. Penistone Stocksbridge I think I got quite perfectly. Rother Valley though, I feel a bit bad about. If I put that in marginal, I wouldn't have felt too bad. But the thing is that the Labour only won that by 998 votes, so it's just too short of 1,000. Which locally, I guess I probably should have seen a bit coming, because locally Labour did have a few issues there. So, although Jim Labour's had a few issues on Rotherham Council for a bit, so I probably should have guessed that. Although, actually, come to think of it, I've just remembered Rotherham's local elections were after this happened, because they were in 24. So, maybe I didn't have that insight, but yeah, I mean, on paper, it did look like it was an extreme marginal seat that should have gone back, but the Tories, they did a very good job, actually. Alex Stafford there very nearly held on to it, but he didn't in the end. Just came short, so it'll be interesting really to see what happens in the future, and Doncaster East too. Okay, so West Yorkshire coming up. Oh god. What did I say about Keighley and Ilkley?
Keighley and Ilkley, again, Labour had this in 2017 by the skin of their teeth, so it's another one we can throw in marginal.
Wow. That literally, that was all it was just thinking, oh yeah, Labour previously had the seat, let's just put it up there. Okay. I don't think anyone can give me any slack for not predicting what happened there. And I've got to say this right now. The most surprising result of the whole general election, it's not Independent winning Leicester South and beating Jonathan Ashworth. It's not Liz Truss losing South West Norfolk. It's not even, say, I don't know, Jeremy Corbyn holding on Islington North. No. It is the fact that the Tories held Keighley and Ilkley. I was going to go on a little rant about this. The thing is, though, Robbie Morwright must have been looking at all of his colleagues with majorities of 16, 17, 18,000, all collapsing and falling and losing their seats. And yet here he is on 2,000 majority, having gained his seat in the 2019 election, and he survives. I mean, his majority falls a bit from 2,000 to 1,500, but fucking hell. How does that happen? No one predicted this. I am certain no one predicted it. And the thing is, though, that I've been trying to rack my head around this, is that I still do not know how on earth the Tories held on there. I genuinely don't. All the other seats, right, that were low majorities, they make a bit of sense. And you can kind of find out why. Chingford, easy. It was because of a candidate cock-up and a split vote. Stockton West, as I'll get on to in a minute, it was very much unfair boundaries and also a small swing across Teesside, probably thanks to Ben Houchin. Obviously, you've got Scottish ones, which were against the SNP. You've got also Harrow East, which obviously had very unique local factors that were very easy to spot, to be honest. But Keighley and Ilkley doesn't really have any of that. I mean, the thing is, though, it didn't have a bad candidate, or at least as far as I'm aware, they weren't a bad candidate, because it literally had Labour's previous MP there who stood for the last couple of elections, didn't get suspended or anything found out about him. And to be honest, I mean, Robbie Moore was a pretty decent Tory candidate in himself as well. I think he was quite well liked there, but fuck, so were a lot of other Tory MPs, and he somehow still survived. I had no idea who he was actually before all this, but fucking hell. Yeah, I think I've said my piece on that. That I will forever hold the fact that is easily the most surprising seat of this general election. I never would have predicted it in a million years. Also, I'm just going to skip for the rest of West Yorkshire. Yeah, everything else fell. Shipley, the nearby seat to Keighley, fell on an 8,000 majority. Leeds North West, Leeds South West and Morley, Wakefield, Ossett and Denby Dale, yeah, all gone. And Calder Valley, Spen Valley, Colne Valley, yeah, all of it was gone as it was expected. I thought Labour would win everything in West Yorkshire. Obviously, they didn't win Dewsbury and Batley because of the independent there, but fucking hell, Keighley and shitting Ilkley somehow stayed Tory. I will never be able to understand what happened there. Fucking hell. I need to move on, otherwise I'm going to go on for this for a while.
Okay, moving on to the East Riding of Yorkshire, or Humberside, I guess is the old name goes. Okay, Bridlington and the Walls, this is old East Yorkshire. No, this isn't going anywhere. Neither is Beverley and Holderness. These two seats are about the same in safeness. Some I know have had him flip one but not the other, but no, I wouldn't say either's going. And also, I'll throw Gould and Pocklington in there as well, which is Old Halton, Price and Howden, if we're looking at closest constituencies.
I mean, it's probably not right to say Gould and Pocklington as Old Halton, Price and Howden because it is drastically different boundary-wise, and obviously it's got a good chunk of the abolished brick and Gould, but whatever. I mean, the safeness point I think still stands by. Bridlington Walls and Beverley and Holderness, yeah, so Bridlington Walls I think they're still very much stood by that. It was going to be quite safe. And again, the Tories did hold all those seats. But in Beverley and Holderness, they only held it by 124 votes, so it was stupidly close, which a lot of people did say it would be. I generally didn't believe them. I actually did think that it was all going to be a super safe Tory seat, all of them. Although, funnily enough, the exit poll actually had Bridlington and the Walls going. They had that as the safest Tory seat that Labour picked up, which didn't happen in the end, and I didn't think it would. But, yeah... Brilliant. As I say, I'm happy with what I said for Bridlington and Gould and Pocklington, not for Beverley and Holderness. So just because of how marginal it was in the general election, even if I got the actual result predicted, that it was a lot more marginal than either of the other two.
Hull West. Yeah, I'm going to stick that one under extreme marginal because I think it's safe to say Tories are not going to win it back again. Okay, and then finally, Scunthorpe, Brigham Immingham, and Grimsby and Cleethorpes. So, Grimsby and Cleethorpes should be another one that I think Labour should win quite comfortably. Again, it did swing to the Tories quite a bit, but you'd also expect it to swing back quite a bit as well. Scunthorpe as well, quite similarly. A lot of Labour... The constituency does get a bit more rural, but Labour's vote in the centre of Scunthorpe is normally quite solid, so... Actually, wait, no. Put it under marginal. Brigham Immingham though, so it's a good chunk of old Cleethorpes, minus the town of Cleethorpes itself, and bits of abolished Brigham Gould. Now, Cleethorpes and Brigham Gould did used to be Labour seats, quite solid Labour seats, and they have. So there is probably Waveney effect that has swung them to the Tories quite a fair bit. The issue is, though, is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence suggesting that it's going to swing back. Labour struggled a fair bit in North and North East Lincolnshire that's actually had this bit of the constituency in, and it has very much been a very gradual increase. So, whilst I do think there's going to be a pretty big swing against the Tories towards Labour at the next election, despite the fact that it is as safe as some of these other ones in ultra safe, I don't think I can put this... Actually... I'm going to put it in unlikely. I don't want to... There is a chance I think it flips to Labour. I don't think it's a very high chance, so...
Yeah, I think a lot of my thinking around Brigham Immingham was on the right track. And I was kind of right that there was an absolute massive swing. I think it fell to about a 3,000 odd majority. Reform definitely playing their part there. I still don't think I should have put it in unlikely. I'd have put it at least in safe. I think would have made more sense. And for where the seat was, yeah, I think that made more sense. At least I wasn't stupid enough to say, oh yeah, this is definitely gonna gonna go, but it wasn't really. And then yeah, for what I said about the other three, yeah, all that still very much holds up. Yeah, Whole West never stood a chance, and then the other two, I think obviously Reform did play their bit, but yeah, I think it does make sense for what happens.
Yeah, most of these ones in North Yorkshire aren't going to go anywhere. Richmond and Northallerton, this is Rishi Sunak's seat, so I imagine it's probably going to get a bit more attention than it normally would, but it's not going anywhere. I'm very certain about putting it there. Thurston Mawston, again, I'm pretty confident there. Skipton and Rippon's probably a little bit more marginal. Still not really going to go anywhere.
Skipton and Ripon actually was quite marginal in the general election. As I say, like, the Tories did hold all three of those North Yorkshire seats. As I say, Richmond and Northallerton was easily held, safest Tory seat now. Thurston Mawston was quite comfortable as well. Yeah, Skipton and Ripon, they only held by about 1,500 votes. So, but actually, I think it's slightly more marginal than Keighley and Ilkley, which borders it, which I don't really want to talk about Keighley and Ilkley again, but yeah, so maybe I should have put it in unlikely. I think the problem is that the seat just looks so rural. It's just like, how is anyone going to win this other than the Tories? But well, I mean, the Tories did win it, so I guess I wasn't completely off.
Harrogate. So Harrogate and Knaresborough. It's a big Lib Dem target, this. I think I'm just going to do the classic thing and stick it where all the other Lib Dem seats are, because... Oh, hang on. There we go. That sounds better.
Yeah, I could see kind of why I did that, to be honest. I think, yeah, virtually every Lib Dem seat in there, including Harrogate and Knaresborough, basically fell to them quite comfortably as well in a lot of cases. So, yeah, I think it's just mainly because I didn't know what was going to happen with the Lib Dem vote at this stage. I think as it got closer to the election, though, I was pretty confident thinking, okay, the Lib Dems are probably going to gain most of them. And most of them, and almost all of them, they did, so, other than some of the aforementioned ones. So, yeah, I didn't do too bad on that front, actually.
Right, looking at the rest of these, so Scarborough and Whitby. I'll put this under likely. I think it's not the most Labour-leaning seat, but it is one that I think Labour should pick up if they're hoping to get a majority. Wetherby and Easingwold, it's sort of a newish seat. It's got bits of Elmet and Rothwell, which probably I would have put in either unlikely or toss-up. But this is all the Tory bits of Elmet and Rothwell, plus other bits within North Yorkshire. It's not going anywhere. And then finally we've got Selby, so obviously the by-elections happened there, and probably means I think with the by-election in mind I could put it in like, because this is actually easier boundaries than the by-election, because the Selby and the old seat loses some Tory bits I think into Wetherby and Easingwold. And then also finally we got York Outer. This, I don't know if I can really put it in marginal, because York Outer is not... I think I'll join it with Selby and Likely, which feels a bit weird doing, because this is definitely more marginal than Selby is, but...
Yeah, actually quite a few of those seats, actually, Labour did gain quite easy. Selby, York Outer and Scarborough and Whitby. I mean, Scarborough and Whitby's majority I don't think was that massive. It was a couple thousand, but Selby and York Outer's was nearly 5 figures for both of them. I think York Outer's is about 8,000-9,000, and Selby's, I think, is actually 10,000, which so it's pretty damn good, actually, that what Labour did. Especially, I think, with York Outer, because they absorbed a lot of Lib Dem vote there that was there locally. So, yeah, that was pretty well predicted. And same with Wetherby and Easingwold going absolutely nowhere. I think, yeah, another case where I did pretty damn well on it.
Crewe and Nantwich, this is easy. This is a very stereotypical bellwether seat. Again, bit like Keighley and Ilkley. Oh, sorry, no, I put under marginal. Bit like Keighley and Ilkley, Labour did win this one by the skin of their teeth in 2017, and then lost it again 2 years later. So, with that in mind, Labour should easily take the seat back again. But some of these other ones, so Wirral West is another one where I'm not 100% sure whether actually Labour would have won this or not. I'm just put it on there for the sake of it, so obviously it'd go under extreme marginal.
Yeah, so obviously, referring back to what was on the Rulings and Fresher page, they had Wirral West as a Labour seat, only just so by a couple hundred, and also eventually so did I. I kind of changed it, because I basically go see what's around there, and if there's any doubts between the two, then I just go by whatever the seat voted in 2019, and given that Wirral West was originally a Labour seat in 2019, on the old boundaries, that's kind of what I went for. But even if it was just about a Tory seat, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the point there still stands, and it was a Labour seat, and it did vote Labour in 2024. Corinne Nantwich as well had an MP who actually chicken ran, so to Bexhill Battles. So yeah, that was never going to survive in the Tories' hands.
Warrington South, I'd also stick under extreme marginal as well. I think boundaries do get a bit easier for Labour here, although it was already like a very marginal seat anyway. Warrington again is another place that has sort of been shifting more towards Labour as time has gone on. So then that just leaves us with these ones. So Congleton, I'm pretty confident is not going anywhere. Tatton as well, I'm not confident, I'm pretty sure won't go anywhere either. Macclesfield though has actually drifted more towards Labour before, and it used to be a really safe Tory seat, but it's only about 10,000 majority at the moment. So I guess by extension I'd have to put it in likely. In Mid Cheshire, it's a new seat this one, but it's likely is expected to be a very standard bellwether seat. It's got towns like Northwich, I think that's how you pronounce it, like Middlewich. Again, I think that's how you pronounce it, I'm not sure. So I'm just going to stick it there and avoid embarrassing myself more.
Yeah, so Mid Cheshire, that kind of aged well. Macclesfield as well. I think obviously Labour did put a lot of resources into Macclesfield. Congleton really surprised me though. Actually, I did not think that Labour were going to win Congleton. And Tatton being about 1,000 odd votes away, I thought that probably would have been about the same as Congleton, but because actually Labour didn't just win Congleton by the skin of their teeth. They did win it by quite, I think, about 3 or so thousand votes. So it wasn't just like a close one, like say Paul was. So that one was kind of surprising, really. And also the other thing about Warrington South is there's quite a funny story actually behind the MP there. So what he actually did was he chicken ran to virtually every single possible seat that he could, and then got none of them and had to do the walk of shame back to Warrington South and fight that in the general election, unsurprisingly losing it. I mean, obviously, even if he was the greatest MP ever for there, he'd have never won it in a million years. And also the case that Wrongs and Fresher Prediction did have it as a Labour seat. I didn't, and I still don't have it on my documents as one, but yeah, that would have just made it even more tricky. Either way, it would have been an extremely marginal seat, in which case the Tories would never have stood a chance.
And then finally we got Chester South and Eddisbury. There is potential, I think, but yeah, I'm not super confident that it's really going to manifest to anything. And whilst I'm here, I'll also do the one seat in Merseyside, which is Southport. An odd seat, because again, it's been a Tory Lib Dem marginal for a while. Like Lib Dems had it even in 2015, and then in 2017 it turned into a Tory Labour marginal. So I guess I'll put it in with the rest of the marginal seats.
Yep, that still aged fairly well with Southport. I think with Chester South and Eddisbury, it was a tricky seat to kind of identify, because compared to Old Eddisbury, it used to have Winsford, but Winsford was lost to Mid Cheshire. But obviously it gained some of the southern parts of Chester, south of the River Dee. Which obviously those bits would have been lent a lot more Labour, because Chester used to be a bellwether city. It's not anymore, it's a very safe Labour one now. But yeah, that's probably what made it quite difficult to tell, was to see what the difference in those areas would be. I did hear some people that did think that Chester South and Eddisbury would go Labour. I personally wasn't super confident it would do. I think if the Tories were going to hold on to any seat in the Northwest, it probably would be that one. And yeah, sure enough, they did in the end. I mean, they also held on in Tatton and Field as well, or Filed, as it's pronounced. I'll get on to that one in a minute, but yeah.
Okay, Bury South is easy. That is easily goes under extreme marginal. I think it probably is the most extreme marginal of extreme marginals. Bury North as well, quite similarly. It's normally more of a bellwethery seat, Bury North, but I mean, the seat has literally a majority of about 105. Bolton North East again also I think probably goes up there. So does also Lee and Atherton. I look at Bolton West first. A seat that's generally been... It's another one that's flipped towards the Tories quite a bit, even locally, where bits of Bolton have, and I think a lot of them have been in this seat. I'm still going to put it under marginal. I think again, it's still a seat that Labour 100% need. They were very close in 2017. That's Altrincham and Sale West. It's only got about 6,000 majority, but it's never really voted Labour before. But I do think that could be changing, because Labour in Trafford Council has never... Labour's always been sort of split the Tories within Trafford, whereas Trafford is sort of an area of Manchester is very much more going towards Labour than it has been the Tories. So I am tempted to put this under marginal next to Bolton West, even though I don't think the swing is going to be as big as, say, the one in Bolton West will be. And then finishing off Manchester, we've got 2 seats in Stockport that the Lib Dems will probably be going after, and again I think I'll put... Do I put them under extreme marginal? I'll put them under marginal. Lib Dems would start doing really well here, like locally, and the Tories much less so. So I would be again very surprised if the Tories did not lose both of these.
Yeah, I mean, as with all the Manchester seats, none of them stood a chance, and sure enough, the Tories absolutely lost everything in Manchester. There were still some surprising bits. I mean, Hazelgrove, actually, it's funny enough, it's worth mentioning that the Tories actually came behind Labour there, didn't it? Which I didn't see coming myself, personally. But yeah, obviously, so Bury North, Bury South, Bolton North East, and Haywood and Milton North, which obviously was already notionally Labour, as was Lee and Atherton. None of them ever stood a chance whatsoever. Bolton West probably didn't really either. I think because that was the... it was 8,000 odd majority in 2019. The elections prior to it had always been very marginal. I say Labour had it in 2010, just. Tories had it in 15-17, also just. And in the election with the Tories were doing much worse, yeah, they weren't ever going to hold it. The only other one was then Altrincham and Sale West, which, yeah, as I mentioned in the video, there is, the Tories do lose a lot of votes there over the time, and sure enough that does translate into the general election. Basically, Altrincham is what should have happened in Chingford and Woodford Green had there not been a candidate fuck-up. So, again, doesn't make it a super safe Labour seat or anything, but that sort of movement out from sort of central Manchester into outer Manchester, as we see with the Worthing seats, yeah, that's kind of a good seat of seeing that in play, really. And again, similar thing also probably would have been seen in Chingford had that happened.
Burnley, I should very easily swing back to Labour. I think that goes under extreme marginal. Hyndburn, I think, is a little bit of a bigger majority, and also Labour has had a few problems here locally. So I don't think I'd put it under extreme marginal, even though I think its majority... It's only about 1,000 though. You know what, yeah. I'm just going to say, it's, a lot of local factors aren't always the reasoning, so that one I'll stick there. And then, what one should we go for next? Rosendale, again, I'm going to stick this one under... Actually, I'll put it under marginal. Rosendale, again, Labour started doing quite well in, and... Okay, oh god, another abomination created in the boundary change. So, this is Ribble Valley, even though it should technically be like half of Ribble Valley and Preston North. There's some potential here in maybe some of the Northern Preston bits, but again, it's another case where the majority isn't that big on paper, but it's not. There's nowhere really in the constituency to swing it, because like its main town of Clitheroe within Ribble Valley is in, well, Endell and Clitheroe, which actually ironically enough, makes this seat more safer for the Tories. More so that I don't know if I can actually put it in marginal. I'm actually going to stick it in likely, which might be a bit controversial, but the Clitheroe I think normally votes Lib Dem, I think, locally, and Pendle has always been like a real big swing seat, more so than say like Hyndburn or Burnley up here. So that's going to be my guess that happens with Pendle as well. Again, not enough of the Tories to hold on to it, but again, it's not going to be a huge one, I don't think.
Yeah, elements of that I think still worked. I think it is worth knowing though that the majorities in both Pendle and Clitheroe and Ribble Valley were both absolutely tiny. It was only about, I think, they're both about 900 each. So yeah, definitely vote evening doing its thing really for Labour, as we can expect. It's also worth noticing that Hyndburn actually a very, very small majority. It was only about 1,500 for Labour in the 24 election, so the Tories did all right actually hanging on there. Which is actually odd, because also in the 24 locals, Labour actually held on to the seat, or actually took the council quite comfortably, actually. So it's interesting that that happened as well. And then obviously, yeah, seats like Burnley, Burnley was never going to be worth a shot for the Tories holding it. I think under the new boundaries, that would have been the most marginal seat by only like a couple, like 50 odd votes or that. It would have been very, very small. So, yeah, but obviously as it currently stands, it was never going to last.
South Ribble, it's about 11,000-12,000 majority. I'm not sure if I can put it under marginal compared to some of those other ones. I'm going to put it under likely next to Pendle and Cliff Road. It's a big majority there physically at the moment. Has sort of swung up there a bit naturally. But again, Labour has started doing quite well in South Ribble, which is what you'd expect if they were going to take the general election seat. And then we go, okay, Field. Is it Field? I've always called it Field. Is it Filed? I'm not going to dig myself that hole. I'm just going to stick it in safe and move on. Including Lancaster and Wyres, or Lancaster and Weir. There we go. Pronunciations. So, I guess I should put it in extreme marginal, because this is technically Lancaster and Fleetwood, but it's taken in a lot of bits from Weir and Preston North, or Wyre and Preston North again, however you pronounce it, I don't know. So I think that is probably what's ended up switching it more towards the Tories. But again, this is only based on the 2019 notionals. That's not going to be repeated in next election. As for the other seat in Lancaster, we got Morecambe and Lonsdale. Not very kind to Labour, this seat. It does get a lot of bits from South Lakeland, or Old Westmoreland and Lonsdale. And again, it does, I think, lose some other bits to Lancaster and Wyre. Might do, I might have that wrong, but I'm going to stick under likely, because it still has a... Again, the boundary changes do shoot it up a bit, but again, it's a seat I'd still be very surprised if Labour didn't take. A lot of the areas of Labour's strong areas in the seat are still there. Which then basically moves us on to Blackpool North and Fleetwood and Blackpool South. So, Blackpool South easily. There is possibly going to be a by-election here, depending on if Scott Benton's appeal fails, which it likely will, which will lead to a recall petition. So, yeah, and I think the general consensus on an expected Blackpool South by-election is that Labour 100% wins it, and even if it wasn't in a by-election, yeah, there's no way the Tories hold on in Blackpool South. And Blackpool North, on the other hand, so the northern ends of Blackpool do help the Tories. They are more Tory ends of Blackpool, but Fleetwood, though, which is the area that added on to the constituency, is not particularly Tory friendly. It's more of a Labour area. So with that in mind, I think I'd probably stick it under marginal.
So yeah, so it is also worth noticing that this was made before the Blackpool South by-election happened, but whether that by-election happened or not, I think Labour was always going to be retaking the seat. Yeah, a lot of those other ones I think did hold quite well. Morecambe's boundary changes didn't really get in the way as much as I thought it would. A lot of the ones where there's quite unfriendly boundary changes, one of which I'm going to get onto in a minute, in Stockton, there were some interesting results, but Morecambe Labour took without really much issue, really. The only surviving seat on there that's worth mentioning is Field, or Field, as I sometimes like to say it is. That was the only surviving Tory seat in Lancashire, but again, only just, though. Tories only held it by about 500 votes, so the fact that I put it in safe does make sense, I think, for what information was available at the time. The Tories did hold the council there just by the skin of their teeth, in 23, and I think, to be honest, Labour were more interested in other seats in there, so yeah, I don't feel too bad about putting the prediction there, even though obviously on paper the result was a lot closer than it was originally. The Tories could have lost everything in Lancashire had they not gone for it. Also, I think this was also before Fylde's MP Mark Menzies was done for that really weird scandal that he was involved in. I can't remember. I think this was before that, so. But also he didn't stand again, so I'm not sure what effect that would have had, if any, though, to be honest.
Cumbria. So West London, Lonsdale. The boundaries again are really not kind to the Lib Dems here, but again, I'd be very surprised if they somehow didn't win the seat. As for the others, Baron Furness should be a Labour pickup, but it's a Labour. There's a big majority there currently. It's about 6,000, 7,000. Does get a bit harder, I think, for Labour in the boundaries. I don't think I can put it under extreme marginal. I'm going to stick it under marginal, and then for these other ones, Whitehaven and Workington, I could actually technically stick this under. It's old Copeland, but with Workington added in. Because old Workington is now in this, as the rest of Workington is now in this one, Penrith and Solway, which is a fuck ugly constituency to say the least, because it sort of splits right out into the middle of Cumbria, sort of cutting off Carlisle. Considering the fact that Cumbria is normally an area that's been split in two, both historically and in its current councils, Cumberland and then Westmoreland, this sort of breaks that a little bit. I don't like it. But if I am to be honest though, it's another one I think I'll put in likely. Like, if we're talking old Workington, it'd probably be in marginal, but Penrith and Solway though, the bits it gets from Penrith and the border, which is a broken up seat that it eats into, it doesn't make the seat very likely, but it's about 13,000 majority for a seat that Labour's usually had quite a strong presence in, so it should be a seat that Labour goes for. And then as for Carlisle, I always used to pronounce it Carlisle, because I generally had no idea how to pronounce it, but Carlisle again, I think I'll stick under marginal. It does get a bit more rural in the boundaries, so it does go up a bit from like 8,000, I think, to about 10,000, but it's another seat that I think should flip towards Labour. Like, its previous majorities have all been really, really small.
Yeah, again, all of that actually aged quite well as well. I think Whitehaven and Workington, as I say, I think Labour's now got that on about like a 12,000 majority. It's fucking actually, I think it's even bigger. It's like, I think it's larger than fucking Starmer's own majority in Holborn and St Pancras. Like, Labour did a really good job actually of capitalising a lot of the votes. And also Westmoreland and Lonsdale's quite a funny one as well, because Lib Dems somehow, obviously boundary changes knocked it out of the Lib Dems' hands into the Tories, and now they're in they've got 21,000 majority in there, which is one of the largest of all seats in here. Also because they kind of got turnout figures, and it's a lot of Lib Dem vote there, statistical voting. Yeah, you can kind of see why they got it, but yeah, because there's not many seats actually in the 24 election that do have a majority of over 20,000. There's no Tory seats, there's only about 5 Labour seats, and I think that one Lib Dem seat as well. I'm not sure if any of their other ones, I'm not sure, like, I think Twickenham does, but that's about it really. So yeah, fairly all good there with Cumbria.
So, starting with Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, Simon Clarke's seat. And again, it's been another one that's sort of swung away from Labour quite a bit, but I'm going to stick it in marginal, which might be a bit odd. Like, there is a part of me that thinks I should stick it in likely, but yeah, alright. Its majority is about the same as Penrith and Solway, so that's going to be my justification. Redcar gets... This should be a very easy, straightforward Labour pickup. And then we've got Stockton West, so this gets way harder for Labour to win. It takes a lot of Tory bits from Darlington, and a lot of its Labour bits go into Stockton North. I think it's about 2,000 odd majority, so it's another one I think that... I think this case here is very similar to Stoke South. It's very unfriendly boundary changes, whereas the Labour was most likely to win the old seat. I mean, Stockton South is about, 5,000? Old Stockton South is about 5,000 odd majority. And again, it did vote Labour in 2017. This one definitely wouldn't have done, but it does show that probably means it would have been smaller than what it is now, but with how strong some of those Tory bits are, it's going to be difficult, I think, to Labour to win, especially compared to its predecessor seat. Speaking of Darlington, we got it here. I don't feel comfortable throwing this in extreme marginal, but I think marginal will do, and also Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor, which is Old Sedgefield. that I think I could probably stick in marginal as well. Maybe I stick it in extreme marginal, but we'll go for marginal for now.
Yeah, you know what? I see. It's difficult really with some of those Teesside ones because the Tory swing in Teesside was a lot smaller than it was nationwide, and out of a lot of the seats that I've mentioned there, so Stockton West, actually the Tories held on to, which I think really did surprise me at first, but I think, unlike with Keighley and Ilkley, I can kind of sort of see what happened there. Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, now granted Reform didn't stand here, but Morse Labour did take it off the Tories only just. There was like 200 votes in it, and that's normally a lot more of a bellwether-y seat. And then also Darlington and Redcar, which have normally always been ultra-safe Labour seats in the past. Labour did win them both back, but only with majorities of about 2,000, which is really small for what you'd expect in a landslide year for Labour. So, yeah, that's... I think there are a number of reasons what happened here. I think, as you say, I call it the Ben Houchin effect because obviously he, even though he wasn't up for election, he does have a lot of effect on the Tory vote in a lot of these seats. So, and obviously, like even though he's a Tory, because in the 24 locals, which obviously did take after this, his vote did fall a lot, but he still won the plurality in all of the boroughs in. He won all the boroughs in Teesside, so yeah. So there's definitely they can vote for the Tories if they want to really, and I think some of their MPs, as we saw with Stockton West, that can happen, especially when the boundaries. It's not really Stockton at all. It's more sort of Eastern Darlington and then sort of the rural bits of Stockton. So I think my comparison to Stoke South, which also had a tiny majority, does make sense. So yeah, some of those ones I can see, and then obviously like Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor. Yeah, that was definitely a survival set.
And then finishing these off, Bishop Auckland. Labour again has been losing a lot of votes here in the past, but I'd be very surprised if somehow Labour lost it, or didn't get it back, I should say. When Hexham, again, it's a similar case to Macclesfield, where it's about a 10,000 majority, but has never really voted Tory in the past. Sorry, never really voted Labour, I should say. So I could probably put it right next to Macclesfield, actually, because it's... Labour do seem to be they want to go after it, and I think some of the boundaries do make it a bit easier, but not massively, though. I think if Labour were going to win the new seat, they would have won the old one. Which also then brings me on to North Northumberland. So this seat's Old Berwick-upon-Tweed, which is the basis for this old seat. Normally, no, you wouldn't expect Labour to ever win there. This one does eat into a good chunk of Wansbeck, though, which is, at the moment, Labour's got it by the skin of their teeth, but you wouldn't most of it does vote Labour. I still don't reckon, though, that that's going to be enough to get Labour over the line, though. Like, Old Berwick-upon-Tweed probably would have been in this one, safe, but... So it does probably shoot it up a tier, but I'm not convinced that Labour take it.
Yeah, and again, that was a seat I genuinely didn't think that Labour were going to win. I think a lot of general predictions thought they were. The exit poll didn't predict it, and obviously it is a bit ironic, really, that the one remaining Tory seat in the North East is obviously Stockton West. It's not that one. So, yeah, that definitely did surprise me a bit. I mean, Hexham, I think, was a little bit more up Labour's alley. Tories only barely held it in the Blairs, and this time Labour, I think, put a lot more of a conceded effort into it. Only had about a 10k majority. That's even despite Reform not standing in the seat. So that one, I think, makes I could kind of see what happened. North Northumberland, to us, Labour's majority in North Northumberland is actually even bigger than the one in Hexham. It's about 5,000 to about 3,000, which is kind of impressive, really.
Starting with this one, Bangor Aberconwy. It eats into a good chunk of old. I think it's Arfon. My pronunciation has been horrible for most of this video. It's going to get even worse for this final bit. Its majority gets way easy. It's about a majority of about 100, maybe even less. So, yeah. Old Aberconwy would probably be in marginal, but that one, it doesn't look it, but is a lot easier for Labour, mainly because of the bits it takes from Arfon. And then also Wrexham as well, I think, can also stick under extreme marginal as well. Again, boundaries aren't necessarily the most kindest to Labour here, but Wrexham is usually a very typical Labour seat. You'd be very surprised if it voted Tory again. And then continuing on with the rest of Wales, so Brec, oh god, what's this one's full name? Labour. So I have heard some people think that Labour could do well here. I don't think so. Lib Dems don't really do well in Wales that much, but here you would probably be their only seat they'd win. I'm not going to put it with every other Lib Dem seat here, because I do think there is a chance that Lib Dems do take this outside of some of these other ones. So that's just my guess. So as for an old Lib Dem seat, we've got Montgomeryshire and oh god. Well, Lib Dems won't be winning this one again like they used to. If this was old boundaries, I'd probably stick this in safe or even ultra safe, but it eats into a big chunk of Clwyd South though, which is probably what's making me actually put this more under toss-up. You know what, I haven't put something under toss-up for a while. I'm putting this one here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a slight spoiler. The Tories did lose absolutely everything in Wales. Obviously Bangor Aberconwy, which I did before the Northumberland seats. That one, had a really small majority as well. I think eating into a good chunk of Arvon didn't really help matters for the Tories, because Arvon's quite an unfriendly area to them. For the two Powys seats, Brecon, it's another one of those cases where I never believed that was ever going to be a freeway, like with Broome and East Somerset. I think that was always going to be leaning towards the Lib Dems, and sure enough they did take it. Granted, not by a lot, and actually Labour did have a vote share there, but I think, Labour actually going backwards in Wales and yet still gaining seats, I think, that definitely wasn't a priority. But Montgomeryshire, though, now obviously the guy who was Montgomeryshire, the MP for Montgomeryshire, was also caught up in the betting scandal quite a bit, and then got suspended as the Tory candidate for it. That likely would have had an impact, no doubt about that. Whether it would have been the difference between Labour winning or losing it, probably losing it by a smaller margin, but I think the Glyndwr bit, so the bits it gets from Wrexham, are what helped Labour gain the seat, undoubtedly, because I mean there used to be old parts of Clwyd South, and that took nearly about 2/3 of the old constituency in. So that is what allowed Labour to win in Montgomeryshire, whereas without the boundary changes it could have stayed a Tory seat. Well, suspended Tory, I guess, but yeah.
Speaking of the rest of Clwyd, so we've got Clwyd East, which is Old Delyn. Yeah, I think the boundaries do make it a little bit harder for Labour, but that still doesn't stop me from sticking it in here. I knew this would fill up quickly. And then, as for Clwyd North, oh god, this is another really stupid seat with the boundary changes. But, I mean, to be honest, Wales lost a total of 8 seats, so I guess corners had to be cut somewhere, but was this really the best way to do it? I don't know. I stick this one in marginal. It's basically got a merging of Clwyd West and the Vale of Clwyd, but I think it has more the electoral demographics of the second one, which is more beneficial to Labour. So for Ynys Môn, so this is the Isle of Anglesey, the fact that Tories even had this in the first place is a bit of an accident. Labour and Plaid basically knocked each other out in trying to get it. They both got about 10,000 votes each. Tories got away at about 12,000. I couldn't really tell you who out of Labour or Plaid would win this. My guess is on Labour, although Plaid don't really have much in the way of target seats, so they could go for this one. I'll tell you who's not going to win it though, and that is the Tories again. So I'll put it under extreme marginal. Whether Labour or Plaid win it, I don't know.
Yeah, that is probably the other case of me nearly having egg on my face. And actually, this one really does not make any sense. So, for some of the earlier seats, I was right, obviously. I think the Tories had no chance in really surviving in any of them. Clwyd North they were very close in, it's worth noticing. Labour only won it by about 1,000 votes. But what happened in Ynys Môn, though? Oh, I don't get it. I really don't. So basically, Plaid won the seat, which was anticipated. I mean, I said in there that I wasn't sure whether it would be between the Tories or... sorry, not the Tories. Labour or Plaid. I think there I did say Labour. I was leaning more towards Plaid in... sort of as the election got closer. In my final prediction, I had Plaid winning it, especially as I think Labour looked like they were going backwards in Wales, so probably weren't in the position. And plus also Plaid had the council and had a lot more local base there. But the Tories though had nothing on the council though. Labour only had a couple of councillors, and given the fact they only won it by accident in 2019, they certainly weren't going to be winning it in an election where they were expected to make gains. also, I would have thought. So yes, Plaid did win it, but only 600 votes over the Tories. I mean, I did hear that the Tory candidate was well liked, but again, like, come on, there must have. Could that have really been the only reason? And also, again, the Tories still beat Labour, though, in the seat, which I never thought was going to happen. I thought they were going to come third. It almost seemed like that way. So, yeah, that was a close one. Very close. And it had no fucking business being that close. Again, and that one, much like Keighley and Ilkley, I still don't get how the Tories were that close. But, I mean, as I say, 600 votes did not go the other way, so I'm not sitting here doing a massive rant on it, but yeah, well, that was an interesting one, that. Very interesting.
And as for someone, so Caerphilly or Carmarthen, I think it's pronounced Caerphilly, I'm not sure on that. Another weird one as well, that I think it's another freeway between Labour, Plaid and the Tories, but again, it's another one where I'm pretty sure no matter who wins that seat, it's not going to be the Tories. And then similarly, we've got Minsap and Brookshire. I think I can stick this one under marginal as well. I think it's got more similar to Preseli, so it's essentially a merger of both Preseli, Pembrokeshire and Carmarthen West and South Pembrokeshire. 2 seats in that end of Wales have basically been merged into one. I think it takes more under Preseli, Pembrokeshire, which I think is the more marginal of the two. So I think that's probably more going to. Both of them were still probably going to be under Labour's radar if they still existed, and so was that one. So that's still going to be my guess. And then finally we've got these three sort of in Glamorgan area. Monmouthshire, I'm going to throw this one under toss-up. Its majority isn't massive, it's only about 10,000, but I'm not confident that Labour takes this compared to some of the others. Bridgend, this is the easiest extreme marginal ever. Then finally, the final seat, Vale of Glamorgan, is I think another seat that Labour could win actually. Do I put in marginal? I think I do actually. It's an odd seat really, but I think there should be enough in there for Labour to win it.
Yeah, and again, and finishing that off, I think all those seats I got fairly well on, to be honest. Caerphilly actually, unlike with Innismon, the Tories did come third there. I think they did, and Plaid again won it. So, which again, I think I was more leaning to Plaid winning it. So, yeah, that one makes a bit of sense. For Vale of Glamorgan and Bridgend, yeah, that they all make a lot of sense. Monmouthshire, I think I probably knew was going to be a bit close. The exit poll didn't have it going, but it did go in the end. Yeah, and then obviously Bridgend being like the freest win ever. I mean, the fact that place voted Tory in the first time, and the fact that Tory MP was a right fucking prick, and who also chicken ran everywhere, as should do. Yeah, that was. Didn't stand again, but yeah, that was no surprise. Minsap and Brookshire, is worth mentioning, was quite close though. That is the only thing, but yeah, otherwise though, I kind of sort of anticipated the Tories would lose everything in Wales, and they absolutely did. So I got that one all fairly right. So yeah, so looking at everything on that list, I didn't do too badly actually on a lot of cases. I think most seats I kind of, whilst I think the tiering system probably wasn't that good, I think a lot of these seats you can't really compare against one another, because a lot of them, like say Ashfield for example, they're very unique, and obviously also with a case like Ashfield, a lot of results can be quite difficult to tell what's going to happen, because I mean, yeah, the Tories did lose Ashfield. I think that was, and that's technically what this was going to be, but also I said that Lee Anderson ain't going to be an MP, and he was. He wasn't a Tory MP at the end, but he was still an MP. So, and obviously then you've got ones. I mean, the seats that I get stupidly wrong, though, I think something happens there that evidently you don't get. I mean, if I look at my list of ones between what was extreme marginal and what was likely, so everything in extreme marginal, the Tories lost. I mean, obviously, someone like Innismon were very close, and obviously in marginal you got ones like Hendon and Peterborough that were very close as well. But yeah, I mean, the only ones that they actually held on were in marginal was Chingford and Woodford Green. Yeah, we all know what happened there. It was a vote split. Keighley and Ilkley, I went on a rant about that one. Harrow East and Stockton West, I explained in detail as well. And then the 6 in, and only 6 in toss-up as well, which was Croydon South, Godalming and Ash, Farnham and Borden, Mid Bedfordshire, Staffordshire Moorlands and Harrington North Essex were the only ones that the Tories held on with. And granted, in two of them were sort of Lib Dem targets, which was very close. Croydon South, I think, was a little bit unsure about what was happening in South London. Mid Bedfordshire was as a result of a by-election, which I did correctly say it was the most likely one that Labour probably would end up losing, which I was right about. It was the only one they ended up losing. And then Staffordshire Moorlands and Harrington North Essex were just were Tory seats where I think they were just lucky to salvage, really. So, yeah, all in all, I didn't do too bad on the seats that they would lose. On the seats, though, that they ended up holding, I think I was a little bit more off. As when you look at the unlikely column, the fact that they only held on to 18 of the 49 seats that I put in there, which meant there were 31 that they ended up losing. 20 to Labour, 10 to Lib Dems and 1 to Reform. So, yeah, that bit I was a little bit unsure of. And obviously there were some even in Safe and Ultra Safe where I was a little bit better at predicting. The ones in Ultra Safe, though, I think it's very fair to say I really didn't expect these. The ones that I put in Ultra Safe that I misread were South West Norfolk, which I mean we all know what happened there. I obviously knew that Truss was going to be in effect there. I just didn't realise how fucking hated she was there. So the Lib Dem ones were North East Hampshire and Epsom and Ewell. Epsom and Ewell was a complete blunder on my part. I think, even though I didn't think it was going to flip, I probably should have put it a lot higher than that. That was just because I didn't have local knowledge. And then North East Hampshire, yeah, that really was well and truly a big surprise. So I'll hold my hands up for that one. And obviously 2 Reform ones for Clacton, Boston, Skegness. In Venice, this was before Reform looked like they were actually going to start targeting seats properly. And the green one was North Herefordshire, which, yeah, also I think was a result of, I knew they were targeting it, but thought the campaign was a little bit pie in the sky. Until some polling came out and thought, oh fuck, maybe there is a chance of this. So that was all the ones on there. It's also worth noticing, though, that there was a good chunk of Scottish seats as well that I think are worth looking into, because I was going to do one for Scotland and kind of ran out of time, so I might as well quickly look at that one. Also look at, say, what the SNP's ones were, because just for some clarity's sake. So because most of the Tory seats in Scotland were against the SNP, they weren't going to take as much damage here, even though a lot of the seats on paper looked like they were actually quite marginal, to be honest. So the 6 seats that the Tories had were Dumfries and Galloway, Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, Gordon and Buchan, and North Aberdeenshire and Moray East. So the Tories only lost one of these in the end, which was North Aberdeenshire and Moray East, and to the SNP. And for the most part, that was mostly because of, again, this was to do with candidacy. Basically, Murray's old MP, Douglas Ross, most of the seat of which falls into Moray West, which was notionally SNP, basically stood in North Aberdeenshire and Moray East, but actually ended up kicking out the incumbent Tory MP who wanted to try and stand again, and evidently it didn't go down very well because he ended up losing it. So, yeah, that was a bit of a blunder on his half, especially when he said he was going to stand down all the way back in late 2021 after he got elected to the Scottish Parliament. Otherwise, though, they held on in everything, although it is worth noticing that in Dumfries and Galloway and in Gordon and Buchan, it was very, very small majorities there. So there wasn't a lot going on in that regard. In West Aberdeenshire, it was about 3,500. Dumfriesshire was about 4,000. And Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, it was about 6,500. So in those ones, it was a lot better for that regards. As for what happened with the SNP, I think the reason why I didn't do a big one for SNP seats was because I think it was quite difficult to kind of... A lot of the seats I'd be kind of saying the same thing, really. Because the things there's a lot of the Central Belt seats where it looks like Labour were targeting them. A lot of them were all very similar in one way or another, and a lot of them have all voted the same way. Now, of course, as it got closer to polling day, sort of, Labour started going up in the polls in Scotland and the SNP started going down, and Labour actually did get some quite big swings in Scotland against the SNP. So one of my original predictions did actually have Labour taking a lot of seats, primarily within Glasgow, some within Lanarkshire, or primarily Glasgow and Lanarkshire, as well as some other little ones in the Central Belt as well, such as East Renfrewshire, which I knew there was going to be a big swing against. And yet, even I didn't anticipate what would happen in Scotland. I did have a feeling, actually, saying at the beginning that the SNP were going to collapse just as well as majestically as they rose. I didn't realise just exactly what I was saying, to say the least. To look at the results that I had here, basically my original prediction made a few days before the general election was that the SNP would survive in Edinburgh South West, Stirling, North Ayrshire and Arran, Central Ayrshire, Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock, as well as a few others in sort of northern Scotland, which, to be honest, you'd have expected the SNP to have held on to quite a few of them. Whereas I actually thought I was being quite generous to Labour. I thought the SNP were probably going to hold on to it a bit more than this. But that isn't what happened. The SNP got fully wiped out of the Scottish Central Belt with absolutely no exceptions anywhere. Everything within Glasgow, Renfrewshire, Ayrshire, Lanarkshire, Edinburgh, the whole lot was gone. And to be honest, the Ayrshire seats I think really surprised me, especially like Carrick and Cumnock, which looked like that was going to maybe have some solid Tory base left over. It didn't. It mostly all folded into Labour because Labour's base in 2019 was really small there. I don't know why though I didn't predict a big swing was going to happen there because I did in East Renfrewshire. But then I think the most surprising seat for me though had to be Stirling and Strathallan. This looked like Labour was absolutely nowhere, and I think, to be honest, there are still a lot of rural bits to the point. That's more central Scotland. Like Stirling, I wouldn't really say it's central belt. And Labour still won it on like 1,000 or so odd majority, and I thought that was as safe SNP as it came. The other thing is also worth noting, though, is that even in some of the seats where the SNP did hold on, it wasn't exactly by a lot. If we look in Dundee Central and Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, the SNP only barely held on both of them. In Dundee Central, that does sound about right when you consider what happened in the Central Belt. But in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, though, that should have been one of the absolute safest SNP seats out there. It was basically the majority of Old Dundee East, but it also ate into a large chunk of Angus, which is where Arbroath is, which, yeah, should have really done a massive dent in Labour, but it didn't though. And actually, the thing is, if that was Old Dundee East, there's a very good chance it would have had a Labour MP right now. The SNP also survived in the Aberdeen seats, although in Aberdeen North there wasn't a lot in it, as was also in, say, in Murray West, where against the SNP, and also their gain as well against the Tories in North Aberdeenshire and Murray East. What's also curious though is that in the Highlands they also didn't do too well either. In Caithness, Sutherland, East of Ross, which was only notionally SNP, but it had a Lib Dem MP prior hand, they lost that. The Western Isles they lost to Labour, but also very surprisingly, which is the very last seat declared on election night, was Inverness, Skye and West Rossshire, which again I'm pretty sure absolutely nobody anticipated the Lib Dems would gain that. Even I didn't. So yeah, the SNP's 9 seats was a hell of a lot worse than I think I would have predicted, and whilst I knew there were going to be a lot of heavy casualties, I didn't expect quite to this level. So yeah, that probably would have been what I would have said for it. And if we look at the different charts between all of them organised in 2019 and what they look like now, yeah, there's a lot of yellow that's gone to red on there. Other quick little thing I'll also touch on that I didn't mention were actually the cases of seats that other parties would end up losing. So Lib Dems did not lose any seats at all. I think it's the only election ever actually where that's been the case for them. Because obviously they had a brilliant night, but the 8 notional seats they held on to all of them with no problem. Out of all of Labour's seats though, so most polls did not have Labour losing a single seat, but they did end up losing 7. This included Leicester East to the Tories, Bristol Central to the Greens, and 5 different seats to Independents. 4 of them specifically to Gaza Independents, or like, I guess they don't really like that name, but like those that stood on Independents that stood on a pro-Palestine platform. We'll go with that, which of course was Leicester South, Dewsbury and Batley, Blackburn, and Birmingham Perrybar. And then of course you also had Jeremy Corbyn, who re-won as an independent in Islington North. So it's worth noticing actually that, I mean, if we go from each of those seats, so Leicester East is kind of funny what happened there. So I knew that Labour was going to be in trouble there, because I knew that obviously the 2 ex-Labour MPs standing, and also the fact that locally the Tories had done very well there in the council elections, and I think actually had the plurality in the seat. Did I think that was going to translate into a general election? No, not really. And I thought a lot of the independent candidates there were going to do a lot worse than they actually did. And Labour was going to do a bit better, but that isn't what happened, and the Tories ended up winning the seat, which I imagine was a bit somewhat surprising, but also somewhat wasn't. If they were going to gain a seat, it probably was going to be that one. As for Bristol Central, so this was one that the Greens were massively targeting. Again, even despite the fact that I said that the Greens were probably going to gain Waveney Valley, I was a little bit sceptical of Bristol Central, but that was only for the one fact that it was a year that Labour was doing quite well on. I initially thought that had Labour this was on a year where Labour were doing badly, I think it probably would have been a shoe-in, but it was worth noting though that Labour's majority on Old Bristol West, at least the predecessor seat, was about 30,000. And seats don't swing that massively, if we're being honest, especially on a year when a party's winning. And yet the Greens come away with a 10,000 majority, which is even bigger than I thought it would be. Like, I didn't rule out the fact the Greens could have won the seat, but again, the size of the majority really did surprise me. It's sort of like a Harrow East situation there. And then, of course, you've got the 5 independent MPs. So it is worth noticing that for the seats that I thought the Gaza Indies would win, I would not have necessarily guessed the ones that they actually did. Leicester South, I definitely wouldn't have considered that to have an independent win. Birmingham, if they were going to win any, which I didn't think they were, but if they were, I wouldn't probably not have guessed Perry Bar to have been the seat where they would have won it. My guess probably would have either been Ladywood, where I can't remember his name, Ahmed Yaqub stood, who was also the sort of like a Gaza Indie for the West Midlands mayor. Birmingham Yardley, they did run quite close, and also Hodge Hill and Solihull North, they also ran close as well, but only Perry Bar was the one where they actually won. The other cases in Dewsbury, Batley and Blackburn, this had a lot more solid, both of these ones had a lot more solid local results that sort of showed that, that there were going to be quite good, there was going to be quite a strong Gaza Indie vote there. Blackburn's only won by the skin of his teeth, but that was also because he had that was despite a vote split. He only won on a raw vote of 10,000 votes, which was actually less than what the Tories got there in 2019, funnily enough. So not on a lot of votes at all, but again, a lot of that was on split candidates everywhere, as well as also Labour's vote just crashing through the floor. Whereas Dewsbury and Batley didn't have that, and it was all around one independent. And as you can see, he won by just under 7,000 votes, whereas the other three all won by majorities of virtually nothing, basically. As I say, there were some other seats that probably came a bit close to it. Obviously, Bradford West was only about 700 votes away. Bethnal Green was about 1,000 away. So there were some that just about missed out from Gaza Indies winning, or like the Workers' Party, for example. And then, of course, obviously, you had the likes of, say, George Galloway, who did run again in Rochdale. Obviously, my video was made before the Rochdale by-election, so obviously I didn't know all of the fucking chaos that would be happening there. My guess actually was to predict that he was going to lose it, and I was right about that. I thought he would have done worse than he did. He was only about 1,000 or so votes away, but I think given the fact that Labour threw quite a big campaign in there to stop him, and it did pay off in the end. So there was that was there in that regard. And then obviously Jeremy Corbyn, I think, was almost kind of, as soon as I think everyone knew he was running as an independent, I think it didn't matter who Labour was going to throw in. He was basically going to win. I think he also had a lot of people there and a lot of personal votes. So yeah, I was not sure what to do with that one. My official selection did still have it as a Labour seat and not him winning, because some polls did come out saying that he'd actually probably lose, but the validity of them, no one can really tell. So, but obviously he's back in Parliament now, so good for him, I guess. And I guess final thing I could actually touch on is Northern Ireland, which is something that I kind of avoided a fair bit, but I might as well touch on it. So out of all the seats in Northern Ireland, the 18 ones, Sinn Féin became the largest party, but they didn't actually gain or lose anything. The SDLP held on to their 2 seats as well. The DUP lost 3, but Alliance gained 1 and lost 1. But also the DUP lost all theirs to Unionist parties, so the actual Unionist nationalist balance didn't actually change at all in Westminster. I didn't sort of do any official predictions for this, but basically, my opinion, the SDLP and Sinn Féin kind of holding all their seats, that didn't really surprise me, and not really gaining or losing anything. The ones that the DUP lost were kind of interesting. So South Antrim, I had a feeling was going to happen, and that was quite a big vote towards the Ulster Unionist Party. Labour Valley did kind of surprise me a little bit. I think Alliance I did know was going after it, and I did hear rumours that Alliance were going to do quite well, but I didn't know how well that was going to translate. Probably didn't help that Jeffrey Donaldson was caught up in all sorts of legal troubles, to put it mildly, just beforehand. But then you've also got the losing North Antrim to the trade union, traditional unionist voice, the TUV, which, yeah, I never would have seen that coming. It's only by about 400 votes, give or take, but yeah, that was a massive blow for the DUP, I reckon. And the other final one that happened was Alliance lost North Down to an independent unionist who was in the Northern Irish, who was in Stormont, I believe, and was a known face in the area. And North Down does seem to have a tendency to vote for very unorthodox unionist candidates. And personally, I would have thought that Alliance would have held on in the seat, but that's not what happened. So yeah, that one I wasn't surprised at the result, but it probably wasn't what my first prediction would have been. And yeah, so that's basically what happened with all my predictions, really. As I say, like, some of them did change a bit from that video, as well as also I've gone over some other retrospective ones as well. But yeah, the art of predicting an election or psephology is always an interesting one. I think for the 2024 election, when you've got so many different changes that are happening, and obviously like trying to predict who's going to win what party, and sometimes even trying to predict where upset results could happen. Like the Gaza Indies was something that a lot of people didn't really predict, but also there was some local evidence that showed they were going to be there. But then also had to explain results like, say, Keighley and Ilkley, though. So it'll be an interesting matter going forward, especially if, say, Reform is still ahead in the polls come the next election. They might not be. They could be nowhere for all we know. But it'll be interesting, though, to sort of see what effect they have on it, and to see, like, how can local results translate to this, as well as what other little things could be happening. Is there a way that we can solve the general election? And I shall leave you with that thought. Thank you.